about 7,000 years now. So we're actually very, very fast. We're moving. We are a couple of times the light speed.
The problem with that, though, is, I mean,
was
like,
think of a joke.
gravity is not constant over the face of the Earth, right? But shouldn't it be then?
It is constant.
No, there's anomalies for gravity across the face of the Earth.
Oh, sometimes we slow down a little bit. Sometimes
well, no, but some places have more gravity because there's more mass there underneath because they're more denser material. So there are gravitational anomalies across the surface. I mean, sure, if you did a vector scale of the gravitational force, you would see that there's minor fluctuations, right?
You can actually measure it due to spin, right? Due to the actual rotation of the Earth influences gravity directly. You can actually measure that. Like if you had a precise enough way to measure it, you can actually calculate the speed that way.
Actually, that'd be a tensor field, wouldn't it? That wouldn't even be a vector field. That'd be a tensor field.
Oh man, you guys are getting serious. I'm done.
But that's the problem.
Scalar vector tensor.
Yeah, well, yeah, everything is a tensor, right? Scalar is just tensor of rank 0. So that's the big problem I have with all of those people. Like they come up with these things, and you can ask them really simple questions. They're like, "Yeah, I don't know the answer to that," but they have such firm belief, which is why I don't take any of it seriously. Like, that's the reason why you don't even need any evidence.
Exactly, Cliff. The problem is we do have people in this community that believe it, but they are not well read on it. They've watched videos and did research on it, and they accept it now, but they can't articulate it. It's too bad that we don't have somebody in the community that can actually go off the arguments, because there are arguments for it that might be logical, but the people that are around here can't articulate it in a way that we could get an actual discussion going. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, like if somebody actually came up and said, "Yeah, okay, so I got this figured out. The Earth is really flat. This is the way the sun revolves it, and this is how you actually do the math." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And then we can do some experiments, and the math actually holds. That'd be pretty friggin' amazing. So if somebody wanted to do that, I'd be all ears. If there's somebody out there can do that, well, that's cool. But
I think the best evidence would be microwave. I mean, we know that microwave is directional. And so it's point to point. And so when they say, well, it's just like these cell sites that are throwing radio waves everywhere, where we know for fact that microwave must be parabolic. It must be directional line of sight. And we can test that, and we can show that with empirical evidence and Fourier transformations and wave functions. So we know that to be true. So I don't know how they could ever come up with these omnipresent, ubiquitous microwave energy everywhere. And the same thing with direct TV. It cannot be. You have to have that the transponder with the parabolic reflector. You take off the parabolic reflector, and they say, well, it still works. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. I mean, you are off center just a little bit on a direct TV. You're not going to get the signal. It needs to be pointed to the exact same spot every time. So there is a spot up there that is radiating down, and it is a satellite. I mean, what else could it possibly be?
So that satellite is physically
it's not a cell site.
That satellite is physically not moving?
It's geostationary.
Wow, that's fast. I truly did not know that.
Well, that's why the direct TVs are all fixed. And the old I mean, all of them were fixed, but the old type of 15-inch, remember those big black mesh satellite dishes people used to have in the backyards? That actually moved, but that only went to different satellites like Comstar and Satcom and a few other satellites. And then you would have a transponder. You would dial through to get the right frequency you wanted back in. So if
DirecTV is fixed, that means that DirecTV isn't your satellite dish isn't sending data back to DirecTV, is it?
No, it's one way.
So then does that mean that you could just you could boot a DirecTV dish and
No, because the box itself that you have does the decoding.
Okay, so do that decoding. Do it in software or something.
Well, I'm sure you can hack just about anything.
You probably have to have their decryption key or something like that. I'm sure maybe you could get into the DirecTV unless it's stored in some way that you can't get the key.
Ask Ludic. He knows about those encryption keys.
I would be very interested in talking to him about that.
Yeah. Ludic is really down on that really well.
Ludic is the man. If I go to Canada, or that part of Canada, I'm really going to pay him a visit. I want Ludic to write some articles on how to set up computer systems and wireless whatever the hell systems. I think he should spread that knowledge for real.
See, Farhan, in my day, I'm old school. I had a little black and white TV like this big, and it had a little analog knob. And there used to be something called Select TV, and you can move the knob just a little off center, and they would have this hard R on late at night, after midnight, and this black wavy line would be like this, and all of a sudden you move over here, and here's this 13-year-old kid going, "Booby!" Don't tell my mom she's watching. Mom, that never happened.
Is your mom really there?
No.
Okay. I actually remember. By the way, where I'm sitting right now is where my old TV used to be. Like one you have to turn the knob on, and I didn't even need a converter. I could hook up my Atari to it, and directly in the back. It was awesome. It's great. It was the same TV I used to watch The Simpsons on.
Oh, we had to use RF modulators and all kinds of stuff. Flip it between channel 3 and 4.
Do you think that, let's say the kids who are born nowadays, like in 30 years, they're going to have these conversations? Like, in my day, we had the internet, and the internet was actually this thing, and, like, for them, it'll be some other new technology.
Yeah, they have, like, Google visors, or just have a little chip right here that just kind of wireless interface.
I don't think that'll catch on. That cannot catch on. I don't believe that'll catch on.
Okay, but, I mean, we know we could integrate technology and electronics with neurons and things like that. We know that technology exists. We've done that. So you give it like 500-600 years or so. Why couldn't they just beam shit right to your head? I don't see why.
Fair enough. Yeah, maybe like the Matrix, like where they can just you can just know kung fu.
Hey, anybody up for a debate?
I'm right. You're wrong. I won.
Are you guys leaving?
It's over. I've already won.
Okay, never mind then.
What's the topic? What are you debating?
Evolution. This guy thinks he can shut us up in 60 seconds.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah, well, it's obvious. Like, we know that evolution did not occur.
Let me see if I can get him in
You
here.
have somebody who wants to come in here to express their...
Sure.
Are you being serious or joking?
No, I'm serious. He thinks that he can shut us up in 60 seconds.
I believe he probably could, because we're probably stunned at their stupidity, but I mean, if he has anything new, I'm just curious.
All right, let me see. I'll ask him. Hold on.
I really like something I have not heard before, but I gotta go, fuck.
This might take a few minutes, though.
He's going to do a rant about, like, the cockroach boss.
Black labs matter.
Bombardier beetle.
By the way, so you know.
Brian, why don't you think that'll catch on? Like, what do you think is the objection to that?
I don't know. How could someone augment their reality? Like have images that are.
Escapism.
Come on, that can't happen.
Well, let me ask you this, Farhan. Would you get a chip in your hand
No,
to allow you like easy access to go? I mean, but why? I mean, the Revelation says it in the Quran. So
we don't have
is there
that.
something? Is it a religious that you wouldn't reason? Or
No,
is this
no.
something
I just wouldn't. Like, that'd be kind of weird to do that.
I'd be like, fucking RFID me, man. Yeah.
How do I
like
send him the link?
No, I had one thing done not that long ago.
You can just copy right from the actual top of the. I don't know what the link is, but I mean, you can copy right from the top of that and send him the link.
Actually, Cliff, it was a guy that looked just like the picture that you have, who actually was going around exactly the same, the picture that you have on your thing. He was going around. He was giving everyone these chips, and I had it on the back of my hand. I have it right here. Let me show it to you guys. Hold on. It's right here. It's on the back of my hand. Yeah, right there.
666.
Yeah, I came backwards. That's not funny.
999. I don't get it.
Yeah, that didn't come out right. I wrote 666, but it reversed the image.
Does anybody?
Wait a minute. 999 is
666 a palindrome of some sort.
That's Seamus. Seamus 999.
I'm having trouble finding the link. Somebody please give me the
It's
link.
at the top.
I just wiped it off because I don't want to have that on my hand for real.
Is it somebody I've seen before? Because I mean, I've seen most of the
No,
people.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm waiting for him to get back to me. Okay, I'll send him.
I've been as I said, aside, I've been binge watching Twins Peak lately, and I'm almost like halfway through the second season. There's only 2 seasons, but I get G to blame for that because somebody was asking about his little avatar, which had to do with the Twin Peaks, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna watch this." And now I'm like, "This is like one of the strangest, campiest, dorkiest shows, and I can't stop watching it."
Well, it can't be any dorkier than that stupid Da Vinci's Demons. That's
Shut up!
Oh, I love that show. Come on. Love that.
Medici Illuminati.
Steve, you were told.
I know, man. That's the greatest show there is.
Shit, this isn't doing this.
What? What's wrong, hon?
Well, it's not letting me highlight it and cut and paste it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Who does it need to go to? I mean,
While he's doing that, I'll be back. Because I've got to hear this 1 minute thing. So let me go smoke while they drag this person in here to shut us up. Cause
let's see. What's your Mike? Mike, what's your last name? Or is it just Mike J? Is it?
Yeah, just Mike J.
Okay, I'm gonna PM you and then just accept the PM and I'll send it to you that way. Maybe it'll come over.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Farhan, what about just like a memory augment? Like, forget about like something going in your brain, but some kind of like chip or whatever that you could actually directly upload, download information to en masse, and then you'd just be able to access that.
No, absolutely not.
I mean,
Absolutely not. Think about the possibilities of what someone who had ill intent could do with something like that.
Yeah.
They could possibly, if you're talking about having the technology to interface basically computers with your brain, they could change your whole reality. If somebody could.
They could make you love and respect a female and never ever leave her.
Right, but I don't know. What do you mean by absolutely not? As in, we will never do it, or I would never use it?
I wouldn't go for it. Some people might go for that shit, but that's not for me.
Yeah, but like that danger exists now. I mean, you can.
That's
do the
kind of
same
what I was
thing now.
getting at.
You don't need chips to do it.
I was going to say, yeah, I would agree with that. That's my sentiment as well. That there could be a security risk, but in addition to that, I think the idea of like not experiencing reality for what it is. I mean, I already look at a screen so often, part of my day. That, like just being in the woods and being by myself and not having like artificial holograms pop up would probably, I don't know. Then it would be.
You must hate lucid dreaming then, Farhan.
I've never lucid dreamt, but I would really like just experiencing nature and disconnecting for some time.
Well, then try lucid dreaming. You can self-induce them.
Can somebody else put the link in the side chat just in case it's my computer that doesn't want to release it or something?
Sure.
No, that's the thing. But
I just copied and pasted the link.
there you go. Try that one, Mike.
But Cliff, it could just be a generational thing. It could be a generational thing. It could just be the fact that I've never experienced it, and maybe the next generation to them it'll be totally normal.
Well, there is
like
a genetic factor because my dad had it. I haven't. My daughter's starting to have it, so I do believe there's a genetic component.
Right? I'd do it immediately. Like I had to teach a bunch of people chemistry recently, and I had to relearn a bunch of like early chemistry. And there's a lot of memorization to that shit. And like that, I find that completely boring. You just have to sit down and memorize off a bunch of stuff. So if I could just like, okay, boom, scan that, and then when I wanted to access this information that'd be there, it'd be like really cool. So I'd jump on that right away.
You could put a chip in every woman that complains of having too much of a headache, or every man.
I have a little remote control for her. That'd be awesome.
I know.
Well, no, actually, you could put a chip in a
robotic
man, and every time you hit a button, they have an orgasm, and then you don't have to deal with them. Just he starts to go, meh, 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 and you go, zip, and he goes, ah. And he's
Yeah,
turns on the football game.
I like it. It's like a
I think another issue is one of the beautiful things about learning is that learning comes through pain and humility. I've actually there's actually a verse of the Quran that where I'm sitting right now. I spent several I think 2 days trying to memorize, and I almost came to tears. And the fact that I remembered it now, I have a lot of happiness with that. And also it teaches you humility because you learn now that you're not some smart guy. You are broken. It breaks you down so that you're not arrogant with your knowledge. So those aspects you would lose.
Yeah, see, I don't think that you would. I mean, so say, for example, if you're doing any amount of chemistry, one of the things that comes up in very early chemistry anyway is the massive amount of information that's on the periodic table, and almost nobody memorizes it, well, unless for a long time. So you end up using this reference sheet, and there's a bunch of other ones of them too, just stuff that you have to memorize off. So bam, I just download that. But then you're spending just as much time learning stuff, but you're learning more interesting stuff. You're not spending hours memorizing all this base stuff. So the learning is still there, but just
Cliff thinks that outer covalence is more interesting than inner covalence. He
makes a good point though. That raw basic data stuff. Most of us learn it, we forget it, but we know just if we need to go look it up somewhere, we can go look it up. Because why the fuck do I got to remember the entire periodic chart? I never even actually have memorized the entire chart. I mean, I know a vast majority from nuke school, but I never memorized the Lankinite series or the actinide series or anything like that. It was not relevant.
In basic chemistry, we had to be able to draw the entire chart.
Steve really feels bad about not being able to suck off Ken Jenner's cock and become the champion. That's what's up with fucking Steve.
Who the hell is Ken Jenner?
I don't know, but I would go more like Lorenzo Lamas if I had a choice.
I was talking about Catalina Jenner or
Catalina.
Right now,
Do we have a spot for this evolution guy who's coming in? Can someone make sure that we know when he's coming in?
I'll leave if I need to.
Yeah,
Caitlin is very likely to. Caitlin is Jenner is very likely to I don't know, have sex reassignment surgery whenever the hell she wants to, because, well, basically she's got shitloads of money, and also, well, 85 or more percent of us, probably actually in the 90s, tend to want it. So it's a generally a pretty good bet that, yeah, she's gone out and gotten it, or it's a wise lined it up. Go ahead.
Well, hopefully healthcare can progress, and you can get your SRS.
Do you guys think that
That's what I'm
that
hoping for.
Caitlyn Jenner was discriminated against by people like society, or do you think people generally accepted her as female?
Well,
I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, when she tweeted, I mean, it was like the most retweeted tweet of all time. So I mean, obviously, retweeted. We retweeted, I guess it would be. It was the most retweeted.
What was the tweet? What was the tweet?
She said, but I mean, it was
Muslims
more popular than Obama.
it was twatted. I think that's the word.
It was twatted.
Right? Twatted?
Holy fucking Joe, man.
I'm totally confused. What the hell's going on?
Farland, what he's saying is that Muslims retweeted Caitlyn Jenner. They loved her. Muslims love Caitlyn Jenner. They want to fuck her in the yay hole.
Mike, I think the amount of paps. I think the amount of paps that you've taken in, it's starting to become part of your bloodstream. Maybe just slow down a bit, but you know, good job. You're on.
No, he's still got a few little bit of blood left still in his arteries, so flush that shit out. You know?
Too much blood is alcohol stream. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
That's it.
That was actually pretty fun, Nadia. Too much blood in his alcohol stream.
I mean, dude, and I love PBR, and I could drink 20 PBRs, no problem. So if he's this buzzed off PBR, he drank a shit ton of PBRs.
Is he usually not?
Really, really weak beer.
Is he usually not this drunk? Like, is this not his personality?
Michael?
So I'm still waiting for an answer. Hold on, I'm sorry.
What?
Oh, I was.
He's the guy inviting the evolutionist guy.
I'm still waiting for an answer.
They can disprove evolution in less than 60 seconds.
If you want, I can read.
Something we have not heard before. I want something unique.
If you want, I can leave.
I wanted to comment on the whole God-like thing, the thing that went on about liking. The thing is my name is Michael, and I'm telling you the Shrouded Turan genetically matches me, that Jesus Christ. And the thing is I'm like God. Just look at my definition of my name. I'm Michael. I'm like God. So I'm saying,
like
listen up.
With a better beard.
Don't give me the archangel shit. I'm trying to be like God.
Well, no, unless you were Jehovah's Witness, because it wasn't Michael Christ, or was that the other guy?
Mikael is a prophet, is an angel.
No. In Jehovah's Witness, like, Christ is supposed to represent, the archangel Michael, I think, or
I think you're right.
One of them, I don't remember.
Yeah. Doesn't Mormonism say that Adam was Christ? Am I wrong or right about that?
No, that was something long after people started talking about, but that was called the Adam Doctrine.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cliff, about the implant, I would probably totally go for like an ocular implant, where like it would allow me to read whatever I wanted to read at any time.
Cybernetics?
Something that would.
X-ray vision.
Well, think about it.
Something that would project into your eyes.
Right onto your retina. But still, think about it. 1,000 years from now, they could replace, let's say, 30 to 40% of your internal organs to make you live 200 times longer or something like that.
Well,
obviously, they can do heart. They can do probably artificial lungs. I mean, kidneys. Your brain
is still going to give out like in a couple hundred years, though. Like your
right, but I mean, just if they. I'm saying if they. But if the rest was artificial and you were becoming more cyborg, they probably could literally do 20 to 40% of most of your body organs and still be viable, I would think. And then if you just had one ocular, like he said, had the input like right onto your retina where you just visually see it. Because I'm a visual person when I'm learning. When I do raw memorization, I do it by visual. that's the only way I can recall it. When I'm brain dumping a bunch of shit, I have to look in my head and go, okay, I remember seeing this paper. The paper looked like this, and just regurgitate.
Holy crap! Metatron is the name of an angel.
No, Metatron was a scribe of God. He was an angel, but he was the voice of the scribe of God.
I didn't know that.
That is an awesome name.
Rev, I can't believe you don't know who Metatron is. Metatron
Yeah, you seen Dogma.
Apparently,
Best movies of all time.
Tara David.
Jesus, buddy.
I am.
Enoch.
Tara
It
David.
says Enoch. Enoch.
Another overlapped in palimpsest, even verbal audio palimpsest somehow.
Yeah, they're the
It is not
angelic
dissimilar
names.
to other types of possible readings that I think from
yeah.
God himself.
Can I talk?
You listen,
They
Michael
are
knows
the-
his shit. Go ahead, Nadia.
They're the angelic names of Enoch and Elijah.
oh,
That was anticlimactic.
Yeah, I was trying to answer them.
Jesus, buddy. Everybody do it.
Stop pointing at me, Joe.
No, Jesus, buddy's this, not this. Get your buddy right.
Joe's pointing at me. He needs to stop. Very rude. Do like the presidents do like this. But
That's
the
a cool
thing,
line.
I did
I
not
was-
have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah, I was good to say to Joe, his new profile pic is that's the Alex Jones shot right there. Alex Jones does that. He points at the screen. I did one of them on my website, too. If you're going to go into radio, you have to have that shot where you're pointing at the screen angrily. Love it.
It's got a good booger on there, by the way, Joe.
The thing you atheists don't understand is whether you like it or not, you're saved by God, right? So you get to go up to Elysian and have like free infinite life, even though your parents die and your dad is set and your kids might die. It doesn't matter because you get to live infinitely. And when you show up there, automatically they show up there. What the fuck?
where is the computer? Oh, he's just like holding it.
If I go to heaven, what am I going to do when my 4 ex-husbands get up there? I mean, really?
You're like, fancy meeting you here.
You won't dislike them. It'll be like there's actually a spot where right before you enter heaven, there's like a little bridge thing, Majiggy, that you cross over, and before you cross over it, all enmity that you had is like wiped out, and then such that you have no hatred against anybody.
Can we fish off of it?
Wow, I'm going to need some empirical evidence on that.
There is no empirical evidence on that.
Sugar, when I'm on the side of the bridge, the dick-sucking bridge, right, and I got my cock hanging out, if you're entering heaven and you feel like, I really want to suck Mike's cock, I think everyone in the room will be on.
Try not to touch the rails.
I'm about ready to give Michael a HJ just to like relieve his tension.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought I was in bad shape.
I'll volunteer for that. But seriously, can I spend some time at that dick-sucking bridge? I mean, is there like a hotel or some place that I could? Like,
That's how you have to work off your purgatory.
Yeah, right. It's gonna be fun. How do I pack for that?
Yeah, I'm the unemployed one. You'd have to buy the plane ticket down to like show you what I mean by
a lot of mouthwash. Sorry. Get that industrial strength kind of mouthwash. You know?
That's so funny.
Tastes like cheap gin.
Look, they've got chopsticks that are what is that? The Star Wars lightsaber. Chopsticks that are the lightsabers. That's really cute, and they light up and everything.
Michael, where's this guy, man? You got me all excited for
I don't
nothing.
know. I know.
Man.
I'm trying. He's not answering me. I think he.
Dude, once I get excited, there's no going back.
I think
What's his
he's
name?
I think he's pussing out.
What's his
All
name?
talk. All talk, no show.
Just like a theist.
Well, he scared Cliff off already.
President company excluded.
Come on, Cliff, we need you back. This atheist coming, or something. This evolutionist coming in. Ah, they're one and the same. We all know that.
Yeah, so I'll leave. You don't have to leave. I want you to. I'm the least one. There's
always to prove evolution from first principles, and I guess a small set of empirical facts.
I'll give it another 5 minutes, and then if he doesn't answer, then I guess I'll try another time.
Type his name. I'm curious. Type his name in the side chat.
All right.
Just in case he doesn't want to be doc dropped. Challenge him on air here.
All you need is real
Hang on a
name.
minute. Eric. His name is Eric Wolfbitten, WOLFBITN, Jewell, JEWELL.
Nope. Nobody ever ran across.
Eric.
Wolfbitten sounds familiar to me, but I don't know. The name itself doesn't ring a bell.
His avatar is a gargoyle.
Ah, yeah, I
I
do.
think I heard that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I've probably seen him around, but I mean, look at how people.
Well, if that's the name,
16,000.
Gotti could just do a direct invite, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe.
Let's all just PM him or get your ass in
If
here.
you go to his site, if you go to his channel, you'll see a video dedicated to me. Has my name and everything on. Mike J backed out of a debate.
I got $10. Says I'll debate any of you motherfuckers in a debate room.
He's holding up the $10 bill.
The
My
president
favorite person.
of the United States of America. I'll bet
He's
you
not a president.
president.
Well,
Jeez.
okay. I'm looking over one of his
two double
videos, and
Ds
obviously he
instead.
makes major mistakes so far, because he's conflating Darwinism with modern evolutionary
Yeah,
synthesis.
I told
He doesn't
you.
understand what. Yeah, he doesn't know what transitional fossils really are. So he doesn't know what a vestigial organ really is.
I am shocked.
Yeah, I know. Big surprise, right? I'm just doing a cursory thing on one of his videos, and yeah, I'm not really too concerned about what he has to offer, but
Yeah, I think I scared him off. I told him, yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I scared him off.
yeah. See, okay, he writes this, proving that any animal ever transitioned into any other animal in the fossil record. It's like, well, what is this? Some kind of linear morphology? Just this animal just goes along and says, "I'm going to turn into a fucking giraffe." It's like, what the? Yeah, he doesn't understand even basic biology. So.
You know, you don't even need to go to fossils to see it. It's alive and well. It's
Well, he's
alive.
talking about anagenesis. rather than
It's alive and
platogenesis.
like you look at skeletons of whales, and I don't know anybody who would look at a skeleton of a whale and go, okay.
Well, yeah, but they share common ancestry, like the Pachycetus and Amblyscetus. It doesn't mean that like this squirrel all of a sudden over a period of time or cow became a whale. I mean, they're literally like bovines.
I'm talking
Mike,
about
what kind of debate
obvious
is
change,
he
Steve.
interested in?
Oh yeah,
What kind of debate?
look at the homology, sure.
where there are bones in whales that no longer have a use.
Just
Oh yeah.
well, at first it was something formal, but now it's turned into I will shut any atheist up in 60 seconds. So I'm thinking it's just something informal now.
I'm thinking that we can just prove it really simply with I can be a mammal 1 minute and a complete bitch the next. So that's evolution, as far as I'm concerned. That's funny. Funny, I don't care who you are.
I couldn't understand her. She's like cutting in and out for me and sounding robotic. Am I the only one?
No. But the question I would ask him is, does he understand that he's refuting Darwinism, and that's like, who gives a shit? We refuted Darwinism 150 years ago. Darwinism itself is not something that people subscribe to. That was just a beginning of the formulation of modern evolution. And he's literally refuting something that nobody even argues anymore.
I'll argue with
says
you
it's true.
any day for
Michael
10.
will, yeah.
Any day for
This-
$10.
this-
Steve,
this
you and
natural
I head to head.
selection.
Let's pit together. You're a pit bull. I'm a pit bull. We're putting the pit bull around. We got to fucking fight, right? You got to do it.
Give a dog.
We're Roman pit bulls, right?
Go, man.
Fucking
We're-
pit.
Roman. Wait. Bye,
11
sugar.
atheists. 11 atheists back out of evolution debate against creationists. Quit live air moderated on air debate.
Which is this on his page or something?
It's on
Yeah.
his channel, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Steve, who are you fighting for? Could you give us the position of whom you're fighting for, what you're fighting for? What the fuck are you fighting for, Steve?
The Queen of England.
You goddamn monarch, my matriarchal
Monarch it is.
goddamn Caucasian, non-diverse bullshit motherfucking cork-ass fucker.
This guy needs to come in here now. Michael will tear his ass up. Probably more ways than one. That's probably literal, too.
I'm telling you, it's the blue ribbon, man. It's classy. Makes you classy.
What is it Dennis Hopper said in Blue Velvet again?
Oh, naughty. A good movie right there.
Heineken, fuck that shit.
There it is.
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Are you guys looking at his channel?
Yeah, well, I was. I'm not anymore. It's like I can tell already that he's pretty much got it absolutely nothing.
Well, that's.
I got all excited for nothing. Usually only Sugar does that.
Sorry.
Sugar does that to me.
All excited for nothing.
I
Holy
know,
shit.
just be let down at the end of the night.
Yeah, it's like a date, and you think something's going to happen, you know?
I know. I actually got stood up tonight, actually. And I'm not bummed about it. Shit happened.
You got stood up?
Yeah, I was supposed to meet a friend that I don't see very often who lives not too far from me. And
Flaked out on you, huh?
We finally said, okay, this Sunday we're going to get together and have some coffee and maybe, like, head out, catch a movie or something like that. But she has some legal things to take care of, so.
Assumptive, like, my life's fucked, your life's fucked, let's together, like we're a bunch of fucking fucked guys. Or did you have a different sort of thing?
No. She's just a cool chick that I met on OkCupid a long time ago. We've been friends ever since.
No such thing. There is no such animal. It's just a cool chick. It does not exist. It's like God. Oh, that was just a little atheist thing for you there.
I am going to burn in hell, and I want you all to know it. So enjoy it as I martyrdom myself in front of you. It's the only way I got. Like, it gives it a purpose, Let me be your martyr. Thank you very much.
I wonder how much caloric energy your body would have released if you were burning in hell for eternity. I mean, after a while, you'd think there's nothing left to combust.
No. God likes to keep your body regenerating like Wolverine as you burn infinitely in hell. And then sometimes not, so you get to feel it like on the psychic plane. And then he puts you back in a body that's burning, and you get that infinite sort of like, fucking this is fucking yeah. And you yell out to God, and you're angry, and then you permit. And then you come out of the other side of the sun, and you arc back, right? Like, hey, that wasn't so fucking bad. Let's do it again. Let's go through hell again. And then he pulls you back through the fucking sun, and it feels like an eternity as all your flesh burns.
Is Farsad legit? Or?
I have no idea. Welcome, Bear Jew. It's Phil.
Oh.
Okado, good morning. What are you talking about, burning in hell? Hell is a creation of the Roman... The place hell is a creation of the Roman Catholic Church, my friend.
I thought it was a Baptist.
Bringing the heat.
Actually,
well, they just kind of took it over to proselytize and say...
Yeah, that's how they did it. Hell don't exist. God, God actually cares about what he creates.
Well, I think that's really interesting that you would say that, Philip. But the funny thing is that like Nietzsche said, if there wasn't a God, man would create him. And so I thought, if there wasn't a hell, I'm going to create it. Like, if I go burn myself in the shower or burn my skin, it's because I want to create it. And if you're going to tell me I can't wish for that as my destiny or think that I'm going there, then fuck you, because I think that I can, right? So you tell me otherwise.
God is a God of love. He's not a God of confusion. Mankind makes confusion, he gives many methods of repentance and teshuva. You don't need a any Christian deity to say, well, somebody got to die for the remission of your sin, because it just doesn't work like that, you know.
Spirit, strong
and okay, and I do believe. Okay, now Nadia. Okay, what is the premise of your room? Say it.
My own what?
What's the premise? What's the title of your room?
Quantifying the atheist, anarcho-communist, transsexual, feminist, vegan self.
Okay,
no, see, Phil, you get it wrong. You have to ask her, what's the good news?
What's the good news, my friend?
Oh, there are no gods, souls, afterlives, heavens, or hells. And Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, David, Saul, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and Buddha never existed.
Well, I'll disagree with you on all the above. I will say that Abraham, Moshe did exist. I will say that Muhammad did exist, but he was a madman, psychopath. Jesus, well, he was just a dude, a Jewish guy who had his words twisted and turned into made out to be a man god. And what more do you want? Okay.
What more do you want? I want resurrection. I want eternal life. I want.
No, thank you. You have that automatically. Whether you keep eternal life or not is your choice. Because I have a funny feeling the worst sinners in the world will just be relegated to non-existence. Poof,
you think the Buddha actually existed?
I think a lot of these people may have existed in some form or another, but
is it better to go to hell forever, or is it better to go out of existence forever?
Better to go poof, you know, and not exist.
Yeah.
Is that why
it's better to burn out than to fade away? Yes.
Yeah, it's ready. Okay, you actually think a god of love and a creator would actually throw you in a lake of fire to burn forever nonstop?
I think I might have in my pre-existence, provided there was one, like said, yeah, ordained me to that shit, but only to justify some karmic shit. Maybe, maybe not. And then I don't know, you know, and then I'm like, hey, oh, yay, yo, maybe things are different than I fucking thought, yo.
Well, I don't know about that guy. I don't know. You know? All I know is that in my mind, my God is real.
Is your God a determinist that might lead me to fucking think I should burn myself so it feels a little better?
No, not at all.
Then fuck you, because my God said I could do it, and I think it's okay.
I know if you're an atheist, your God is you, buddy.
My God speaks through me, he's not me, and if he's telling me not to do it and I'm telling me to do it, then I'm saying I'm an indigenous expression of his love on the planet, and he's telling me to do it. And if I do it, I do it, and you don't do it, so don't worry about it, you non-masochistic, non-sadistic, traditional Puritan Jewish fuck.
Whatever.
Whoa.
Puta.
Yeah, he's on tonight. He's on tonight.
I can see he is. I can see that. And he's laughing too.
If I was in New York, I'd bend you over some fucking fire hydrant right outside of 5th Street.
No, thank you.
I'd toss you on the fucking subway sign. You'd be on the track, and then I'd save my pussy cat to go save your pussy ass.
How much did you have to drink tonight?
Doesn't sound like enough.
Yeah. Hey, is Farian around?
You just missed him, buddy.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, is this
so
live?
So you're a
or?
first responder. I got to compliment you, and I feel sorry that I tried to run rough God over everything.
That's all right.
I think it's really great, but the thing is that in 1990, and this is just a secret between you all, me, Google, and all of our viewers and infinite viewers, right?
All
in
right.
1998, I was in a motorhome. I went to Wyoming, and there was this guy, right, from Boeing who met me there, right? And they said, hey, do you need a job? I'm like, I could use a job. I've been on the fucking my motorhome. I need a job. I've been doing some garbage shit. And they said, okay, come with us, and they flew me to New York, right? I don't know. All I know is I showed up. We got on a plane. We went to New York. I showed up. I went into the World Trade Center, and there was Dick Cheney by the gods, right? And they said, well, go down into the parking garage, right? And I said, okay. And they already told me, like, there's 24 beams in each building. All you have to do is wrap a fucking diagonal wire wrap, right? So I wrapped a diagonal wire wrap around each one, and they said they was for fucking neutralizing the building, right? Like, just neutralize, because we got to have, if there's an electrical impulse, we got to ground it, right? And then
Somebody, please.
Jumper, shut up.
Nadia, bringing the hammer.
Yeah, I'll just hit up the broadcast. Hopefully he'll wrap that up.
It's still going.
Yeah. Well, at least see him wrap up.
Yeah, I just realized he's been muted.
I think the man is drunk, obviously.
Yeah.
I would love to see his W-2 that said he worked for Boeing. I doubt he has one.
I just spilled the beans, and I'm glad that the universe cut me off. Otherwise, I could be in jail by morning.
Well, if it was a classified operation, you could even be much more worse than jail. You'd be dead.
I got thrown off a building in 2010 because I even threatened the disclosure, right? It crippled me, and now I got broken bones I'm getting surgery on.
I don't know, man. If they wanted you dead, they would have killed you.
Now you say that. They like to cripple you and fuck up you and then your family and make certain you watch it because you're hellbound, right? Hey, you betray the fucking Janet Yellen. You betray Janet. You just go ahead and betray Janet Yellen. You see how your fucking family, but I want you dead. I want everyone you know dead. I want them dead, dead, dead. It's the goddamn mafia, and they're running the goddamn system.
Yeah, I think you're definitely gone.
I heard what he said, and makes sense to me.
I just think he's a little intoxicated right now.
Yeah, I think he is too.
Yeah. To say stuff like, yeah. I would not put that out on Google. If it was true, I would do it through other methods.
Well, it's kind of weird. I mean, all of a sudden there's censorship going on. It's like, wow. It's kind of bizarre.
No, I think
Censorship, yeah.
I think Nadia put a stop to it.
Yeah, just like being overrun, or everyone else being overrun too.
You look better than the other day, by the way. Your blood sugar is in check, I could see.
Probably.
And you're eating ramen noodles again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When are you gonna eat a nice kosher? You know there is a kosher eatery on Coney Island Avenue that serves free food to everybody, and it's available to everybody.
Cornell?
No, it's free kosher food.
Oh yeah, Cornell. You said though.
No, free kosher restaurant.
Yeah, you said it's free.
No, it's not. It's Coney Island Avenue.
It's
okay.
Cornell Avenue. Okay.
Yeah, no, not Cornell Avenue. Free Coney Island Avenue.
Oh, well, that's pretty far out. Man.
No, it ain't far. From Flatbush, you would take a bus.
Yeah. Several volumes of Critics compilations, absolutely. Yeah.
I could get you the name of the place. It's called Masabia, MASBIA.org. Let me get you the address. And they have free foods. You don't have to be Jewish. They'll serve everybody. But hold on, corporate office. Masaba of Flatbush. Let's see. Hold on, I'll get it for you. And they have actual professional chefs cook it for free. Hold on, let me see. They're on Coney Island Avenue and what? Let's see. 1372 Coney Island Avenue. You okay? What location are you at right now?
I'm out in East Flatbush.
You can take the B41 bus. You go to take the B41 to let's see, Ocean Avenue U. I think. Hold on. All right, you know how to get to Avenue J in Coney Island Avenue?
Well,
because they're on Coney Island Avenue and Avenue J.
And the food is free.
And the site coordinator is Russell Perlmutter and Anton Ramos. Yeah. The guy that runs it is a. Let me give you the. I'm going to put the address there for you, and it's free food, and you don't have to pay a penny.
Mm-hmm.
But it's quality kosher food actually. You don't have, you go there every day. They'll give you food to take home with you on the Sabbath. And right there, I suggest you go there.
Good deal.
It's a restaurant. Literally a restaurant run by a rabbi, raises a lot of money and feeds a lot of people, Jews and non-Jews alike.
You don't get better. You don't get better than kosher too. Good stuff.
It's free, Nadia. You don't have to
Lox and bagels, man.
The only thing is, Jesus didn't have the line. Sorry.
It's actually very balanced. It's a little bus travel, which you could afford. You have a half fare card, right?
I don't have a half fare card, no.
All right. Well, when you get your security or whatever you put you on, you'll get a half fare card. But in the meantime, you can go there. They have access to social services too. And let me give you their dining hours. Hold on. Everybody is welcome. There are no qualifications. You don't have to show ID. You just go and eat. All they ask is you sign your name in at the entrance.
If I'm hard up enough that I have to go to somewhere like that to eat,
this is not.
I will not have the bus fare either.
No, the food is quality food. I'm telling you, it's not garbage. It's real quality kosher.
I know, but
Phil, don't waste your time, Phil.
I'm telling you, if you're broken up, you can't. If you broke it up, you can't. Buy a pack of ramen for however many cents.
And you can have a full kosher meal twice a day, every day. During the dining hours, and you get that, and you can eat for free.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Wait, he got back to me.
Cool, get him in here.
He said, "Bring your boys. I will make a special thread just so you can just so you guys can see so I can embarrass every one of you in 60 seconds together."
All right. Well,
I'm trying. He wants us to come into his room.
Of course, right.
I'm trying to get him to come to us, but I don't think he will.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, no, I just watched his video on his challenge to atheists, and I'm like, shouldn't your challenge be more toward biologists? I mean, I don't get this whole atheist challenge when we're talking about evolutionary biology.
He seems to think that once he wins the debate, you just call it science, and it's time to pack up, because we can't science anymore since he's beaten atheists. I don't understand it.
Does he even science, brah? No, I just watched this video and I was like, okay, so he has like the tertiary period, the Cretaceous, and he has like Precambrian, Cambrian. He has this little thing on his video, and I'm like, okay, that's geology. He had like one picture of some like whales, like Pakicetus and Amblyocetus and Ichthyocetus, but it's just like, what the fuck does that got to do with him discussing evolution, really? I mean, I don't. What do you want to focus on whales?
Seriously, I suggest you go to Masaba, Nadia.
Hey, if they got lox and cream cheese, man, I'm down.
They got everything.
Dude, good pastrami.
Go to Masabia.org. You can see what they
My
like.
name's on the temple, so it's my people. I can go eat that stuff.
You don't. Anybody can eat it. It's for everybody. The rabbis get.
No, my mom's Jewish, so half my family was rabbinical Jews
Then you are a
on
Jew.
that side of the family.
No wonder you bailed on Mormonism, Sir Keller. Wow, how dare
It's just like there's interrelations to all of them, man.
Did I tell you that I'm no longer Mexican?
You're no longer Mexican.
I didn't know. I know you could give that up easily.
Do that?
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
you do that.
Is that a
My,
thing?
yeah, it's a thing. It's a real thing. My uncle had.
I thought you were the perfect map, Mexican American princess.
Well, now it's even better. So my uncle did the DNA test thing from. He did it.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, and it came out in J1. So probably are Jewish. That's why my grandfather ended up in.
You're not a Shiska anymore?
Nope.
Goya?
Nope.
Ah, what a shame for the Goya.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm not
Jungle,
saying
God
that
bless,
right.
Jungle.
You got a Jew over here that's probably going, he's fucking that up all hell.
Oh,
My brother
welcome,
sucks.
Jungle Dragon.
Oh my goodness, Jungle. What brings you to this happy, fun room?
Well, I saw the title.
Evolution is true, therefore Christianity is false. Go ahead.
I saw the title that said what it takes to be good. So I had to give my 2 cents.
Oh,
Jungle Dragon.
and Jungle knows what good is.
You have to tell the truth.
Oh, the truth. We're on that whole truth thing, that whole, like, don't tell a lie, make certain you're telling the truth, because the truth means the truth, right? Truth means more truth.
It's the only way we can agree. It's the only way we can agree.
I thought truth by definition has to be true.
Michael says anything to you, Jungle, make sure you check with us first before you snap to judgment. We'll clarify.
Or do what?
And also, of course, deism, and therefore all religions are false. Go ahead.
The theisms. Well, I mean, we have a maker, I think.
Ooh, he thinks. Jungle, you said you think. You wavering now from your knowledge claims?
I'm trying to be understanding or whatever.
Aw, I like it when Jungle's understanding. It's kind of sweet. Sorry I missed you and Isaiah earlier. I was busy, by the way.
Bungle in the jungle.
I actually.
Why was telling the truth? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say really quick that I'm a big Jungle Jargon fan because his answer for the proof of God thing, just look in the mirror, you're proof of God, works for me.
Not his proof is flood. Everything's flood.
Yeah. Well, the biology is proof of God. The flood is proof of the.
No.
The geology is the proof of the flood.
I did ask. Well, of all the things to be good and better and all that, why did you raise truth?
Well, because that's the only thing that's valid or relevant.
Oh, so the only thing that's relevant?
Yeah.
The truth shall set you free.
Yeah, the truth shall set you free. And,
well, if that's the case, are there not some kinds of, I guess, additional concerns upon which you should act, so to speak? For instance, subjective affairs, right?
Subjective? Yeah. Well, there are some things that are subjective and some things are pretty concrete, such as the fact that we're made to exist. So that's pretty concrete.
Well, you were not made. We evolved.
Yeah, that's an assumption. It's either we. There's only two choices. Either we evolved or we have a maker, and it doesn't look. I don't see any evidence of any evolving happening.
Oh, you're.
Isn't there evidence all the time now?
What?
We are determined that I could be a mammal 1 second and a complete bitch the next, so that was evolution. We determined so.
Oh, okay.
There's your proof.
Well, you didn't stop from being human, I don't think.
You're right. You got me on that one. It's a good try, though.
Okay. Yet, are not things like alleles? No,
You can change existing information that's already there. That
Okay.
doesn't.
Well,
That's not a basis for how it got there, or how anything different can get or new can get there.
okay. Well, so are the alleles all identically distributed in each generation and such?
No, they would be. Well, there's recombination too. I mean, most of it's recombination of the same thing.
Well, even if it is, does the number of say members of the population have having such and such an allele, and other number of other members of the population having some other allele, and so on. The distribution of alleles, right? Does that mix change over time? Does that mix
Yeah,
change
it
from
can
generation to generation? Yeah.
It would.
Sorry,
It
go ahead.
would. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible that it would warp the creature. If it was a frog, it would warp the frog.
Doesn't need to warp it.
No,
No, let's say,
but it
let's say
could. It could. There's just it depends on the viability. Yeah, as long as it remains viable, it could warp a little bit. Here and there.
The
I'll
key
say
word.
nothing about these things ever change, but say like the color of their fur, and some years when the winters are a bit snowier, you tend to get lighter fur, or more than with lighter fur, and other years where the winters are not so snowy, you get more than with darker fur.
Yeah, we can observe that. Yeah.
And it just goes back and forth. It doesn't need to change anywhere. It doesn't need to change any other way. Right?
Yeah, it does. I mean,
Right.
it does change. It does change a little bit. I mean, the polar bear is pretty different than the regular bear that it came from. It's bigger.
Well,
And,
don't need to assume anything changes besides just the fur goes back and forth. Various points it'll have more in the mix of light fur for the snow, and other points it'll have dark fur for less snow.
What's the mechanism that makes that happen?
that would be variation and what do you call it? Selection.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, sure.
like they're having a problem with the black widow spiders now. That the black widow spiders are going extinct, and there's only brown widow spiders left because people kill the black widows.
Maybe.
People recognize the black widow as a threat, but they don't recognize the brown
Those are
widow.
totally two different species, Jungle.
Well, I would.
They're both
Well,
black widow. It's the same.
Allele distribution of population, changing over time and all that. You actually just acknowledge that, right?
No,
Yeah,
well,
you said
there's
that, basically said evolution's true.
selected. No, it's selected. There's a variation that's selected for it, but it didn't change from being a spider.
Is the mechanism behind evolution guided?
Of course.
Well, if it's guided, it would be guided by selection, but you don't have anything new to transform the genome to become something else, other than what it can only be what it has information to be.
I've been meaning to ask you, Jungle. This hypothetically, we have the alphabet, right? And we arrange these letters into certain words, and we make a book. And then we arrange them differently, and we make another book. And the information in one book is completely different information from another book, and yet it uses the same information that you say can only come through a deity, whatever. But you're just saying it's recombinant information. Yet each book contains different information, correct? It's based on the same alphabet, right?
Yeah.
So why can't evolution be variations and
except for the fact that everything
due to new information?
Except for the fact that everything has to grow and has to consist of viable proteins.
Well,
which
yeah,
is,
but it's still new information. Remember, you keep on saying it's not new information, yet if you rearrange these letters into different words and compile them in different books, those books do contain different information from each other, right?
yeah, but in the genome, it's got to remain viable. The changes have to be viable with
Well,
the immune system and the rest of
right.
the
And if the
complementary
genome
to
is
the rest
viable,
of the
that
genome.
organism dies, correct?
Yeah, it has to be complementary and viable.
But if the organism's genome is not viable, let's say it has some kind of a genetic abnormality that's not contingent to sustaining of life, that organism will die at some point, right? Whether it's in
Yeah,
embryonic stages or later on in development. So
yeah.
those genes that are in that organism, those alleles, are not going to be passed on to different generations or future generations, while other organisms with a more suited genome will be passed on, right? That's the differential reproduction there, right?
Yeah, that's true in many cases. It's not always the case because it's not always the strong that survive, and you know.
Well, the strong that survive is based on the genome, not on the fitness of the animal. It's based on the genetic material, whether they can be viable to adapt to selective pressures. It has nothing to do with the fact they're stronger or faster. It just has to do with their genome and their genes being more adaptive to selective pressures. Correct?
Yeah, because like an ideal person isn't always the person that's going to survive. You know, he might be the target that's going to be killed. You know.
Well, the ideal would be the ideal genome, but there's no such thing as an ideal genome. We don't have a genome what the perfect human would look like. So as we progress and as mutations, change us and stuff like that, species start to diverge,
Well,
right? Because you
well,
said you believe you agree with species.
but we do know what we would like to be, what we would like to look like. You know, I mean, we do have an idea of what would be good to be like.
Well, yeah, those are morphological changes, but those, I mean, as Rev asked you, is it directed? Because natural selection is deterministic. It's not random, but it's I wouldn't say it's guided, of course. It's definitely not a random process. But you agree that speciation has to take place, even with the creationist model, right? Or else, how do we get all these species from Noah's time? So there has to be speciation.
The problem is when the genetic the differences are very different. Then you have to explain why they are so different.
Between species or between organisms?
Yeah, between species or different kinds.
Right,
I mean,
they're biologically reproductive, isolated from each other, right?
Especially different kinds, like between cat and dog and monkey and ape.
Well, just variety itself. I mean, if you have the Noah's Ark and you took two animals, okay, we'll call that a kind, just because you want to account for Joe was talking to Nephilim. He brought up the argument about elephants and how they became mastodons and woolly mammoths and African and Asian elephants. The speciation rate to do that from the two original animals in the Ark, how does that work? That literally in a couple hundred years they had 4 different types of completely different animals located on completely different portions of the planet.
Yeah, either they started out different or else they had variations of the same thing, which is probably would be more likely that there was variations of the same thing.
So these two original kind got together and they had an offspring of a woolly mammoth, and the next time they had an offspring of a mastodon?
Because there was more variations originally than there is, because when it gets thinned out there's less variation, seems to be.
Oh, welcome Ethan, by the way.
Hi Ethan.
Can we check them out, see if they're
He looks pretty young.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll stay here.
Yeah, I wouldn't broadcast what I am.
2 followers.
I don't. Like I said, I don't know how it works. What you call this variation? Because variation to me means something completely different than it does to you. I know, but I'm just saying, how does two kinds from the Noah's Ark account for the hyper rapid speciation that would be needed to make the woolly mammoth, to make the mastodon, to make the huge elephant?
Well, we can observe variations in lizards. It happens pretty rapidly.
Correct.
And
but
if you look at
this isn't 200 years, Jungle. I mean, this was literally in a 100, 200 year span. There's 4 generations of elephants per generation. I mean, per 100 years, about 3 or 4. So literally in like 8 generations, you've had all these different speciations, and they were able to migrate all around the world.
Yeah,
So
if they were,
then they had woolly mammoth, then they had Asian elephant. How does that work for evolution?
if they originated from the same kind, most of the elephants, like the Asian and the pygmy and the African elephant, are probably all related. But when you get into some of the mastodons, I'm not so sure that they would be exactly the same thing.
No, they're related too. They all
Yeah,
seem to be related.
I'd say pretty related. I mean, you can look at the fur and the tusk. I mean, they're different, directionality of the tusk and different types of fur. One's more bristly and more dense. But yeah, we would say that they have common ancestry, sure.
I was thinking of the down-pointing tusks that are more like teeth. I'm not so sure that's exactly the same thing.
So you maybe think that mastodons came from a different animal from the Noah's Ark, from the flood, than an elephant?
Yeah, but I haven't really looked at it closely, so I really shouldn't be saying anything.
Because Nephilim was sure they came from the same kind, yet when we asked him how in 100 years they had 4 different types of completely different species all across the planet, he couldn't account for that, even though that was from Answers in Genesis.
Yeah, well,
Joe did actually.
But then the other problem is you're looking at samples of elephants that could be from before the flood too.
Well, they would all be dead, right?
If they're fossils that were buried in sediment layers, that would be from this flood.
But
so you have to consider that too. I mean, like the frozen ones are probably since the flood. But if they're buried in sediment layers, they are probably from before the flood.
Well, we still have Asian and African elephants today, right?
Yeah, but I don't see the Asian and African elephants being very different, or the pygmy elephant.
They're the Asian elephant is quite a bit smaller than the African elephant.
I know it's different.
Yeah,
I know it's different, but I mean,
the question is, in a couple of years, how do they get that much difference? What provided that genetic variation so much? And the species wasn't like this couple organisms having something that look kind of something different in morphology. We're talking completely, for all practical purposes, different animals that are biologically isolated from each other.
Probably more variety originally.
More genetic diversity.
Right, more genetic diversity. Instead of gaining diversity, we're losing diversity.
Well, that would be that's genomic entropy, which again is based on the fact that there would be a perfect human genome, which nobody's ever said what the perfect human genome would be. What is the entropic decay from this genome that we never know what one would look like? What would be the perfect human besides maybe me or Rev? I mean, obviously look at us, but I mean, other than that, what's the perfect genome?
Steve.
For us, as far as we're concerned, probably somebody that lived before the flood would be more of a perfect genome.
Well, I think the argument for genomic decay was Adam and Eve was the perfect genome.
Yeah, that would be the original human genome. Yeah.
But we don't know what it would entail. What sequences would it be? I mean, there's a specific sequencing in each chromosome that has specific nuclear bases lined up that are called Homo sapien.
Yeah, they would be people probably.
Because even in speciation, we don't have a line of demarcation where we say this is where a human is. This is the first human. There's no ability to do that. We say humans were around this time, that they were created in this period, because it was a gradual process from a divergence of Homo neanderthalis. So when Homo sapiens and Neanderthal broke off, that's in that time period is where humans began. But there's no such thing as a first human, because each species only begets its own species. You can never have a Neanderthal giving birth to a Homo sapien, just like you can never have a Homo sapien giving birth to a Neanderthal. It just wouldn't make sense.
Do you think that's true? Actually, I mean,
yeah.
There's some findings like a few years ago that.
Well, we have Neanderthal DNA. That was interbreeding. Most certainly interbreeding, but they were two different species. At a certain time, they diverged so much that if you took a Neanderthal from 40,000 years ago and brought him all the way to us, we probably wouldn't be able to reproduce with them.
Well, what about a Cro-Magnon From
Well, there's no
40,000
really
years. Yeah, or from however long ago.
The Cro-Magnon taxonomy isn't even used anymore. It's a defunct taxon.
Okay.
So we don't really. They refer to them as early modern humans now, but the term Cro-Magnon was supposed to differentiate between like early modern humans and a little bit further back. But then they've done more research and said, you know what, these are all kind of the same species, and we're not going to even use that term anymore. So it's kind of a defunct term.
Well, man as we know it today from that period of time.
Yeah, I mean, you could just call them Homo sapiens. There wasn't enough genetic diversity or reproductive isolation to call Cro-Magnon a different species. So we just say they're humans now, just the early portion of humans, of Homo sapiens.
But even Neanderthals they were pretty much people the same as we are because
they were humans. They were humans, but they weren't Homo sapiens. Any member of the group Homo is a human.
Yeah, but they were.
An Australopithecus obviously isn't a human.
Well, Neanderthal is pretty. I mean, if we have their DNA, they were humans.
Well, yeah, I mean, we definitely have some Neanderthal DNA. Probably also have Homo erectus DNA too,
but Africans don't have.
Homo habilis and
Africans don't have the Neanderthal DNA though. Not very much of it, anyways. They do.
Right. Europeans, I think, was it Europeans they found tend to have more or less?
Asians, Eurasians.
It's
Eurasians.
It's Caucasians and Asians have like around 3 to 5%. Was the last I read.
Yeah, and the other ones have like what 2% or something.
No, none. Almost none.
It kind of slopes down.
I mean, you have to take into consideration. You can't look at a modern African and say that they are in that same place. Like a modern African is going to have Caucasian and Asian genes.
Right. It's been so much gene flow from other places.
Right.
Populations have right. Back then they didn't travel as much, so populations when they tended to speciate, you can like let's say allopatric speciation when they go like on the sides of mountains or something like that, or go around different areas. They were for all practical purposes different populations completely. They were isolated from each other. They're different tribes. But now, as you said, everybody's kind of so intermingled that I don't think that
the intermingling has happened long time ago.
Oh, thousands.
It started happening a long time ago. It's not like a new thing.
No. But I mean, it still continues to this day.
But they've determined though that the Neanderthal genes originated or came somewhere out of the Caucasian and Asian haplotypes.
Yeah, and Isaiah talks to Jungle all the time. We keep bringing up mitochondrial DNA and mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome A, and they go back 200, 300,000 years that we can show, and there's no possible way the flood or anything else had any influence on that. That is something that science has demonstrated.
That may have been shoddy calculations because there are other calculations that date it back to 6,000 years.
Well, when anthropogenetists are the calculations, they can make anything, but it's not. It's complete bullshit.
Well, I guess you would have to look at their arguments to see if it makes sense or not.
Well, no, I have looked at their arguments. I have. It doesn't make sense, and they make shit up. I've told you that forever. Anthropogenesis is the world's worst site for information. I mean, they are just so bad. It's mockingly bad.
Who?
Well, I mean, you could say that, but still, the evidence is still of a global flood 5,000 years ago, because that's the only history we have.
I think there's evidence of floods everywhere that we don't know what time that they happened.
Yeah, the flooding of the Mesopotamian region is well known. It happens, quite frequently, and I think the Noah Ark and the whole story was just there's all these different flood stories coming together at once.
And that wouldn't account for the amount of sediment that we have on
there's no geologist has ever told you that, and even Judy told you otherwise, and even Fiona's has told you otherwise.
No, you're changing the story because that's exactly how much we have.
There's a uniformitarianism across the planet, and none of it shows a great deluge.
There is just no way that you could prove that all of the Earth was underwater at one point in time. Like, there's just not a way that you can
Geology.
differentiate. Yeah, you can say that, but what I'm telling you is that all of the Earth has probably been underwater at some time.
Yeah, it's not at the same
but
time.
But not necessarily at the same time. Ice ages, for example, will put big tracts of land underwater at certain points in time.
Ice is on top of the sediments. The sediment layers are all water deposited, and they all have signs of being water deposited, and they all have marine fossils in them, and they're over a mile deep, and they're one after the other, one on top of each other.
So
everywhere around the world. And that can only be explained by a global flood. It's 100 million cubic miles.
That's what Nephilim's told you, but I yet have seen any evidence to
this is what I
whatsoever.
This is what I found out myself.
That's Nephilim's what he keeps on saying is true, and you just keep saying repeating it.
This is what I found.
Nobody told over and over again doesn't make it true.
Nobody told me about this. This is what I found out on my own.
Okay, well, where did you find that out?
Well, if you measure if you take the square mile area, the square mile areas of the continents is about 90 million square miles or something like that. And if you or is it I think it's 60. It's 60, and then you add the depth to it, which is 1.5 miles deep, average around the world, comes up to about 90,000.
Wait, where are you
90
getting
million.
Deep? Where are you getting
90
that
million. That's the average depth of the sediment layers around the world.
Where are you getting that information at?
Well, I'm sure you could get it anywhere. But
where are you getting it is what I'm asking.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying is that would come out to about 90 million cubic miles of consecutive layers of water deposited sediments. So I used to go around saying it was 90 million cubic mile. That was my estimate. And then I ran some geologists. He said, no, it's 134 or something like that million cubic mile. But that includes also the areas around the continents that are submerged that consist of sediment layers too. So that's not, it's not in the deep oceans. It's just the areas near the continents where that are shelves, whatever.
You do understand that the continents aren't fixed, right? That they've drifted over time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm still. Where did you get the information you have about the sediment layers being that thick?
Well, if you look at the Grand Canyon, it's over 1 mile deep.
Yeah, and there's multiple layers.
That's basically the same story everywhere around the world, to different varying degrees. Some places it's 2 miles deep.
According to who?
According to whoever measured the thickness or whatever it was.
Not by credible science.
It doesn't bother me.
It is deep, but it shows multiple layers, not a single thick layer.
Because they're consecutive layers. They have to be multiple layers.
Well, of course they're consecutive. That it would have to be, but it doesn't show a single layer like you're positing that's very, very thick.
No, I didn't posit a single layer. I'm saying that there was a global flood that shifted all the sediments and made consecutive layers everywhere around the world.
Well, if it was a single flood, it would be a single layer.
No.
When a cemetery comes in, it lays it down, it washes out, lays another one down. It's a continual process. So if you just had one flood, Jungle, it wouldn't have the distribution of cemetery layers. It wouldn't have the fossils the way we see them.
That would be a single layer. It wouldn't be.
It'd be one big layer of sediment, I guess, wouldn't it?
But the problem is that you can't have deep time between the layers like they claim there are. There's 400
try that
million.
again.
No, they claim there's 400 million years between one layer and another layer.
Deal.
I don't think they do that.
I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think it's
they
that.
do. Well,
No.
it
I mean,
varies. It's 200 million years, 400 million years, and when 50 million years would have washed all the sediments in the ocean, there wouldn't be no consecutive layers of sediment on land. They would all be in the ocean.
So every layer is subject to washing away into the ocean?
Yeah, at the current rate of erosion, they would all be in the ocean in 50 million years.
No.
The estimates vary. Yeah, the creationists say 34 million years, and the other estimates range from 50 million years to 100 million years.
What do you?
Well, if you're going to a creationist site for geological science, that's your first mistake.
No, but you just missed what I just said. I said the estimates range from 34 million to 100 million.
Estimates from bad scientists.
No.
Which are.
That's from your most liberal estimate is 100 million years would have washed all the sediments in the ocean.
No. Because first off, they wouldn't think that all sediments would be washed off. Some of them get fixed. Quite a few of them get fixed.
No, you don't know what a million years is. You don't know what 100 million years is.
Well, I have not personally experienced a million years or 100 million years, if that's what you're asking, but that's kind of irrelevant.
No, but if you take the current rate of erosion and add them up, that's what comes out to.
Well, but John, you don't think they get compactified over a period of time, and that wouldn't get washed away?
Well, it only would get washed away if it was like below the sea level.
Well, no, it can also you've heard of sedimentary rock, right?
Well, that's what's being eroded, though. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if it's rock or what it is. It's still not going to be there in 50 million years.
Because sand erodes at a different rate than sedimentary rock, and sedimentary rock erodes at a different rate than metamorphic rock.
Right. But at the current rates of erosion, that's what the
current rates of erosion of what?
How long does it take for logic to rot away? Is what I want to know.
Well, I mean, you want to consider your evidence, or you don't want to consider the evidence?
Well, the first thing I want to consider is the source of the evidence and the impartiality of the evidence.
The source is geology itself.
No,
that's the
it's
source.
not, because you're not going to geologists. You're going to creationists.
No, I didn't say geologist. I said geology. That is the evidence.
And unless you are a geologist, you have to go to geologists to understand geology.
Well, a geologist can't explain 100 million cubic miles of consecutive layers of water deposited sediments around the world with fossils in them.
And now first off, they don't claim that it is there, and there's no evidence that it is there.
800 million miles, not 100 million miles deep, right?
100 million cubic miles of water deposited sediment, or cubic miles.
In a single layer.
Not a single layer. There's no layer that's a mile. There's no single layer that's a mile deep. It's the Grand Canyon is many, many layers a mile deep.
Many, many layers, correct, and that shows that there's multiple flood events, multiple sedimentary.
Oh, so you think there was that many floods?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
Because
now I don't think there were that many global floods.
Because it doesn't make sense, because there's no time between the layers. You can't have any time between.
What do you mean by there's no time between the layers?
Because there's no erosion. There's no erosion between the layers.
Wait, hold on. Before you go any further than that, no erosion between the layers. So if for some reason
in many places,
hold on. If say we have a flood event that puts in, say 15 inches of sedimentary deposit, and the next time a flood comes through, it deposits say 10 inches of sedimentary layer. Now, in between those two floods, there had been enough washed away that the original sedimentary layer was down to 10 inches instead of 15. Are you saying that that's evidence that there was no erosion?
You don't have flat erosion. There's no such thing as flat erosion.
Yeah, what do you know? I mean, really, what do you know? Think about what the hell do you think you know that you're telling me?
My question always been a jungle is how did this big flood, and it's all turbulent flow, lay different sedimentary layers down of different actual particulates, quartz and feldspar and shale formation. How did one flood literally separate all these components at different places in the entire world?
It just shifted existing sediments that were already there.
That's not what I'm asking, though. Different sedimentary layers consist of different particulates.
Yeah, because they came from
turbulent
different
flow
places.
just magically put one thing. No, it'd be a global flood.
It's one on top of the other. There's one on top of the other.
But a single flood wouldn't do that. It would compactify.
Only a flood would do that.
No,
nothing else would.
Well,
nothing
yes,
else
a flood
would do that.
However, not a single flood. A single flood would put down a single layer.
Well, it came in. It came in tsunamis, and the single flood came in tsunamis. It was one, and the water rose and then fell, and rose and then fell.
That wouldn't work that way. I mean,
in which case, that wouldn't be a single flood.
But
it wouldn't be a single flood. Exactly. You mean if you're saying that
within a year's
gone
time,
and there was no flood at that area? Because as long as there's water there,
within 6 months' time, within 6 months' time, within a year's time.
Do you think the flood laid sedimentary layers on its way up? Like let's just keep it's building a fucking pyramid. Like let's keep leaving sedimentary layers upward as we're flooding the world.
Right.
Kind of like a shoreline leaves sedimentary. Right.
Except it wasn't a pyramid. It didn't leave a pyramid. It left miles and miles and miles of sediment in every direction.
I'm just asking a question: whether it could be additive instead of subtractive.
It was added. I mean, if it was subtracted, there would be signs that it was subtracted from erosion, but there's not a lot of erosion between the layers.
Think of this turbulent flow wouldn't itself erode?
Well, it's basically it dematerialized all the land areas and just basically shifted all the sediments over whichever direction the current was going. That's the way, and it did it in like waves because there's footprints in some of the layers, or many of the layers. There's footprints.
Footprints of what?
Humans, dinosaurs, animals, birds, all kind of
Wait, are you saying that dinosaurs lived with humans?
Well, everything was buried in the same flood 5,000 years ago.
So you are saying dinosaurs lived with humans?
5,000 years ago, yeah.
Wow.
Why don't we ever see human fossils or
it was
bones
a different
next to dinosaur fossils or bones?
Well, you haven't seen everything there is to see in the fossil.
How come we have never found that? That would be a pure falsification of.
Well, you would have to assume that the geologists that find the bones are being honest, and then you would have to be able to see everything there is and categorize them in exact layers they're found.
Well, no, I mean, it's very simple there. I mean, show me a dinosaur bone embedded next to a human bone, and that would falsify deep time. Well, and we never find that.
And a human footprint and a dinosaur footprint would falsify.
And we've never found that.
Well, they have, but I mean,
no, they haven't.
They found.
If you're talking about the Biloxi tracks, then that's not a human footprint.
No, he's talking about things like Carl Baugh has, where
that's the Biloxi tracks.
That's not the only place. That's not the only place human footprints are found.
Those have been explained away. And
that's not the well. Yeah, people deny it. That's
because it's not about denial, Junger.
And they can make they can make fake samples of it too.
And that's what the peer review process is for.
Well, and it doesn't prove that
when you have experts going in and saying these are not genuine footprints, or these have been modified, or there's been hoax going on with the Flux River. That's the experts, and you have 99.7% of all these experts saying it's
Okay,
complete
so how do you
crap.
know?
You have a 0.3% that you're latching on to, as this, hey, there's a couple people out there that are making the claims,
How
yet
do you
it's been
know?
disproven by actual science. It's
How do
utterly
you know?
disproven.
How did
Well,
you know that somebody didn't make a false, fake, a
oh,
fake sample just to
let me
disprove
this.
the evidence?
Well, the fake
Let me
sample.
this. Then there are layers called the corresponding to what geological eras called the Permian and the Triassic. On the Permian, the lower side, you have things like giant insects, and on the Triassic side, on the other hand, you have no more giant insects, but giant lizards or giant reptiles, right?
Yeah, and same thing with the, like we explained the KT boundary, where you only find certain things below the KT boundary and certain things above it, and no flood's going to lay down those types of stratification and the iridium layer. It's not even physically possible.
Well, from what I understand, they're not in exact order they're supposed to be in all the time. That there's mammals mixed in with dinosaurs.
Well, there were mammals in the.
There was living. Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a minute. There were mammals living at the time of dinosaurs. I don't think anybody questions that.
Yeah, but there weren't dinosaurs living at the time of the Permian, right? So
I know that the Laetoli footprints are in layers that are older than what humans are supposed to be.
There's no human footprints in the older layers that wouldn't, I would say, were artificially put there or later after the fact, post hoc, to have people come in as a tourist trap.
No, it's a secular scientist that found the Laetoli footprints. They're just trying to explain it away with Lucy or something.
What?
So
they're human. They're human.
No, Lucy was 3 million years ago.
Yeah, and Lucy was an Australopithecus. She wasn't even human. I would say that the TARDIS would be a better explanation.
Right, but they're human. They're human footprints. The Laetoli footprints are human footprints, and there's child footprints in the adult footprints inside the footprints.
Hold on. Before you go
stepping inside the adult footprints. Was that?
What are you talking about here?
Laetoli footprints, human footprints.
The what? What'd you call them? What footprints?
Laetoli.
Was it the Silurian or Devonian?
In Africa. In Africa, the Laetoli footprints in Africa.
He's got me on that one. I've never heard of that one before.
I've never heard of those either. So
it was in the same. It's the same general area as they found Lucy. As a matter of fact, it seems to me they made up Lucy just to try to explain away the.
No, because they would have made Lucy human if they did that. Why would they make? Why would they specifically name Lucy Australopithecus erfaunus?
They gave Lucy human footprints. I mean, human feet.
I think it was
she doesn't have human feet.
Right, she doesn't have human feet.
I know she doesn't have human feet, but they if you go to the museum, Lucy has human feet.
No, she doesn't. No.
I mean,
no, you're really bad at faking shit then. Yeah, she doesn't.
Well, unless they changed it, unless they corrected it.
And Devonian.
Unless they corrected
it. And the Devonian, I think it's when, we'll say that things migrated onto land. And so you have some kind of demarcation point where you find only, sea layer fossils in those geologic eras, and things that were on land, on the other hand, they don't have animal fossils there.
But the marine fossils are found throughout the layers, pretty much.
Yeah.
With possibly some exceptions, but I mean the topmost layers, they're not the topmost layers, but they're found throughout the other layers.
Why are the marine fossils so much older than the land fossils?
I don't know, but they're found throughout the layers, and makes sense that there was marine fossils because they're water deposited sediments.
Right, but why did the land fossils, start so much later?
They're mixed in pretty much with the land animals. The marine fossils and the land animals are pretty much mixed up.
I dare say they are not.
Thanks, Rev.
I know for a fact that there are some examples of marine fossils with land animals, and they're found throughout. But I don't know if people deny that they're in every layer with every land animal.
Yeah, thanks, Rev. I've never heard of these before, but but it's Palestine hominids.
Yeah.
So it was the first time they saw, yeah, like bipedalism from a plantigrade. So which was Australopithecus, which would be, obviously Lucy would fall into that, but they were clearly not
the
Homo sapien footprints.
The Laetoli footprints.
Yeah, they clearly were not Homo sapien footprints. They were hominid, and they were bipedal, obviously. But why would they have to come up with an Australopithecus aerophanes to show this when they were not human footprints they needed to rationalize away anyways?
They're human footprints, though.
No, they're not. They don't even look like human footprints.
Jungle, do you have side chat, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay, check out the 2 links I put in there so that you can get reference.
Yeah. Well, I should say Homo sapien. They were hominids. Okay, so I mean, but that's not human though. That's Australopithecus.
It's pretty apparent that everyone thinks you're full of shit in the room, right, Jungle? And I don't know if you believe.
Wait, Mike. We love Jungle.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying that you're calling some bullshit, and we all know you're calling some bullshit. So I think Jungle kind of owes it to us, right, to explain how he isn't full of shit.
I'd also ask about mosasaur and plesiosaur and ichthyosaur fossils as opposed to whale fossils, and why they are found in the layers they're found in, as opposed to
those are like sea monsters, aren't they?
I was actually going to ask Steve.
They're like Loch Ness.
Do you think that it's possible that humans saw plesiosaurs?
No.
No, plesiosaurs were long. Homo sapiens were a couple 100,000 years ago to the formation a few million years ago from the first hominids. But
so do you think that they just found So do you think that they just found their fossils and then got ideas from that then?
They have found fossils.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they found. I'm sure back in Mesopotamia they found fossils. They probably didn't know what was going on, but I'm sure they've found fossils.
They would have had no idea there were sea creatures.
Yeah,
that would have been kind of hard to reconstruct something like that.
By the way, Mike, I'm trying to get your friend in here, but he's just whistling out, and I'm like, we're offering him a forum here for him to come, do his 1-minute spiel and. Wants us to go to his thing, and I'm like, no, you're burning a proof to make the case,
Yeah, I know.
And I'm not going to go trace you down to explain to you these things,
Yeah, he's all talk. He's pussing out. He's a bitch.
Yeah,
he has a forum right here. We got a whole bunch of different, eclectic people here from various walks of life.
Yeah, and I just point of moderation. We do have a full room too, so any non-talkers, if you want to leave,
Yeah, well, if he messages me and you try to get in, I'll make a note of that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just went to church today. It was really fun.
That's great, buddy.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave, actually, so other people come in.
Thanks, Will.
You're quite welcome, man.
Thanks, William.
All right. Goodbye.
God bless you, buddy.
Yeah, it would be funny. It's funny, Mike. I would think that this guy would be loving to come in here and do his one.
No, he's so sure about it. But I think what it is, he wants to be able to have control.
Yeah.
Right. And
that's the only thing. He wants control.
Who's wanting to come in?
The flat earther.
No, he's not flat earther. He's essentially just against evolutionary biology. But I've read what he had to say on his compors, and he's conflating a lot of different things.
Well, yeah, it's all talk, no walk here. I mean, dude, you got to.
That's why I love Jungle.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Go ahead.
Jungle come in here and God bless him. We trounce on him all the time, but he still has the cojones to come in here and say it. I respect him immensely. That's why I get along with him. And
And
he's
he's
got some
respectful.
balls. Oh yeah,
And
well
he's
Jungle's awesome.
respectful of us, so we're respectful of him. And I appreciate it.
I got along with Jungle the first time I met him. I thought it was batshit crazy. No offense, Jungle, but I mean I liked him, and we just I have respect for him. He doesn't pussy out like this other guy did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's nothing to be afraid of. Truth rules.
Truth shall set you free.
The humorous part about that is we're in full agreement on that.
Right, exactly. That's why I'm saying it, because we can agree about it, and it's true.
I don't like it when it gets into the geology because that's not something I really know much about. I mean, I anything beyond metamorphic, and sedimentary and igneous rock. I'm pretty well kind of lost. I mean,
I've got a pretty good cursory knowledge on that.
So I leave that to you, Van. I mean, I have to kind of dip out. I mean, I have obviously a basic understanding, but you're far more well versed, and I think this discussion is for you.
Well, everybody should know about this, and that's seems like I'm saying things that people know nothing about.
No, I think most people know about it. They just disagree with you because there's no scientific evidence to support what you're saying. I think you get a lot of information third party, and you just kind of take it and run with it rather than going to validate, is this actually correct information?
I think you'd be surprised to find out that there's more than 100 million cubic miles of water-deposited sediments everywhere around the world with fossils.
I don't think we'd be surprised at all about that.
I'm fine with this. Yeah, that's the key right there. I believe there's a lot of sedimentary layers out there, but
okay,
I cannot in my wildest imagination see how they're laid down with one flood.
Well, they had to been laid down in the same general time period.
Why?
Like in a year.
Why?
Because there's little erosion or no erosion between the layers in many places.
No, hold on. You gotta stop right there because the only thing you see is at the point when the next layer was deposited upon it. So whatever erosion happened before that,
right.
You have no evidence.
If no time elapsed between the deposition of layers.
Well, even if there was time elapsed between them, there's erosion doesn't happen at a consistent rate. First off, it happens in spits and spurts. So, and then second, you don't know how long in between. Hold on. Second, it is uneven. It's very much so uneven. And the second thing there is you don't know how much was set down initially and how much has been eroded away.
But it won't erode flat, though. That's the thing.
Why wouldn't it?
Because it erodes uneven.
Well, first off, it's not eroded flat. It's eroded regularly, but not flat.
Well, the sediment layers are flat, pretty much flat. Horizontal consecutive.
They're pretty close to that, yeah, but not perfectly flat.
No, not perfectly flat.
And you would expect it to be, and you would expect it to be that.
Yeah, in a consecutive layer deposition of layers. Yeah.
Right. That's what you would expect in deep time models.
I have a picture I could show. I don't know if I can show you right now, but there's a picture of the rock desert in somewhere in Iraq or someplace. It shows you look down, straight down from above, and you see all kinds of swirls and stuff like it was a pond of mud with different color sediments all swirled around, but it's actually a rock, what they call a rock desert. And it looks exactly like it was the result of a global flood, just from looking straight down.
Hold on, you got to back up there. You can't say it looks like a global flood because this one little area looks like that. You could say that one little area looks like it's a deposit of a flood.
It's a huge.
Area, you can't say a global flood.
It's a huge area. Yeah, it's one area.
It might be a huge flood, but looking at that area, you can't say global.
Yeah, but this is what the ground looks like without any soil or vegetation on it. When you stripped all that away, you'll see all these rock swirls and stuff like that.
Which is what you would expect from a depositional layer. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's it's interesting to me, but I guess it'd be a problem for you if it's the result of a global flood. It's not a problem
Well,
to me.
that doesn't even make any sense.
I mean, I'm seeing all these interesting things and say, hey, this is neat, but it turns out to be a problem for anybody that doesn't believe in a global flood.
Why would no? I mean, that again, that doesn't make any sense. You've made a jump that doesn't follow.
Because it's consistent with a global flood.
No, it's consistent with a local flood, because that's all you can see there is a local area.
Well, I mean, if you have to add everything together, you have to take the whole thing as one. You know,
Why do you have to take the whole thing as one?
With dinosaurs, the most well-preserved dinosaur that drowned is proven to have drowned. That's interesting to me. I say, well, that's neat.
Hold on.
He drowned.
How do you
obviously,
say that it was proven to be drowned? How do you say that?
The scientists said that because they had
how
mud,
did they say that?
They had sediment in the lungs.
What?
It's the most well-preserved dinosaur ever found that had sediment in the lungs.
I got to say again, what?
That's how they determined that it had drowned.
If they ever find a dinosaur's lungs,
well, you have to take that up with them.
A dinosaur's lungs?
I mean, am I the only one that reads all this stuff, this interesting stuff?
I read all sorts of stuff, but I've never heard of them ever finding dinosaurs' lungs.
Discoveries that come out. Am I the only one that reads this stuff?
If you'd like to share a link to them finding dinosaur lungs, I would love to see it.
It was in a museum in Texas somewhere. It was a grand opening or something, and it might still be there in that museum, whichever one it was.
Okay, well, if you can provide me any sort of link to that, because they've never found dinosaur lungs.
No,
dinosaur lungs?
No.
Well, I mean, they're the ones that said it. It wasn't me. They're the ones that determined it had drowned.
Okay.
Which is, it seems strange to me.
I'm sure there's some ways they can do it, but you're putting forth.
But that's what the reason.
The evidence that you're putting forth that it drowned is, I got to call BS. You're gonna have to put a link.
No, they're the ones that said it drowned.
Who did?
The scientists that were working on it. The ones that may set it up in the museum or whatever it was in
Okay,
Texas.
I'm gonna have to see a link to this, or I'm gonna have to call you full of it.
You can call me whatever you want. It doesn't bother me. It bothers you, so I think you should check it out.
What's the point being shown that a dinosaur drowned?
Well, the point there was that
he found
there was dinosaur lungs that proved it, and no, they've never found dinosaur lungs.
Proved what?
To prove that dinosaurs drowned.
Someone even found a frozen dinosaur recently.
Right.
Frozen dinosaur.
A frozen dinosaur?
Yeah.
Okay, yet again, I'm going to have to call BS.
I'd have to, I want to hear more about it, but I heard there was a frozen dinosaur.
Okay, feel free to share a link.
No, I'm hearing this stuff from what's ever being published out there.
I got a link to a blog about fucking jungle. He's fucking.
I know of studies where they found like rib cages, and they can tell by the way the homology is of the rib cage that they had. Like
a pterodactyl that's sucking on fucking jungle's dick, and I got a fucking.
It doesn't.
You claiming that they found lungs unfossilized and not just interpreted the data from the way the rib cage is set.
That's not my claim. That's what the report said.
Well, when you say that though, you need to find that report. I mean, you can't just throw it out there and say this is what they said.
Because it sounds just blatantly untrue.
I mean, I read it. It said the most well-preserved dinosaur ever found was proved to have drowned because it had sediment in its lungs. So that's what.
No way we found
the first thing I'm going to say there is that they've never found a preserved dinosaur.
They found it fossilized.
Yes,
it's fossilized. The dinosaurs are fossilized.
Who didn't find
put
it?
Together.
Who didn't find it?
Frozen dinosaur. What? Even in Ice Age 2?
No, they didn't say it was Ice Age 2. No, I mean,
if you're going to make these just wild out there claims. You got to have something to back them up.
I don't even know what I would look up for this, man. Oh my god, I hate freaking having to sit up and.
I mean, again,
I got to do his what he claims.
Don't do it, Cliff. Don't do it.
They don't hurt my. That's consistent with what I believe. It doesn't hurt.
Well, obviously, it's consistent with what you believe,
You're
but you have no
regretting
proof
it.
of this.
Maybe
Right
not
now,
now.
it's just as though you're pulling it out of your butt.
Maybe you'll regret it, Cliff. Maybe not now.
I'm going to
Maybe
link.
not in the near future, but eventually you will regret looking it up.
And Simon, I'm going to link you to Jungle's. It's the 3D model of him fucking a pterodactyl in the mouth. I'm going to link it.
Is that special kind of?
The only thing I can possibly find.
This is why I don't show my
Genesis.
face. This is why I wear sunglasses. I don't show my face, and I don't dance in the street. I haven't danced in the street yet. Anyway.
Really? Have you not heard David Bowie and Mick Jagger's song?
Mick Jagger.
What about
Oh,
you?
God.
You didn't see G-Man and Veckel dancing in the street?
No, I haven't watched
You guys
it yet.
didn't see
no.
that?
I haven't watched it yet.
Skylar made a video of it, but he put different music to it.
You know, here's something interesting, Jungle.
That's
Maybe
cool.
you can
I'm
clarify
a
this
good
for me.
mover.
I'm actually at Answers in Genesis, okay, and one of the references they actually give is this, and I'll give you the whole page. It's
That's
called
an
"What Really
oxymoron.
Happened to the Dinosaurs." Okay, I don't know if they're talking about all of them, sauropods, or what the hell. But I mean, if you look at that's from that page. That's the one of the references they give. That's citation number 43, taken exactly from that page. They're using saying, for example, reptiles drowned in a flash flood 200 million years ago, and they say, according to the interpretation put on the reptile fossil discovery, how does it help their case for a young Earth? If they're using a citation that's recognizing that it's 200 million years ago.
Did it drown? But that's the assumption that it was 2 million years ago.
Well, but they're using it to show as evidence that dinosaurs could have drowned in the flood. But how could you use something that would be obviously untrue to Answers in Genesis to support a different type of truism? I mean, it doesn't make sense to use scientific evidence that.
So it did drown. It did drown then.
But how do they know that? If the evidence is already obviously wrong, because it couldn't have been 200 million years ago, because it was only 6,000 years ago. So how could they use that as evidence if the page themselves would obviously be wrong? How could you cite a source that is wrong just to make a claim that something else is right?
Well, I think they're citing it to show that a dinosaur drowned. Where is it?
200 million years ago.
Yeah, pretext upon pretext. Yeah, they're not looking at the whole sentence there.
Yeah, they would just be using it to show that it had drowned. And
how do they know it had drowned? Obviously, what I'm saying is that report would have to be wrong. So if it's wrong, why would they use it?
I don't know, but I know they just about anything they find, they almost always say it drowned. They almost always say it drowned.
If I'm using scientific evidence that says something happened 200 million years ago to support my claim that all of it happened 6,000 years ago, you don't see a contradiction there. You don't see a slight problem?
Yeah, but they
am I making sense here?
They used funny dating to get the millions of years.
Then why use the paper if it doesn't really support their argument? Because the paper is saying 200 million years.
The problem here, Steve, is you're making too much sense, right? This is the problem.
My point is basically,
if you could just reduce the amount of sense that you're actually putting out there, we'd all appreciate it very much.
As a bit of a side note, that Lubbock quarry I've been to, I grew up in Lubbock. And it's pretty cool.
They've had a lot of. I mean, that's one of the most prolific areas they're finding fossils.
Yeah, but they're in the Cap Rock area. It's really
also,
cool.
Just also to point out that it's exposure to oxygen, which increases the decay, and of course, when something falls in water, it has a reduced amount of oxygen.
Yeah.
Steve, the weird thing is that when we're concurrent and we're living in contemporary lives, we're very focused on the immediate time after time. And when you're referring to 200 and something million years, like you don't actually have a fucking clue what you're talking about, Asma. What the hell?
And yet it's more than 7,000. By the way,
200 million years, that's an awful lot of years.
Reliable. It's just very, it's upwards of 90, I would say even 99%, but I mean, we use it in addition to other things, and the consilience of them all together. That's what makes it. We say, okay, well, we have all these different independent things saying the same time period. the odds of that happening would be infinitesimal.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Thank you.
But you know that
I don't say anything's 100% in science. Cliff does. I don't. We differ. We had a battle on that the other day, and I differed.
You know that if you stacked up the whole fossil record, it would be like miles high, right? The whole supposed fossil record, the geological times.
3 inches high, then, if it was.
You're talking about the geographic column.
Yeah, the geographic column.
I don't think anybody claims there's a single geographic column anywhere on the planet that is contiguous.
But if
I
you
don't think anybody makes that claim.
But if you stack them all up, they'd be like miles high.
Probably.
I think this other.
This doesn't make any sense at all.
This other and this other guy is not you, Jungle, but this other guy we've been trying to get into come to the room. I think he's mentally ill or something.
It's not Nephilim. It's not Nephilim.
Well, he just wrote me. He says, "No, you just want to come to my house and tell me to leave my house and leave you two where I happen to be busy to come talk to your little group." I'm like, he's the one that made the challenge.
Who is this? Who made the challenge?
I was just letting them know what you said, Mike.
We're too intimidated. Yeah. Apparently, we're all intimidated to go to his room.
Is this like Armored Christian or someone?
Who made the challenge?
No, this guy's name is Eric Jewell, and he's made this claim that he can refute evolution in 60 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Bring noise.
It might take a little bit more than that, at least to convince people. I mean,
yeah, it's not difficult though, is it?
I mean, I could give a big spiel, but I don't know if it'd convince anybody.
Well, I can give a short spiel.
It isn't so, yeah.
Yeah, all this guy's got is...
I got so excited, Mike, damn you. You're on my shit list today.
Trying, man.
G's on my shit list too, and I gotta find him when G comes in.
I can't help that this guy's a pussy. I can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if he just wants other people in his room, he's probably just on a fucking ego trip. Sorry.
Yeah, he says, I'll take every one of you down in 60 seconds. I'm like, well, Naughty here's going to give you airtime. I mean, I don't know how people are watching. Just a couple.
Yeah,
I'm like, come on in and let him do his spiel. I'm like, this is like free publicity for his fucking channel.
Yeah, I keep telling him, you keep making this, we're intimidated to come on in.
Yeah, I mean, how many freaking subs does the guy have? He probably doesn't have as many as Nadia. Sorry, Simon. Keep cutting
Nine.
Well,
Actually,
9.
I'm just thinking about
and we even lost some of our more heavy hitters like Cliff and Joe, who would love these kind of topics. Obviously we got Van in here and a few other people, but I mean, I don't know what he'd be so intimidated about. He's in 60 seconds he's going to destroy the most well substantiated scientific theory in all of human history. I'm down for that. I want to hear this. I'm not even stealing from him. It's that good. I'll publish. I'll take it right now. I'll publish it.
Steve, it's easy. All right. I'll put it to you this way. Darwin had a beard.
That's it.
You wear a hat too.
Damn it! All this time I've been so wrong.
I'd also like to point out.
Wait, I got a beard. That's evolution. Then.
Schrodinger also had a beard. Okay. And a cat.
Don't be dissing on Schroeder, man.
I'm just saying. I mean, do we even know what the cat's name was? We don't. What kind of theory is that? That's bollocks, right?
Oh wow, that's a good question. What is the cat? It was never named. You know what? They should have made it a dog.
Every time I pick up a stray cat and fuck her, I don't always ask for a name.
I still got people think that all they did was the thought experiment was just taking a cat and sticking it in a box. That's all they know about it, which is a little they don't mention the radioactive metric source. They don't mention the quantum deterministic or indeterminability. They don't mention any of this. What the experiment was about in thought. They just know that somebody put a cat in a box and said you can't see it. Is it alive or dead? I'm like, that is not how it works.
Charles,
that's quite interesting actually, because I think I may have been doing the experiment wrong all these years. Because what I've been doing is killing the cat. What I've been doing is killing the cat first before putting it in the box.
Oh, but see, then you've collapsed the quantum wave function and you already made a determination.
Well, I just thought it should work. If it works
you are
one
quantum
way,
fail, my
right?
friend.
I'm just saying the cat could be alive, right? That's all I'm saying.
So it came back from the dead. You know what? If you killed a cat and it came back from the dead, you would have solved a bigger problem than quantum indeterminability or indeterminism.
I thought that's what the book was
Can't
about.
tell whether it's alive or dead, then killing it doesn't make any difference.
Well, I heard
right?
it screeching, inside the box. So I'm like, fucker's alive. Clearly.
Yeah, this guy's not coming in. So I'm sorry.
I know. I already told him, hey, it's fine, whatever. I'm not gonna go fucking chase him.
Well, Steve, here's a suggestion. If the guy has his own room going on, try and send in Cliff and Joe and just
No,
have
he
them
doesn't
destroy
have his
him.
own room, Brev. He just has a video. He wants to have like a, on his video wants to, written.
Oh,
I'm
a
like,
comment
no,
okay.
Thank you.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't have time for that right now. I don't even do that much commenting anymore as it is. I'm spending more time in my own hangouts and talking to people verbally because I just find it to be far more effective and quicker than having to wait for a response from a video.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Steve, you're so quaint. This verbal.
Mike's been following me around for days. It's been great. There's like a little follower of mine, like a little minion.
Fuck you. A minion.
Mike was so mad at me the other day because, I guess for like a half hour, he'd be like, "Fuck, Steve, give me the URL. Steve, what the fuck is a Google Hangout?
You know
Steve,
why?
goddamn it, I swear to God, I'm gonna find you. I know whether you fucking live. Give me the Hangout."
You know
He
why?
goes in and he's
We
like,
had
"Hey, what's
JoJo
up?"
in the room. We had JoJo in the room, and boy, some of the shit he was talking, and
Josiah.
I just wanted at him.
Jojo was a man who thought he was a woman, and you came into a transsexual room about Nadia.
No, I mean, he actually challenged Redline to a presuppositionist debate, and Redline's like, "Okay, go for it." It lasted about 30 seconds, and he's like, "You know what? Get your shit together. Come to my channel, Red's Rhetoric, aka Redline." And he's like, "And we'll do a more formal type debate." He's like, "Because you don't even know the beginning of these precept things, because it was bad. It was the worst precept I've ever heard."
You listened to it?
Yeah, well, he ran it on me a few days earlier, and so I was familiar with his that lack of knowledge on it. And
He did another one, just the two of them. They did another.
Oh, they did another one.
Yeah, go to Red's.
They did about 18 minutes.
Oh, so he did take him up on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he killed him. Red's killed him.
Well, I had no doubt about that, but I mean,
Well,
it
basically
is on his channel right now.
Can you back anything you have to say up with any evidence? No. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Well, it wasn't even that. He was just he was talking about can you valid your senses can you how do you know your senses are valid? And he went to that type of precept, and we were explaining to him why we validate our senses, how we validate our senses, and we even said, well, we do visual acuity test. Dragnaut said, I go to the eye doctor, I have a visual acuity test, and this guy's like, what's a visual acuity test? And we're like, an eye exam, I'm blind and now I'm not, so we do have a validation of our senses.
What's
so bad about that?
Bullshit artist, Steve. You're such a fucking...
Have another beer, bitch.
The one that grabs the fucking girth of your dick. You don't think your skull is
You haven't
flat?
peed in like 4 hours, man. Go. He's gonna wake up with this.
He's got a cup.
Mess.
He's got a cup that he pisses in.
Oh,
I always love
recycled beer.
Precept on me.
Well, it is true though
all
that
over himself.
it is true though that the problem of hard solipsism can't be solved though, right?
Well, but this kid actually said he solved it.
Yeah, and so is Arcane.
Yeah, Arcane Logos. Oh, he posted something to Isaiah, or he posted something Isaiah copied to me, and it was it was two premises and a conclusion, and I'm like, what? Yeah, I don't think he really grasped.
You skipped
the
a few
whole
steps here.
ontological arguments here. Basically, it boils down to precept 1, God exists. Precept 2, see precept 1. It's like,
For hard solipsism, you would have to have, like, you guys are all products of my mind, therefore subconsciously I have to be producing you, and you're speaking in some most outlandish shit, which makes me feel like I've got a lot of coordination, right?
Well, we are a product of your subconscious, but I'm only going to tell you this once, and you're going to forget it when you're sober, so we're okay.
Right.
JoJo has easy.
Sorry,
button.
guys, I had to tell him the truth, man. After all these years, he's got to know we don't exist.
Wittgenstein cleared up hard solipsism. He cleared it up already. Wittgenstein did. If you guys are all stuck on the hard solipsism problem, you haven't read enough Wittgenstein because you can't doubt the things that you know you also can't doubt.
and that means the point of somebody else's mind. The mere fact we have dialogue proves that there is no hard solipsism, unless you're already believing that your mind also knows everything that it doesn't know.
Well, I'll just say that Wittgenstein was a boozy Schwein who just schlossed his Schlegel.
And his butter in a rump of
By the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. Testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses, you can establish a fact.
Are you talking about in court now?
All I know is jungle.
No, and to establish a fact, just to establish a fact, you can. If you have 2 or 3 witnesses, you can establish a fact.
No, but okay.
Independent. Well, it's 2 independent witnesses.
What's your evidence for that?
I don't give a shit, but he's my attorney, so listen to him.
No, but in other words, if 2 people witness the same thing, or 2 or 3 people witness the same thing, you can establish that it was true because you have 2 people that confirm what happened, have a confirmation of what happened.
Room read Wittgenstein, right? I bet
It's a mass delusion.
There's a couple of problems with that, which is there are some modern day examples where masses of people have believed miracles have happened.
Yeah, but that's a little bit sketchy though. There's not a whole lot
really.
of proof of that. I mean, the Portuguese, witnesses, the thing.
Mass sighting in Portugal. Yeah.
I was thinking of Sai Baba, but I guess it also applies to the resurrection as well.
Yeah, but I mean that's hard to prove because it's a story that spread and was embellished or whatever.
Yeah, hey man, if you're going to be my attorney, you got to start arguing for this shit also. I don't just going to defend it.
It's too far away. It's too far away. I mean, if there's somebody right in front of you, 2 or 3 witnesses right in front of you that witness the same thing, they can prove it happened.
So miracles. So Sai Baba did actually do miracles. He did cure people of illnesses, and he did produce gems and money
I'm not familiar with Sai Baba, and it doesn't sound very true.
Eyewitness testimony is the worst type of evidence in a trial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but whatever. My client says this, and you say he didn't say that, so fuck you, Your Honor.
No, but if they agree, if he can get people to agree, or if people do agree, then it's...
It doesn't matter how many people agree. Eyewitness testimony is still the worst type of evidence in a trial.
Well, can't be the worst. I mean,
it is the worst.
Well, then observed scientific consensus is bullshit. Then go ahead, Jungle.
No. That's the thing, because scientific consensus is not eyewitness testimony; it's empirical evidence.
Yeah, but if you're a hard solid,
no. Scientists are who are discovering these truths. So
and they're showing their work.
That doesn't matter.
But no, that's physically what matters.
No.
Matters.
No. It's the scientists are perceiving something, so they're eyewitnesses to what science is saying is real. So it's all bullshit. Doesn't matter.
Right.
No.
One group finds something.
Part there of being able to show their work.
If another group can confirm what the first group found, then that confirms the result.
Truth by agreement. Sure enough, that's what I say.
No, only if they've got evidence.
Yeah, it's the empirical evidence portion of it that's the important part.
Yeah, it has to be observed.
That can be confirmed and corroborated.
So you're denying the flat Earth, right, Van? You're denying it?
Guilty.
The flat Earth is impossible. I mean, gravity that wouldn't allow it.
No, gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, I can say this much. I can say this much. For some people, science is their god.
Well, I would just like to point out that Newton had a beard and a cat.
And a hat.
And he was my cousin. A distant cousin.
He was also an alchemist.
Yeah.
He was. He also didn't believe in the divinity of Christ.
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl's number I would call her. I wish I had a hat in a bag with a hat and a bat.
That is deep shit right there.
What is that from, Mike? What is it?
Kind of fell apart on that one.
That's evidence against solipsism, because I would never think of that.
Here it is.
Have you
You're
never
not giving your mind enough credit.
Who was that, Mike? I can't remember who that was.
I don't remember the
that
dude's
did the
name.
song.
Yeah, all you have to do is you just Google. I wish I was a little bit taller. It's a fucking great song. I love that shit.
It's gonna bug me now. I'm gonna have to.
I think
Google it now.
I guess Steve isn't deep in thought here.
No, just finish a response to that guy. Obviously, like.
Oh, is he talking?
I told the office open. I mean, if he even wants to come into one of my hangouts, then I'll bring Jungle. That's good. But I don't think he's a young Earth creationist, Jungle. I'm not sure.
You can play Jungle's a theme song. Welcome to the jungle.
We got what you need.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking of the other one. That's the other one.
It's your theme song.
There you go, Mike.
Every time you come into a hangout, you need to play your theme song before you come in.
I'll pick "Welcome to the Jungle." How about that one?
Yeah, that's why I said. And then, oh shit, Jungle's coming in the room.
Everybody just leaves. He gets his message. You're the first of this hangout. It's like over.
You guys heard my answer to the light problem, right?
What?
The what problem?
The light problem?
I have heard your version of it.
Hang on, Steve. Hang on, mate. Steve.
I can't.
The what? The which problem? I know you've heard it. Phil, which problem? Which problem?
The light problem. Light from distant universes.
Well, distant galaxies, you mean?
For young Earth.
Universe.
Okay, what's your solution?
Well, what's the problem first?
The problem is there is no absolute time or distance in the universe.
Okay, cool.
What? Hold on. You got to expound on that.
It's all
Man, you don't know the rabbit hole you're going down, my friend.
I was just going to dive a little deeper first before, you know.
Time and distance are entirely relative to gravity. To gravity.
Okay. That's conceivable. If we consider energy as mass, then
gravity's not the same. Gravity's not the same everywhere in the universe, so there's no single absolute measure of time or distance.
Yeah. How does gravity change throughout the universe?
My question is, how do you put an age on a universe that has no absolute time or distance?
Because, you asshole, that's like knowing my daughter is 10 and my other one's 2. If you don't know the difference, then fuck you.
Good luck defending that one.
I'm still waiting to
how does gravity change over the universe?
Gravity's not the same everywhere in the universe.
Right. How can you show that?
Gravitational lensing.
What?
Gravitational lensing.
Are you saying there is more gravity in some places than in others?
But how does that change the constant?
Okay, that doesn't change the constant at all. In fact, that supports the constants.
Van, just expand upon what you just said there, Van.
Okay, the fact that there is more gravity in one place than in another, and gravitational lensing supports the constants rather than disproves it. Because if there's more mass in an area, that would of course mean that there's more gravity in an area.
Which
right, but there's no, but the distance and time are not the same.
Distance and time are not the same.
Just go with gravity. Let's just stick with gravity right now.
Gravity affects the distance and time.
Yeah, so does a telescope, right? So does a telescope. So
the question is, okay, there are different theories out there that G can be, different. I mean, superstring is one of them, and a few other that could be minor changes in G. But I mean, what variations of G you think are out there such that it would be a difference between 13.7, 13.8 billion light years away that we're getting light from to something that was only been 6,000 light years away?
Well, between here and every black hole in the universe.
Okay.
No,
I
you
think
can't just do a half a sentence. You have to do a whole sentence.
I think what Van's showing here is that you may have a misconception about what gravity is, Jungle. Right? Because
We were calling you a
big
dipshit,
G.
but even though you're my attorney and you're a dipshit, go ahead and argue the case.
So I'm. Steve might like to explain.
Well, you have
what
to
Well,
understand that you
the
believe that
gravitational constant is a fundamental unit. It's called natural units, based upon other constants in the universe, such as the speed of light, the permeability of space. I think it's an electric charge, Boltzmann constant,
that's
and
not a problem. That's not a problem.
what's the
We
other
were
one?
talking about mass.
What are the natural units measurements? One's the electric constant, one's a Boltzmann constant, one is I think permittivity of space, like the electric constant, magnetic constant, speed of light, and I can't remember the other one.
It's not the
But these
amount
are
of
natural
gravity.
units. These are basically the same because of the entropic principle throughout the universe for the most part. They
It's-
might be small perturbations, but we're talking so minor on a scale. How great would G have to be different from?
The G is
again,
not
just-
different. It's not the amount of
Okay.
gravity that's different. It's the amount of mass that's different. That makes
So the gravitational lensing, which does allow us to see universes
that
further away.
causes
correct, but-
greater gravity, greater forces
Correct.
of gravity because of the greater
Right.
mass.
Does
Correct.
anybody?
That is the theory of gravity you just described. The more
Does
mass you have, the more gravitational interaction.
Yeah. I wasn't.
their
I
relativity.
wasn't.
That means G, little g, is constant throughout the universe. What you're doing is confusing two types of G.
No. It can be constant. I'm not saying it's not constant.
All right, I gotta
You said
defend
earlier that gravity changes throughout the universe, and
But-
when we think when we hear that saying, we think you mean little g.
Right. Okay.
The gravitational constant changes.
But
No,
it's the
obviously
mass.
gravity changes. Gravity changes everywhere because it's proportional to
Right.
it.
Right. It's the amount of mass that's different everywhere in the universe, which affects time and distance.
Well,
Yeah, plus
it affects
By
time,
way of
definitely.
gravity.
I've never heard someone claim that it changes distance.
Van, it does because when you
does.
have a lens in a telescope, you change that.
Well, how does gravity affect distance? I get a special theory. Yeah.
No. General relativity
how does
affects
general-
it the same way.
Because it does warp. Obviously space time, but I don't know what you mean by changing distance per se from like one object to another. Because that would be special. If it's going
Gravity
through the speed of
flows
light.
faster
It's going to
through a
be
telescope.
contracted, but
Yeah, because time changes when distance changes.
well, true. Gravity will bend space time, so therefore time will be different, obviously.
And the distance will be
the
different.
local gradient.
I've never heard
still
the
don't see how that
distance
applies to
claim.
the whole universe.
But
I've never heard the
it's a
distance.
part.
Hold on.
It's a
I've
part
never
of
heard
the
the
theory.
distance claim. I've heard time. The time.
Right.
Time
But
gets
it's part.
compressed. There's time dilation, but I've never heard distance dilation.
Right, but it's part of the theory. It's part of the theory. It takes no time for light to travel through no distance.
Okay, that's definitely not part of the theory, but no, it is correct.
Yes, it is. It's
that,
It's absolutely part of the theory.
Really?
Yeah.
Stating the obvious is not part is part of the theory.
Well, it happens to be obvious, but it's part of the theory of relativity.
What you're saying though, like the thing with a heavier mass is going to like make 2 points in space at two very different positions, like closer to each other.
Yeah,
I don't know how that would work. I'm trying to visualize this in my mind.
A foot here is going to be smaller the closer you get to a black hole.
I've never heard that before.
That only if you're traveling near the speed of light.
No, because gravity does the same thing. Gravity has the same effect.
Jungle, I'm just wondering, how can you get me off from
It does. If I was talking to real physicists, they wouldn't have a problem with it.
Well, we can get Cliff in here, but I know what the Lorentz contraction is. I mean, I understand the formula for it, and that's based upon the speed of light. And I understand, like spaghettification, where you have a different gradient of the differential from the gravitational force being pulled on your feet to your head, and that would elongate you. But I mean, if you have a ruler in a gravitational field and you have one in a non-gravitational field, I don't know how they would change.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. You're the first time I've ever heard that said.
No, it's true.
Man,
Well, you're saying it, but that appears to be a base assertion.
But Van, just because you haven't Googled it, you don't figure. I'm sorry, you're naive, and
I mean, well, the only thing I could think of that, man, maybe what John was referring to is going from a Euclidean to a non-Euclidean metric. Because obviously, if you have Euclidean, which wait, let me say this to Van, and then see if Van can see where I'm coming from. If you have a ruler in a non-Euclidean space, and you present it in a Euclidean space, and you put it in a non-Euclidean space where it bends, no, it still have the same. It still have the same length.
Steve, listen to me, Steve.
I was trying to go there, Van.
You agree that time dilates, right? You agree that time dilates.
Velocity.
It appears from the other time frame. Yeah,
With
that
velocity
it, in
of
fact,
light.
Yeah, the time. The
all
time
around
frame is small.
Telescope dilates also.
But there's a time differential because of
all it is.
gravity, but that doesn't shrink things. That doesn't.
Well, the
Sorry, that
actual
doesn't do anything with
object,
It's the whole time frame. The whole frame
hang on a
of
second,
reference.
Jungle, hang on. The
The
actual
entire frame of
object doesn't change.
Right, but the whole
Right? It
entire
just
frame of
appears-
reference.
It
The entire
appears.
frame.
It appears to change from a different frame of reference.
No, it's smaller relative to us.
Yes,
The whole
this is
frame
exactly
of
what I just said.
reference.
Okay, so the actual object doesn't change.
No, the
No.
entire frame of reference changes.
So,
Because if
what are you
time
talking
is
about
slowing
space
down,
what are you talking about
and
space being shorter
you
somewhere?
agree that time is slowing down the closer you get to a large mass, then the whole frame of reference is getting smaller because time dilates the same as the distance.
If you're in that frame of reference,
Yeah, but when I look through a telescope,
changed.
right,
Nothing
time
changed.
dilates, and I actually see that star faster through the telescope because light, the constant of light actually is bullshit. It's sped up when you look through a telescope because it's dilating, right? Right, Jungle? Help me out here.
No, well, the light arrives instantly, but it takes time for us to see it. It's true. It's true. Because we're an expanded fabricate. We're expanded time,
But
expanded space.
I'm always tripping over shit on the way to the bathroom because I'm registering at 5 minutes prior.
I'm just going to say, Michael, if this is your lawyer, I really want to sue you for some shit.
No, what I'm telling you is true. It's relativity. It's general relativity.
Yeah, I think you're kind of confusing what a frame of reference is. That sounds what you're doing.
No.
And also confusing the fact that mass and
Well,
g are not the same thing.
There's a lot more space near a black hole than what people realized. There's a lot more room.
Well, I mean, what I think is
There's a lot more room.
You're also confusing momentum.
And a lot more matter.
Hang on. But jargon. I mean, let's say you have a ruler, right? Let's use it as a measurement, and you have it in a higher gravitational field. I mean, obviously, it has a greater force on it, and it can compress it. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I'm not.
You're actually talking about
the whole frame of
the
reference.
actual space-time changing.
Yeah, the actual space-time. Yeah. Which is space-time, by the way, Steve, is distance.
But hang on, Steve.
Well, space is an R3 metric with the fourth dimension being added in, but it's an R3 metric, but it's a manifold is what it's called. But I still don't grasp the whole how gravity is going to change the length of something, except for maybe, like I said,
I'll tell you.
It compresses it because you're comparing a ruler with another ruler where you have to show two different time frames.
It's wrong to say it's wrong to say it compresses it. It's the frame of reference that is
in comparison to what?
Relatively smaller, relative to us.
Steve, the thing is about Jungle is that he has his own special version of special relativity that he calls general relativity, right?
General relativity.
It's special, kind of like a retarded class is special.
No, I'll make it simple for you. I just said it before briefly. Space-time is the same thing as distance and time. Okay, try to figure that out.
You're just saying I'm a Mozart, right? I have a horn, I'm a unicorn.
With all them fancy
simple.
Space does in fact mean distance. You made it so simple. You just said the obvious.
Space is distance between two things.
Very simple. I've made it very simple to understand. And there's more frames of references to a black hole.
Okay, but Jungle, follow me here. you have two objects in space like this, okay, and they're just at a certain distance, right? If I put a gravitational field in between them, what's going to happen to them?
In between? Why
Yeah.
in between?
Because
Well, why not
this
put
is
them
my-
in a frame of reference closer to a black hole?
Fine, a black hole. You have two stars here, okay? Look at my picture. Two stars here, and a black hole all of a sudden just magically pops in the middle. What's going to happen to those two stars? They're going to be attracted to it, right? But the distance between them is not going to change until they start moving.
The frames of reference are going to change.
Gravitational well is here. You're basically going to have a gravitational force they're both attracted to because gravity has infinite attractor.
Well,
so they're going to.
What's the amount of space-time at the event horizon in a black hole? How much space and time are there?
I'm not even talking about event horizons or anything like that.
But you have to go from the event horizon to where you're at.
Exactly. How is that going to change the distance between the two stars? If they're 4 light years apart, if they're 4 light years apart, and I put it halfway between them, how is that going to change the distance that they're still not 4 freaking light years apart?
Somebody used that example. You used the example with the Earth, right? You said the Earth. What if the Earth had a black hole in the center of it? Somebody said that.
My example to you before was if the sun automatically turned into a black hole like that, we wouldn't notice it except it would get colder. We wouldn't fly on in outer space or anything. It would just basically, have to be a black hole. But it has the same gravitational force, so we continue to go around like we always have.
Jungle,
it's confusing the issues, though.
Jungle, is it true that if you Jungle, is it true that if you stuck your thumb in a plum and you stuck it in your bum, that you would taste it out your mouth because the gravitational pull between Uranus and your
I doubt it.
What?
But if you use an example like an Earth, say the distance of the Earth, there's a circumference or the radius of the Earth, right? But to say that if you all of a sudden stuck a black hole, then that would change all the frame of references of everything around it.
I don't think we're using the term frame of reference the same way, man.
As I said, you misunderstand what a frame of reference is, really.
But hang on, this guy Eric just said...
it goes from time and no space to 186,000 miles in 1 second.
Eric, this guy, Mike, this guy just said, dude, Mike said nothing about live on air. He may be playing you. I do live on air stuff. He wants to tell me to come off YouTube to some group he tells me nothing about, saying everyone is waiting for me. And he says, dude is a moron, and agreed to a live on air debate and then backed out. Wait a minute. This is on air. This is on air right now.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to tell him right now.
I have the feed.
Yeah, it's live. It's on air.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I mean, come on in.
Post him the join link. And,
I'm going to tell him
and a YouTube watch link.
There it is.
Yeah.
He's making excuses not to come in. He's a pussy.
Well, come on now. I mean, Schrödinger had a cat, and he was wrong, admittedly, because he had a beard. So does this guy have a beard? That's my question. Does this guy have a beard?
I think it's my beard. I have a beard.
I have sort of a beard, kind of a beard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking.
I have a Scotch-Irish beard, or something like that.
Okay. You know what a beard is, right?
I have a beard. Just go look at my videos.
Yeah. Isn't Santa Claus really Scotch-Irish? I mean, isn't he really? Come on. Anyone?
Klaus? St. Nicholas?
Russian.
I don't know.
Russian.
I don't know what that is.
Russian?
I thought he was like Swedish or something.
I thought he was German.
Norwegian.
St. Nicholas. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was Russian. Gotta look it up.
That fucking
We have the power.
Probably right.
Redheads are like Irish.
Yeah, no, you're right there, actually. Yeah. I mean, that is likely to be the case.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's I think an Eastern Orthodox Church saint or something. I'm not sure.
So Simon, we want some shit from you in about a month and a half. Get fucking saving.
Yeah, man. I have already many souls to my collection.
I believe Simon has ascended in many ways.
Yep. And it doesn't cost too much over here.
I'm just glad I didn't have a lawsuit against Jungle because I would have probably broke even.
You would have got the death penalty, my friend. You're like, but I only had a jaywalking ticket. Nope. Yep, chair for you, bitch.
They don't use the chair anymore. Or they just dust it off for him.
Well, I never claimed to be a lawyer, but
more of a couch now, is it?
But it's surprising to me that I'm trying to explain relativity to people.
Yeah, well, I think you're full of shit.
Well,
yeah, I'm from the jungle. I'm from the Amazon jungle. How can I understand relativity and nobody else can?
I don't think you do.
It's a mystery.
Well, you know what I've noticed, and because I'm a total layman, I'm an idiot when it comes to science, physics, whatever, right? What I've noticed is that there are, it's all about, we all have evidence, right? We have a perception of the evidence, and that's where the difference comes in. There's all, I believe that's what science does. Like, it gives us a certain view of things, and some people have a different perception of the evidence that science gives us. That's where I think the differences come in, you know?
Yeah. The good thing about the science thing is, though, is there's a way to tell. You know, there's a way to tell which is right and which is wrong. So when some people's evidence, when some people present the idea incorrectly, there's a way to show that they are incorrect.
Right.
Einstein could have been shown to be incorrect.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's observed. What he observed is observed by other people, though.
Well, he didn't observe it, no.
Oh, he observed it. I think he observed it first, and then he figured out the math.
I don't think so myself, but...
Well, I don't know. He figured it out somewhere.
Yeah, he thought about it.
I think he boned one of his relatives. It was a thing of incest, and he called it relativity.
I know. Finishing up my Twin Peaks binge.
Sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I could be finishing up my binge of Twin Peaks, but no, I'm here waiting for this guy to come in because he's like, well, if it's on air, I'm like, well, we've said it was. I'm like, bring your best case. Come on. I mean.
Oh man, the new Twin Peaks, Steve, is it good?
I think.
Oh no, don't spoil for me. I'm only in the second season. I know they're coming up with the new one, and I wanted to watch the first 2 seasons before the new thing comes out because I don't know anything about it, and I'm halfway through the second season.
You know what?
It's just getting into the supernatural stuff, and it's really bizarre, really campy, but I'm really finding it to be.
Lynch is the man. Have you watched all of? Yeah. Have you watched his movies, Steve?
Oh yeah, and that's one of the reasons why when it was actually G was in here and he had this little mini guy
dancing man, dancing
around. Yeah, and he didn't mention it was from Twin Peaks, and I found out it was from David Lynch, and I was like, oh shit, how bad could it be, right?
I am the that little guy is so crazy. I love him.
Does he come back? Just tell me that. Does he come back in the second season?
Oh man, it's been so long since I've seen it, I can't remember. And that's a good thing.
Because they also have a prequel to it too, just before Laura Palmer died, and now they're going to come out with a new season too. And it's funny because the actress they had come in to play Laura Palmer and her cousin Maggie, I think her name was. She was supposed to play a dead girl, but David Lynch and the rest of them liked her acting so much they literally rewrote her into the script and said, we want you to be a part of it. And it is so cheesy and so campy and so bizarre, yet I'm really liking it.
Question for the room, all the Lynch fans. What's your favorite Lynch movie?
Lynch?
Yeah, David Lynch.
I admit to having a very soft spot for Dune.
Mine is Silence of the Lynch.
I don't know. For me,
that's a hard one, really. Like I like. As bizarre as it sounds, I don't know. Gather a lot of entertainment value out of Eraserhead. Still.
Oh man, yeah. That was my favorite, Saul. But after I saw Inland Island, yeah, that's my favorite.
One of the actors from Eraserhead actually was in Twin Peaks. I don't remember which one it was. I know he took a lot of his favorite actors from different things he's done over the years and brought them in. And one of them was from Eraserhead. I just don't remember which.
Yeah, I think it's the main character. He was older in Twin Peaks, but I think it's the main guy that was in Eraserhead. Yeah, I think. Not sure.
I liked Blue Velvet too.
Oh yeah.
Well, who said Dune, by the way?
I did.
Yeah, that's a good pick too, Van.
That was not a good movie, man.
Well,
The books
actually,
were
I think
far
the movie
better.
itself. Well, and I have
That was one of the worst movies ever made,
I
in my
had such a
opinion.
hard time reading the first book.
Dune was excellent.
Really? I thought the book was brilliant. I loved
Well,
the book.
I thought it was pretty good, but it was a hard read.
Yeah, I agree.
No, you want a hard read? Read the Foundation series by Isaac Asimov.
I had an
You want a
easier
hard
time with
read.
that series.
Really? I was a kid when I read it, but I liked it, but it was a really difficult read.
Has anybody ever tried to read Cryptonomicon?
Yeah.
Crazy book, right?
Isn't that William Gibson?
Yeah. That book and House of Leaves. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Well, try reading Heidegger's on Being and Time. Talk about a hard fucking read. And I did want to read House of Leaves. I loved House of Leaves.
Wasn't that amazing, Michael? Yeah.
Yeah.
You never really finish reading it either. Like you can go on and on and on and go to the footnotes and go back and forth. It's a fucking amazing book.
I like it.
I keep checking. That guy hasn't gone back to me. Oh, well. I tried for you, Mike.
I thought he might jump at the chance, but
Hell, in 1 minute? Yeah, why not?
It's all talk, no walk. It looks like.
I mean, a chance to shut up a room of full of atheists and of course one creationist. Yeah, I mean, wow. But
Well, I told him, I'm like, well, I was just kind of disappointed because I mean, Mike had basically said, there's something new here, and I was hoping to have somebody come in and say something I've never heard before, because there isn't much new under the sun when it comes to the arguments for anti-evolution.
Those are his arguments.
What's wrong with Michael, Steve? What, you saying that you've heard the stuff he says before? Is that what you're claiming?
No, Mike's friend, or this guy Mike was talking to earlier, I started engaging with a little while ago to try to get him in here because he has this standing offer to atheists to refute evolution. I'm like, first of all, I told him, I said, if you confuse or conflate theology and biology, I don't know if you should really be talking about the subject. This has nothing to do with theology. This is, wow, somebody's like a link from hell. Jungo's gotta go, man.
Forgot to turn off the thing I was washing my cup.
Yes.
By pissing in it?
That's what they do in the Amazon. You're in sterile, remember.
Well, we just used a tree or something. Or a river, a creek.
But you saw his arguments. They're ridiculous.
I mean, there was nothing new there, especially if the favorite thing I noticed on his page, it said something about one animal change. We've never seen one animal change into another animal. I'm like, what the hell does that even mean in terms of evolutionary biology? I don't get that.
He's a beginner. He's a beginner. He's just learning.
I'm beginning to learn how to really fuck up a basic argument.
Just because you never saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, just because you're a bigot to sci-fi and real possibility in the genetic code, lateral drift, you're all caught in human land. You need to get out of the atmosphere, Steve. What the hell? What the fuck is this?
I know. I'm such a bad man.
Nasty.
The only way I can reproduce anymore is from horizontal gene transfer, because no girl wants to do anything with me.
Asexually.
Oh, come on. Somebody had to understand that one.
Well, fuck an animal or something. Make an Egyptian god and then...
That's G-Man's argument. Why don't you go have sex with a chimpanzee? I mean, what would be the difference? I'm like...
G-Man said that?
That's like saying... Yeah, he's like, why don't you go to a zoo and, copulate with his orangutan? And I'm like, that's about as dumb as saying, why don't you go fuck an elephant because we're both mammals? I'm like, what? That's just retarded.
You need something more like a flamingo, something you can kill while you're doing it.
A pretty peacock would be nice. With the feathers. Oh, those are the male ones. They're all pretty, so maybe not. But I don't know. I don't judge at that point. If I want to fuck an animal, it doesn't really matter if it's what sex it is at that point.
You
You
and
know,
me,
just
baby,
saying.
ain't nothing but mammals, so
Mammal.
let's do it like we do on the Discovery Channel. We're getting horny now. Remember that one?
Of course I
Remember
do.
that song?
Wasn't it Fine Young Cannibals?
No.
no,
That was a decade
No,
later,
what was it?
or 2
Oh,
decades.
wait. No, it was
Bloodhound Gang.
yeah.
That's it. You got it.
Yeah, that's it. Bloodhound Gang.
Yeah, I think people
Can't sing all of it copyrighted.
like G-Man and JoJo and people like this guy Eric. I think they're mentally ill. You know.
He just wrote me to get back. And he says,
Yeah,
"Who is
I'm not gonna say
Nadia?"
mentally ill.
I had to tell him whose room it was.
Nadia is your worst nightmare. That's what you can tell.
All right, let me explain to him what this room.
Caroline.
I was gonna say maybe better not explain who Nadia is. No.
Nadia's theme song is Man Eater. I'm giving everybody theme songs.
She'd probably be okay with that, actually. She'd like it.
She looks a little bit better than she did a while back.
Yeah, I think she's getting healthier. Thank God.
If only somebody knew how to stuff her dick into her hooter and
Dude.
Awkward silence.
I'm just hoping she shaves the cottage cheese. Matter of factly, you guys don't think the moon's made out of cheese, but your dick is actually made out of cottage cheese, and you don't fucking know it yet till you cut the fucking thing open.
Why are you fixated on dicks tonight?
I'm fixated on cottage cheese tonight.
God, man. Well, she said she doesn't enjoy smegma, so we know that much. Anyway.
No limits. Absolutely no limits.
Yeah, I know.
It's the say anything room. It's the freedom of speech room. Turn it up, Rev.
This is not a safe space.
I think she's got the best room around, personally. She lets anybody come in and say what they want. It's great.
That's what the Bible says you should do. Let everybody have their chance to say something.
That's right.
Yeah. Yesterday, I think during the afternoon, we got treated to a troll showing some porn in her room.
Yeah, that tends to happen, unfortunately.
Really? When did that happen?
I don't remember what time it was.
Right before she deleted the damn video.
I don't think that's what was intended. There's a freedom of expression or speech.
I think Michael was in the room when it happened.
Yeah, and I was talking about how I'd like to pull my cock out in front of people.
No, yeah, I totally don't understand why she had to take down the video where you showed that artwork, Michael, that you made. Like that it's artwork. I mean, there's been people in here that have had paintings with, open tits on and stuff. There's no reason why she had to take that shit down,
No, that's one thing about Nadia, though. It's her. She's nervous about tits, and then she doesn't want to get her channel shut down by any means because this is her big income. It's her big shtick. Like, if she's gonna die, I'm not gonna die with my fucking room shutting down because you showed some fucking art with some tits. So shut up! I'm deleting it, and you shut the fuck up. Is what she.
That makes sense.
And then I pulled out my verbal cock.
No! No!
Still trying to get that guy in here, Steve?
Yeah, I'm hanging around just to see if...
Yeah, I've just messaged him again, kind of explaining what's going on here. I told him basically this is the hangout where members of the Great Debate come to kind of talk about things. New people come to cut their teeth on just seeing if they have a valid argument or something. I told them, people like G-Man, Brett Keane, D.P.R. Jones, Nephilim Free, they all come in here and we have discussions on objective morality, ontological arguments, theological arguments, stuff like that. And hey, come on in, bring your argument, bring your case, and let people evaluate it. Yeah.
And then tell him to fuck off. Okay.
Boy, I don't know. He'll be scared to death once he comes in here and sees Michael in here.
But he's got to see if his logic stands up, see how good it stands up.
Well, I don't know. No, I don't think he has a logical debate. A discussion. I don't think he has anything like like the morality argument for God or anything like that. I think he has supposedly evidence against evolution. Yet everything I've read on his pages is evidence against Darwinian evolution, which is like, I'm like, so who the fuck cares? That's like, saying I have evidence against spontaneous generation. Okay, congrats.
Well, it's a pretty big claim to say that he can shut up atheists in 60 seconds. So I mean,
but he has to talk about modern evolutionary synthesis. He can't base it on Darwinism.
I have evidence against phrenology.
Do you really?
Yeah.
No, I'm going bald, so I don't want you to do that.
I have evidence. I have irrefutable evidence against phrenology.
Oh, against. I think you said for, because I wasn't going to do
my against.
Just FYI, I do plan to shave my head this week because I am balding so much. I'm just tired of it, so I'm just going to do a number 1 or 2 clipper, and so next time I come on, I'm going to be pretty well bald. Let this grow a little bit, and get an earring, and I'm going to go all hard on your asses. Just FYI.
What if we don't recognize you?
Well, I'm not going to look like Ocean. I'll still be recognizable.
That's right.
Yeah. Sorry, Joseph's here. Just kidding.
You're gonna start referring to yourself as me, like I'm gonna go.
I'm talking in the third person.
Well, no, like a pirate.
Yar.
Yeah.
No, like I said, I got too many bald spots now. I'm getting old. I'm just gonna.
What's great about shaving your head, though, Steve?
Well, I like the sensation of my pillow. It's all slippery.
It's really actually it in certain stages it's rather Velcro-y. You'll discover that if you're not a.
Well, no, I've done it before. I was in the military. I've had buzz cuts numerous times.
But the great thing about
when you walk outside the first time though, the first time you ever do it, and you feel that wind in your head, and it's like weirdest sensation ever.
But yeah, you say you've been in the military, but in the military you can't completely shave your head.
Well, no, but the first time they cut your hair, let me tell you, it's might as well just be shaved. I'm not going to shave it.
Everybody looks different. You don't recognize nobody.
Well, I shaved my head completely.
And the way I got kicked out of the military was I said, man, I tried to shave my head. I went bald, and he's like, you're still not getting out, Klinger. And so the next day he showed up, and I had convinced my bunkmate Tony to let me shave his balls when the captain showed up.
Yeah, it's okay when you shave your balls in the military. It's not so much when you shave your friends.
It's getting real in this
nowadays, it's okay.
But yeah, now you can shave your friend. Now you can shave your in quotes friends' balls.
Shaving mom's balls, if you know what I mean.
I do know what he means. But anyway, the nice thing about shaving your head is that when you get up in the morning, your hair looks great.
Yep.
I'm having a problem right now. I need to, my hair is fucking crazy whenever I wake up. Look at the mirror, I'm like, what the fuck happened?
Just grow it out, man. When you get to a certain length, it doesn't matter.
That's kind of what I'm getting to.
So make certain if you get you feel like you want to cut it, listen to some Michael McDonald, What a Fool Believes, and then keep it.
I'm probably gonna get it cut and do the shaved sides thing. So works with the beard.
Like a faux hawk, you're gonna go for a faux hawk.
I'm not gonna go for a faux hawk shit. No, it's gonna be wider than that.
If you were, I was gonna say to stop, collaborate, and listen.
Stop what?
Stop, collaborate, and listen.
Well, I don't know, bro. If you're going for full-on Norse, right, Viking style,
right.
You need the fucking dreads. So.
Well, my buddy has dreads. I don't know if I quite have enough hair for dreads, but.
Facial hair, or I didn't know Vikings dreadlocked their hair.
They did. do the whole dreaded hair thing and also braided beards, sometimes dreaded beards.
I all throughout high school till about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years after high school, had long dreads. And
it's pretty frustrating. I've been talking to y'all for like the last 5 minutes. Didn't realize I had my mic muted.
And
well, you know what, Van? Your comments must have been pretty worthless.
Oh, obviously, no one was interacting with me. I felt so
We
unloved.
were just purposefully ignoring you. You were actually coming in fine. But now you know.
Okay,
would
now the guy's saying he's like, well, that's not on air. I thought it was a radio show. I'm like, it's fucking Google Hangout. Don't you know what the fucking Google Hangout is? So yeah, he's just full of shit, Mike. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Got a guy that was.
Somebody fell ocean in. This guy is
Give me the report from the frontier, please. I have returned.
A guy who claims he can debunk Darwinism in 60 seconds.
Well, no, evolution, because I mean, but he's conflating Darwinism with evolution, so I don't know what the fuck he means. But he says he can in 60 seconds refute atheist evolution, whatever the hell that means. I don't.
Sounds like somebody would have had a fucking ball with.
I'm telling him, I'm like, he's like, well, who's Nadia, and what's a Google Hangout Plus? And I'm trying to explain to him kind of, well, this is where people go to throw out an argument, whether it's religious or intelligent design or evolution or whatever the fuck people want to talk about. And he's like, well, that's just a couple of people hanging out. I'm like, no, this is a really popular room. I mean, there's some pretty popular YouTubers that come here to see Nadia. So I mean, bring your case. I mean, 60 seconds.
People have named drop in here.
Yeah, Nadia was staying awake for this guy just before she went to sleep. She's like, bring him in. Do it in 60 seconds.
Well, the guy had plenty of time to show up, and it appears to me it's just an ego trip, and he's like, oh, look at me, I'm having a little fucking G+ profile page, and he doesn't want to actually talk about what he believes with people, so fuck him.
Eric Wolfden Bin Jew, that's his name.
Oh.
I gave him the page to Google Hangouts where he can actually see, at least not actually join the room, but be off air and listen in. So if he is Eric, we are inviting you, Eric Wolfden Jewel is his full name, to come on in, give your best argument against evolution. There's people here that are from all walks of life, from every different denomination, just about everything.
Hey, Eric,
the only person that I like on the evolution debate is Joe. And everybody else just bores me to tears when they talk.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I suck. What do you want?
I know. I just want to kill you. That's all it is. Jungle, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
God damn it.
I said I'm evangelical. I'm an evangelical Christian.
Yeah, he's a young Earth creationist there, Eric. I mean, come on, you got support in here.
And if you are listening, Eric, fuck you.
I know he's like, Mike's a moron. I'm like, well, moron knows. At least Mike's smart to figure out how to get into a Google Hangout.
This room gets pretty vile. And if you can't take the heat, don't come in.
Those time though.
You've been in the same hangout with me numerous times, and you've seen me do shit.
Okay, the only time it got really vile was with that one guy that pissed both of us. Adam was his name.
Adam, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. But other than that, it doesn't get that bad that I've seen.
I don't know. Sometimes I can't take the heat, and that's when you'll see me bow out.
Yeah.
And
that's really what you should do. Is when it's like, man, this is a little much, I'm fucking off.
No pun intended, but I would preach that. Like when it gets to the point where I'm either getting a headache from it or I'm actually finding myself being irritated or being irritable over it, I just disengage. Go listen to some music, play a video game.
When I get irritable,
then bounce back in.
When I get irritable, I kind of like jumping into the fray just because my heritage is Viking, and among those people are berserkers, so it's great for me.
I know. In Ocean, you'll take either side. It doesn't matter to you half the time. You just want to be argumentative.
I just want to be a dick.
And you do it really well, too.
And I'm Jewish, and I'll guilt you all into submission.
I'll guilt you all. Jewish
guilt. You won't be guilting me.
But Saul, I mean, the average
eagle and call it a day.
The average woman, Saul, makes $35,000 a year in the U.S., and you make about $5 a year, and the rest of the time you spend it on hair weaves. The rest of your money you spend on fucking hair weaves.
I know that I weave to my ball sack.
So, but you were trying to tell us something about your braid, or give us some sort of a, instead of just getting on cam and pointing to it. Let's hear about it.
No. I said in high school, and like up to 3 or 4 years after high school.
I thought
I had long dreadlocks, and I would never suggest to anybody to have dreadlocks. Like, it was a pain in the ass. Dreadlocks are more work to maintain than just having regular hair.
They sound dreadful, my dear.
They were very dreadful.
There's a buddy of mine that's got dreadlocks, some of the best dreadlocks I've ever seen. We call him the Dreadlord. He says they can be a little annoying to clean.
So he had really curly hair probably before dreadlocks, right?
He's got really straight hair, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, I'm going to sleep. Take care.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Take care, Mike.
It's got really straight hair, and like his hair is pretty tight on his head otherwise. Yeah. He like keeps it really well. It looks really cool on him.
I shaved him out, and I've been shaving my head ever since. Then if you know people who have them, then you know that they need to be maintained.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking.
And if you don't,
it's like a fucking full-time job to do it. You have to constantly be at it.
Even when you're asleep, I understand that.
Well, I mean, unless you want like really shitty, clumpy dreadlocks, like you see some people will have. I mean, if you want like even dreadlocks, then that's a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, at least, to keep them separated and to, keep them about the same size. I never thought that people with straight hair could really have very good dreadlocks.
You'd be surprised. Some people can pull it off.
I
have like really straight, fine hair, and so I've not really gone into the dreadlock thing. But my buddy who does, he's like of very strong Norse descent, and our hair is pretty similar, but he manages to dread really well.
Yeah, but I bet you guys all smell like fucking patchouli.
No, we keep ourselves fucking clean.
I was born with like an Irish afro, so it's like telephone cords once it's long enough.
That makes sense.
But I would still advise against dreadlocks to anybody.
But have you ever stuck corn rolls in your cornhole? So,
Michael, I don't. Okay.
I mean, seriously. Right.
Okay.
No, but I only think about it when I see you around.
My wayward son, there'll be beef jerky when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Just cut those fucking dreadlocks off first before you cry no more. Wait, that doesn't make sense for shit. Getting late.
I'm disappointed that guy didn't come in. Stupid.
Go on, Jungle. Just giving you the intro.
You gave an intro? I didn't hear it.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
Alright. I'm disappointed the guy didn't come in and give his proof or evidence.
You're only disappointed that fucking Don Ho didn't sing Tiny Bubbles to you tonight.
Don Ho.
Yeah, no, Jungle.
hardly-
He says, let them show up. I'll present this burden of proof and beat every single one that shows up in 60 seconds. I'm like, we are here live on air. If you don't think it's worthy enough to join us and give us your argument, then we certainly are not going to waste our time further. I said, Donnie's page has like 10 million views, and you could have. I'm sure it would have been fine for him to plug his own channel. But if he doesn't think he has a valid argument, then why are we going to waste our time going to his hangout to further waste our time? I mean, it just seems silly.
Bravo. Good response.
But I am disappointed. I was hoping for something new and exciting. I mean, I never get tired of Jungle, obviously, but
I don't think it'd be very new, but oh, my battery's going dead. Hold on. My earphone.
I know the only new stuff has been what I Am Kenny Rogers bitch has been posting on my page recently to who was Rembrandt 2. I don't know, like a flame war going on, and I'm like, I don't want to follow that. I keep getting notifications. I'm like, I don't want to follow this flame war with Mumra and or AKA fuck, what was his other name? Jungle Mumra. I'm Kenny Rogers bitch, and Moses Prey. Boy, it got quiet.
You need to know when to fold the burning bush.
No, you need to know when to pee on the burning bush.
I got that.
What was that about the burning bush? Oh, maybe I shouldn't ask.
I don't know, if your bush is burning, there might be other problems, Jungle. I mean, after being in the Amazon, you might have to like go see a doctor or something, because you know those little fishes that swim upstream.
Well, scientifically, what does that tell you anything scientifically, that it was burning and it wasn't consumed? Isn't that
yeah, like sugar, so they have cream for that.
It's called Sugar's Got Herpes.
Oh man!
Don't be talking shit about sugar.
No limits. Never any fucking limits at all whatsoever.
No kidding.
I only mean to accuse you of everything that whatever I want. Whatever.
And this is the man you're in love with now, Sugar, Michael.
I was trying to be serious.
I love you guys. You can say anything you want. It's just like 50% of the people will believe it. Doesn't matter.
I know, you know something will, right?
I'm in love with Michael, you know, whatever.
I'm in love with Michael
love
too. We could both be in love with him.
I love everybody.
We're what are they? One of those people that pan lover thingies, what do they call them?
Pansexual.
Pansexual. Thank you.
Now that would.
Couldn't think of the term sexual. Oh my god, it has been a while for me.
Okay, now that's out there in the ether. Let me write that down. I'm gonna make sure. Pansexual as well.
I'm sure people take notes. You know, Sugar's thing. She's pansexual.
I got my phone back because I finally got the battery from Amazon. I'm like trying to restore all my little apps.
Hang on, we might have hope here. He says something about if I come there, will everybody overtalk me? I'm like, no, you can have full. Yeah, you can take. We're not going to overtalk him.
We take turns.
Okay, we'll give him the floor.
Basically, we've got two good moderators, Rev and myself here, and we're quite happy to stay out of any conversation and just moderate the room for you.
Absolutely, yeah.
You guys have control?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Well, I was wondering if that's cool, because if I left.
I have on too.
Okay, cool.
Is it something I said?
I'm not leaving right now. I'm just saying. I was thinking about it earlier, and what kept me in here earlier.
Yeah, there's a free spot. Don't worry about it.
No. What I was saying is what kept me in here earlier is I was wondering if Nadia's asleep, if anybody else had mod control. All I'm doing is just looking through music still and listening.
That's what I'm doing.
Have you checked out any of the tunes that I've posted?
Yeah, what is this stuff that this is this stuff that you're sending me? Is this a joke or is this like real stuff?
No, that's my repertoire. That's what I've been listening to.
You're a robot, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Now, some of it I like. You know, I liked some of that other stuff the other day. I liked, but some of it's a little high tech for me. I'll get used to it though.
What was it? Was it the square pusher?
This last one, yeah. You know what? I haven't been through all my notifications, so I may not have seen them all.
Square pusher's nuts. You know, I'm a fan of dubstep too. How about you guys?
Not really. Yeah, I don't know. Like my introduction to dubstep was shit like Kid 606. You know who that is, and then it went like, and then the whole sound of it went from Kid 606 to like a Mentos commercial, like an epic Mentos commercial sound, and that's what most dubstep sounds like to me now.
Kid 606. I'm looking it up now.
You won't like what you hear.
You don't know that?
I actually I posted a Kid 606 song.
Yes. Was it today?
No, a couple of days ago.
Mo Sleaze, please. Is that what the? Oh.
Well, what's the name of the band?
Underwear Everywhere. Mo Sleaze, please. Oh, this is going to be classic.
Look up Total Recovery. Like just punch in those keywords. That's like one of my favorite Kid 606 songs.
Have any of you guys ever heard Pentatonic's version? I think it's what is it?
Oh, don't go, Van. Oh shit.
Pentonics. I think that's the name of the band. Their version of Radioactive.
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Total what?
Pentonics. I'll try and get you a link. Really good shit. And it is dubstep, I think, sort of. But well, no. The original version of Radioactive is dubstep by what is it? Dragon some shit. I'll be right back. I'll get you links. Good shit.
Radioactive.
Right now I'm listening to Fiona Apple.
Oh, I love Fiona Apple.
What, Total Recovery is possible?
This is not even real. This is a joke.
No way. If it's the same, let me look it up. It's got like the album cover on it.
It's like screaming at me. This is not real.
What's not real about it? Let me see if it's the right. It'd be the second hit.
No, she's looking up Fiona's Adam's apple.
Yeah.
I love that.
The name of the album, like it's got the album cover on it. It's "Kill Sound Before Sound Kills You."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Now it's starting to get a little better.
Oh yeah, it's got an intro to it. You won't like it though. Not very many people would.
Well, you know what I do like is like Chemical Brothers and Prodigy. I like those guys are kind of sort of sound a little bit like this.
Desperately.
Here, I'll link it.
They play this stuff in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
I have seen but I've seen Kid 606 live. I saw him in Phoenix, like I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago.
I can't get this stuff.
And he hated Phoenix. I talked to him. He said he'd never come back. It's like
Really?
100. Yeah, it was like 106 that day.
Yeah, I know. I get that. I live in an area in California that gets that hot. We always have a guaranteed 2 weeks of 110.
When I lived in Phoenix, a lot of people were pouring over from California into Phoenix.
Yeah. A lot of Californians moved to Texas as well, which really surprised me.
The tequila's cheaper in Phoenix than it is in California.
The what was?
The tequila and the condominiums. Condominiums and tequila are cheaper.
The housing, yeah, that's why people were coming over from California, is because the housing was so much cheaper.
Yeah, they don't want to live in the Central Valley where I live because the housing is cheaper there too, but it's Central Valley.
And don't you people in Arizona, don't you get to own like one Mexican slave each and maybe two if you have 2 acres?
Oh,
I
man.
almost got offended, but then I remembered I'm not Mexican anymore. That's good.
I mean, it's kind of like the Irish, right? They're your little cookies.
I
They
am
become
Irish.
their elves, and the Mexicans, they're the little thumper jumpers that get your mail and serve your drinks and raise your kids and shit, right? You get to buy them, right? You get a guy. The middle class people get on a Mexican, right? You get to do that, right? Right? Come on, Saul. Come on. Talk to us about Phoenix. Give us the real reason why Californians are going there.
No, if you were to follow my line, it would be back to the coal mines. Because that's I guess that would be like where my dad's side of the family.
Now, don't
all beginnings began was in Virginia, was the Virginia coal mines, and the Irish that were shipped out there and pretty much slaved out while they were there.
But don't you guys of Caucasian blood, don't you kind of want to become like a literal slave, like where you're whipped and shit by black people, and then you're fed like an apple pie every night, and then you got to do the same thing tomorrow? Don't you kind of want to do that? You know, reparations and shit. Come on, talk to me.
No limits. Mike doesn't just raise the bar, he drop kicks it off the stand.
Yeah, he makes me want to rebuke things like, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you.
Deliberate controversy is not a bad thing.
Yeah. No, so this song. This song is my heart right now. The one I just put it in.
Did you link it?
I did. I put it on the side chat.
Oh yeah, I listened to this one the other day. I did like this. As a matter of fact, you know what? The first like 10 seconds, I was kind of put off by his voice, but then it grew on me.
Mm-hmm. I love this song, man.
My first impression actually was like, what's wrong with him? But
yeah, he's got almost like that lazy. It's almost like a lazy mouth. It's almost Jamaican, but sort of almost like Armstrong, Louis Armstrong, sort of. Where he kind of had that, like his cheeks were full. I just think, but I've heard his other stuff as well.
I don't know. Maybe Louis Armstrong, like once you've like kicked him in the nuts or something.
It's weird. He almost sounds like a male version of Adele.
Yeah,
pretty good.
It's a really great song.
Yeah, I listened to some of it. It's not so bad.
What was that?
I was listening to these this dubstep, and the one you gave. It's not so bad. It's pretty good.
I like mine as well. Yeah.
I listen to a lot of noise. I'm just gonna make that admission.
Well, then you should be married then. Yeah. See, that's why you guys are set up for that whole thing. You know what I did today? Oh my God, it so makes me mad. Look at this.
Yeah, Rev, I posted up some Square Pusher, and Sugar was like, "No, you just got to be fucking with me on that." And I was like, "No, I really like Square Pusher. Tom Jenkinson, he's like one of my favorite musicians."
I did like.
Yeah, man. Noise done well can be very good, no doubt.
Rev sends me some good metal. Now that you always send me really good stuff.
But Sugar, that's only because you think you have a box, and so you like a square pusher instead of a triangle pusher. But I think this is an issue. It's a sex thing. I can see. I am here, beat a buck.
Dodecahedron pusher.
Star of David pusher.
I was listening to some really great old stuff. Taylor Dane and.
Where's Philip when we need him?
There you go. Some Nightwish.
I posted all kinds of stuff up today. I posted up some Roy Orbison.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, and I saw that one that you did. I will not. I won't give your secret away.
Sure, click the one I just posted. It's Nightwish.
What the Mungo's Hi-Fi?
Yeah. Okay, Sarah. Oh,
no. I'll go ahead and I'll admit it to the room. I'm a Doris Day fan. If anybody knows who
Whatever
Doris Day is.
will be.
I know Doris Day is awesome. She's got a lovely voice.
She's a
Sal's gonna break down singing, "It's raining men, hallelujah."
Roy Orbison all the way for me. I think he's probably.
Yeah, I've liked Roy Orbison ever since I've probably been about 14 years old.
I think he's probably one of the best male vocalists that ever lived. Personally, that's my opinion.
If he was better looking, he would have been like bigger than Elvis because he was more talented, in my opinion, than Elvis was.
Rev, do you remember Donnie Iris?
Respectfully, no offense.
Say again, Steve?
Do you remember Donnie Iris?
No, never heard the name.
The song Aaliyah? I'm sorry.
No, I've never heard of that ever.
My goodness. Oh. Man, do I have to show you this then? I got something to show you.
Cool.
I posted up some go ahead, Steve.
I was just say this is like really old school stuff back in like the 80s that I really loved this kind of music. Hang on a second. It's just got a killer soundtrack to it. Alright, just tell me what you think of this bass line. I mean, it's just so freaking brilliant. There, I posted it right there.
Alrighty.
The video's horrible, by the way, but the song is amazing.
We had a good hangout. Oh no, I'm not you. We had a good hangout the other night when we were listening to that. When we were talking music. Remember you, me. Were you there? Nomo and Steve. Steve. Oh.
Do they play this stuff on the radio?
Well, years ago, it was Radio Rock.
Oh, years ago.
You can tell by the video it's 80s, but I mean, they just is that one of the best bass line and just rhythm and harmony.
Bass line is sick, man. I love it.
Isn't it?
You like metal, right?
I love metal. Rev's a metalhead too.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. My main genre. Yeah.
What do you think about Jucifer?
Say again. I was listening to the song. Say again, Saul.
Jucifer. What do you think about them?
Never heard of the name.
I think you'd like him, Rev. He sent me some of it.
I turned Shug onto some Jucifer.
I'll have to listen to it too because I never heard of him.
Jucifer.
I like
That's a weird name.
Yeah. Jucifer
I
is.
go back to Dio and Rainbow and shit like that.
Jucifer is the heaviest woman in metal. Like there's no chick out there that is heavier than
what about?
Her name is Amber Valentine.
But wait a minute though. What about what is it? OTEP? You heard that chick?
Yeah.
Harder than OTEP?
Like the newest stuff that they do is pretty much indistinguishable from death metal.
Oh. Well, yeah, the chick from OTEP, I heard her voice, I'm like, holy shit. That's
Why do you don't like Tarja? Tarja from Nightwish, man.
Nightwish is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I posted the video I posted just prior to this one. That was If I Had an Angel by Nightwish when Tarja was still singing with him. One of my all-time favorite songs.
Yeah, when it comes to female metal singers, I like melodic more so. Lacuna Coil, that's holy shit.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's Jucifer right there. That's some of the newer stuff that they've done.
All right, I'm going to check this out. Thanks, all.
But she's also done more melodic vocals as well, though. like for those who don't like death metal, because I don't really always like death metal myself. Like usually it's the vocals that turn me off with death metal. Like the screaming, I can only take so much of it. I like to sing,
which is weird too.
I enjoy singing.
They have such a great band sometimes, like the rhythm and the bass and the music. Then the death metal screaming comes in, and it's like just kind of turns me off to it.
Right, it's like giving the Mona Lisa a dirty Sanchez to me. A lot of that is.
Yeah, the music is sick. Love the music, but the vocals.
Right, but like here's one by them that is way easier to digest.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Death metal vocals, it's the joke between me and my buddies. It's like Cookie Monster. It doesn't do much for me personally, but
that's why I like groups like the Melvins is probably one of my favorite heavy hard bands. If you've ever heard of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like a lot of stuff that Mike Patton does.
Yes.
Even though I think Patton himself is like one of the biggest pricks on the planet, I still like his vocals are pretty influential for me. I like his vocals.
Yeah, and he's one of the best producers out there, no doubt. Yeah, he's amazing. But yeah, I get shit from this from my buddies because they're sort of underground metal guys, but I'm a fan of a lot of new metal. Like I love the vocals for like a band like Disturbed. I'm more of a fan of melodic stuff. Chris Cornell, Audio Slave, and Soundgarden. I mean, come on, that's some good stuff. I'm more of a fan of that type of singing. It's yeah, it's fun for a time. But
I like unpolished Soundgarden. Like I like the earlier stuff, but then it kind of lost its energy to me. The same thing, and I know a lot of people would crucify me, even in their own circles of people that I, run around with. A lot of people would crucify me for saying that. Like I pretty much only like Tool up to Undertow, and after Undertow, I really don't really care for much of what they do. A lot of people would. Really be. I know that pisses a lot of people off, but
Anima was good. You didn't like?
I didn't think it was that good. I think there was a couple of good songs on it, but other than that, they were like, that shit just sounds made for radio in comparison to Undertow or Opiate.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fine.
It's just it gets polished somehow. It loses its I don't know how to explain it. It loses its energy to me. Like it's raw. With Tool, it's raw anger.
Yeah, what you're saying, it's overproduced, right? That's what you mean.
Yeah, but some stuff is really good though. Once it depends. Like you were talking about we were talking about Radiohead the other day, and that would be a good example of where the production really helped him. Like the Bends, I think was it sounded amazing compared to the first album.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though the first album probably had more intricately written songs, the production of the second album just blew it away. So
I just posted. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Steve.
I just posted you one that it really gets heavy about 2 minutes in, so you gotta listen like 2 minutes if you want to do the song. But this is kind of the vocals what I like that are very powerful, yet it doesn't crack. It doesn't get like a falsetto. This guy's voice is just amazing because it's powerful. It's very melodic to begin with, and then about 2 minutes in, it's just like in your face, loud, and yet it doesn't break. It doesn't sound like he's like a death metal guy. You still hear the notes in his voice. Have you ever heard of this group Metal Church before?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah, but that's why I'm saying somebody like I can't remember the lead singer from Disturbed, but the way that he can mix the gruff vocals with totally, absolutely amazing melodic, like rising and rising and rising levels of falsetto at the same time. It goes back. Sugar, Disturbed, right?
Oh yeah, love him.
Oh my God, that song "Believe," and they actually had to take that video down because right before the video came out for it, 9/11 happened right after it came out, and the video for it is like it's basically showing 9/11 happen. It's kind of bizarre, but yeah, that song is incredible. I have to now listen to that. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
I'm a huge Korn fan too. Strangely enough, I just adore them.
First two albums for me: Life is Peachy and the self-titled. Everything after that, ugh.
These last two. Oh, you didn't like the last album?
No, I haven't heard their latest stuff, but
I think you'll like it. It's kind of a return.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, something to buy. Thank you, Sugar.
Jonathan Davis is just
Yeah,
he's
he
a
rocks.
rock and
Love
roll
him.
geek. You know, he's like geeky and he's smart and he's rock and roll. Oh, I love. Yeah, White Snake. Here I go again on my own. 4 divorces. I drive away with this song every time. This last time I went, that's it. I'm done.
I was just watching it.
What was that?
Here I go again on my White Snake.
I didn't hear what Jungle said.
He was just watching
I was
White
just
Snake.
watching White Snake.
Oh.
Yeah, Ozzy and Dio still are my all-time favorites. I just you can't get it better than especially when they're Black Sabbath. I mean, that was just the shit from hell.
Bruce Dickinson, Iron Maiden.
And Bruce Dickinson, yeah.
Yeah, Dickinson.
Black Sabbath was like
well,
one of my first 2 records that I ever owned as a
but,
child. As a
shit,
kid.
buddy, I had it on 8-track, bitch.
8-track.
Oh.
I had Master Rally on 8-track, yeah.
Oh, I had what was I think it was Masters of Reality on vinyl.
I had Meatloaf, the picture disc.
Bat Out of Hell.
Yeah, Bat Out of Hell. Awesome.
All I can say is War Pigs is one hell of an interesting song if you listen to the lyrics, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was all about like Vietnam and he was against the war.
Corrupt government. Yep.
Corrupt. Yep. Generals gathered in their masses.
Just like the witches at last masses.
Wow. You know what's funny is they really didn't know how to play very well back then. They were so cranked up, and it just worked. It was just awesome. In fact, one of my favorite albums by Black Sabbath is actually one of the most least known, which was called Technical Ecstasy. And a lot of people don't know that album, and yet it was one of my all-time favorites by Black Sabbath.
Do you remember the song on Paranoid Planet Caravan?
Of course.
Oh, dude. Like, if I was into drugs, I would drop some acid hardcore and just listen to that on repeat, dude.
They had a few songs like that.
I might be mistaken, but didn't Mastodon do a cover of that song?
What?
I think they did.
Oh my God, I have to hear that one. Mastodon's one of my. I fucking love Mastodon.
Yeah, I like
Incredible.
Mastodon.
Me too.
I like Mastodon.
I often Mastodon. Oh, I mean, sorry.
You know what? That would be a good Mastodon would be a good example of where my threshold for like hard vocals lies.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
Like it's right at the cusp of where like some songs by Mastodon I don't like because the vocals are too rough, and then other songs I really like.
March of the Fire Ants, right?
You guys.
Okay, I'm looking for it. I found Pantera's version. Pantera did a version of Planet Caravan.
Oh, I love
Guys.
That might be it. Actually, I don't remember.
You're all metal bastards. This is a great song. I'm going to drop it. Give yourself 30 seconds of this and tell me it doesn't kick metal's ass. Here it comes.
I'm waiting.
It's RuPaul, I know it.
It'll be Rick Aston.
He's got... Rick Rollis. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite albums of all time, and that's the lead song to it. Step Into the Arena by Gangstar. It's excellent.
I saw their very first concert in the United.
When it comes to, old school rap, yeah, Run DMC.
Oh, wait.
Run DMC for old school rap, but Coolio, I'm down with Coolio. Gangster's Paradise, come on.
Yeah, don't knock this shit till you try it. You need to listen to the whole Step Into the Arena album, or you'll die. You'll love it.
I listened to enough of it. It was okay.
You guys haven't
Not bad.
lived until you've heard my version of Gangster's Paradise. Until you've seen
What?
51-year-old
Amish Paradise?
No, I do proper Gangster's Paradise. But it's going to take a lot of alcohol.
I think I linked it the other day. Did anybody listen to Dalek when I linked it in here? And this is like I did a lot. There's a lot of rap that I just don't like, and what makes me not like it is what they're actually saying. Basically, once it gets like too over the top, I can't hang with it.
You ever listen to David Banner? Young man has a lot of stuff to say. There's one called Wig Split. That's about the best one that I can sing along with, because the rest of them have a lot of racially divisive or buzzwords that it's not gonna. I end up going, yeah, look, yo, beep, and I can't sing it. So. But it's a guilty pleasure of mine, I have to admit.
Here, I found one.
Yeah, Wig Split is my favorite. It's harsh.
Anyway.
It's harsh, by the way.
Those guys were really different for rap.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
No. Like I said, it was a guilty pleasure for a very short time.
The kind of rap I like is like Diggable Planets, old hip hop. Basically, before it got like super vulgar,
I like Snoop. I like Eminem.
I like select Snoop, but only for novelty, really. Like Snoop to me is more of a comedian than he is a musician. That's like the entertainment value that I get out of like Snoop or even Dre during like the time that Snoop got big. Before then, if you listen to what Dre was rapping about before, like The Chronic, for example, he was like a fucking monster, basically, in the rest of NWA. If you really listen to what they, I don't know. As I've gotten older, I've gotten less tolerant of like the really violent, like bullshit that's in a lot of rap. There's a lot of rap that I used to listen to as a kid. Like I used to listen to NWA when I was younger, and I can't listen to it anymore.
Yeah, I can relate to that in a metal way, because I used to listen to Deicide, and I've gotten to the point where I can't listen to that shit anymore. I just don't feel right when I'm listening to it. Yeah, Deicide, by the way, means killing God.
Yeah, I've owned Deicide, Carcass.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you remember those guys.
Absolutely, man.
Right,
yeah. A buddy of mine was really hardcore into Norwegian black metal, and some of that shit is holy. Yeah, it's really fucking dark shit. I kind of enjoyable at times, but I got to a point where I can't listen to it anymore. It's just I like the sound of it, but it goes in my head, and I'm like, nah, that's not right. There's something wrong there, you know.
How Thousand Foot Crutch, Chevelle,
What?
some of the Christian rock bands, which I quite like.
Uh,
The majority of them are just oof.
You don't like them?
You know, there is some Christian music that I like. I've posted some of it. The problem with a lot of Christian music is that the lyrics of the music speak as though that they're God the narrator, and that I can't get with that. Like, I don't like that.
Yeah, but these aren't these bands just happen to be Christian, but the songs are not Christian.
Oh, the Moody Blues was like an open Christian band, if you didn't know
right.
that, right?
So, right. So
or the Doobie Brothers.
Paramore, types of.
Yeah, for me it's Flyleaf and Jesus Culture. Other than that, everything I hear I'm like, ugh, garbage, terrible.
You didn't like Chevelle? I would think you would like Chevelle.
They're all right.
Thousand Foot Crutch as well. I thought they were really good.
Oh, give me your best Chevelle link, whatever you think's the best.
Does anybody remember Stryper?
Yeah, I remember Stryper.
I went to Stryper concert. You know that they're coming back out, right?
No, I didn't know that they're coming back out.
Remember they used to throw out these little tiny Bibles. I thought they were very novel, especially as a young atheist. Look, that's cute. Look at a little Bible here.
And another thing about a lot of Christian music is that a lot of it seems, I don't know how to put it.
Cookie cutter, right?
And not sound like an asshole, putting it like misleading almost, like I don't really like the pretense of trying to bring people to God through no other means than fucking entertainment.
Well, what about POD? We don't like POD? I thought it was good for it.
Payable on death. Not bad. Yeah.
POD, right? No?
No, not really.
Bob Dylan singing gospel music.
I like gospel music.
There's a good one, Jungle. Yeah.
I love gospel music.
Dylan did it well.
But I like.
I kind of liked it.
So did Bob Marley. Bob Marley loved his gospel music, right? So the Grateful Dead, right?
I like the real rock and gospel that's just, when they're just.
If you didn't know, Bob Marley was an Afrocentric. Like, he believed that Jesus was black and that the superior people of the world were black people.
I have to tell you, I think Jesus was probably a black man too. So.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
I mean, I've always figured that was just true.
I just know he had a big black cock.
Oh.
I think
Marley was a Rasta, right?
I don't think that Jesus was. I doubt that Jesus was like of West African.
He was more Semitic.
Well,
right.
Right, like he wasn't West African.
Well, yeah. If we're going to talk about nuances of what black is, I mean,
I picture. I know this is probably a shitty thing to say, but I would picture Jesus looking more like Saddam Hussein than like Mike Tyson.
Well,
I hear what you're saying there. I agree with that. Yeah.
All right.
I was thinking like Moroccan. You know how some of the Moroccans are darker.
You mean Saddam before or after he was hanging from the rope?
I really thought that was shitty, to be honest. I didn't think that they could have put him in prison for life or killed him through injection, but to beat him publicly and then hang him, I thought that was kind of, I don't know. It was a pretty anticlimactic end to.
I thought it was barbaric, but I'm glad it was all over the news because I think we need more death in the streets.
What about public hangings? I mean, come on, let's do it right.
The thing is the whole time I lived in Arizona, when I was doing mortgages, I worked alongside with Assyrians, and they were from Iraq, and the reason that they were here from Iraq was because Saddam got bumped out. Because the Assyrians were like the 2% Christian in Iraq. That was them, and it was just according to them, because I gotten to know when Saddam was taken out, it was basically open season from there on out. They weren't going to be safe. They got their whole families out as they could.
We have a lot of experience.
Evacuated the country.
Yeah, guys, when I got saved in 2004, I did have a vision of Christ on the cross, and that picture I just posted there in the side chat for you, that's the closest that I've ever seen to what I saw in that vision. I think that's pretty close. Like a Semitic man. That's how I see him, you know.
Michael, Shredder Turin. We're going to trigger him.
I'm already triggered. It's up to you guys to get, to match them. Connect the dots. I gotta go. I'm gonna listen to my Gangstar album and fall into a deep sleep. Have a good night.
Sweet dreams.
I think
look up Gangsta Net.
Out.
Take care, Mike. It was great talking to you, buddy.
Later, Michael.
Good night, Michael.
Night.
Oh, they're dropping like flies now.
What time is it even? Oh, well, no wonder.
Oh, it's just midday for me.
I got to do something about my hours.
I'm gonna start smoking
I am
pot.
staying up way too late.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
I'm thinking edibles. I can't actually smoke pot.
Oh, dear God, no. I had like 7 or 8 cups of coffee waiting for my friend, so I mean, I'm like wide awake now.
This is normal for me. I mean, I've been like this my whole life, so it's just.
Well, did you work a shift that would have you on this schedule before?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but it was. I was like this even before I worked. But yeah, when I worked on the ambulance, it was 24, 48, and 72 hours, and sometimes we'd work 3 and 4 days straight in a row, and there are times we worked a week in a row, and we often had 23 calls, sometimes in a 24-hour period. You didn't transport on all of them, so you were running all the time. I remember one time it was 36 hours before I even gotten a break. It was back-to-back calls, and I had a cardiac arrest. I was taken back to the hospital, and my rig broke down. So the only reason I got any sleep was when the other unit came, took the patient over and left, and I had to sleep in the back of the ambulance till the tow truck got there. And that was about an hour. So, but I have sleep paralysis, and I have ADHD, so one feeds the other, and I just end up not sleeping a whole lot. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I have a bad habit myself of staying up until I'm just exhausted and then crashing out.
Do you know how many people on here have that same issue? And I wonder if it's something about our personalities that would keep the same thing that keeps us here and doing these things, if it's something that's a common thing. Other than the obvious insanity.
I just sleep when I'm physically exhausted. That's the only way I don't
same
sleep
here.
anymore. I don't normally fall asleep on a normal, circadian rhythm, and I haven't since I was a teen.
I used to say, "Oh, we'll sleep now. I'll sleep when I'm dead."
I'm just more awake at night. I've always have been. I prefer to be up at night. I sleep fine during the day for a couple hours, and
I read a study on it years ago that suggested that people who fight sleep, on average, usually have more going on upstairs than people who would just willfully go to bed early.
well, we think a lot. Usually not about much, but we usually are thinking about something, right?
Thinking about something.
I'll be honest. There's periods of times that I go through where I just don't think about shit. I probably am thinking about something all the time, but where I don't really realize it, where I don't come to the realization that I'm actually thinking about anything meaningful at all.
It's kind of let your mind just go blank for a little while.
Yeah, like zoning out. Or,
I have to calm down before I can go to sleep. If I'm all worked up, I can't sleep.
See, I bet we all have that same thing. The brain keeps going, and I can't get it to quiet down. And I used to like numb out with television. I don't even watch TV anymore.
Well, that's usually what I do, though. I mean, I'll watch something on here. I'll like I've been binge watching, and then all of a sudden I'll just kind of see myself fading. I'll pause it. That's when I lay down and I'm just out. But other than that, I can't just normally like 9 o'clock rolls around, go to bed and try to fall asleep. I'll be there for like 4 hours before I even come close.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're all sleep deprived.
It's just so funny. Every time I feel a kinship with people here, I just think about my ex-husband. He looked at me and he's like, so weird. I have never met anybody like you. You have nothing that anybody wants to hear or talk about. I keep hearing that over and over, and I go, oh.
Well, my mom still never did. She doesn't get sleep paralysis. She doesn't understand it. She doesn't know what it's like to be unable to have a normal sleep pattern.
Yeah.
To her, it's just like incomprehensible when you talk about lucid dreaming or anything like that.
When you
My
get
dad
more
was
tired,
fine with that. What's that?
Does it trip it more for you when the more tired you get?
The sleep paralysis? Oh yeah. I mean, if there's been times where, I would, reach that stage where I was watching something and I felt like I was going to lay down, and somebody would knock at my door, and that would kind of wake me up a little bit. And then when I went back, try to go back to sleep, that's when I have my sleep paralysis episodes. Yeah. And it's usually around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning is the worst.
Yeah. They really used to frighten me when I was young. And theists believe that, of course, I'm being possessed.
Demonic attack.
Yeah, because it was something with red eyes. I felt like it was sitting on my chest and the whole thing, and I could not wake myself up. Of course, I'm awake, but I can't get my body to move.
Yeah.
Well, have you ever heard of the old hag syndrome?
Sorry?
Have you ever heard of old hag syndrome?
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure I haven't.
That's what they used to call the sleep paralysis. Was called old hag syndrome because it was that pressure on your chest. Sometimes you would see the literally old hag. I've only seen her once, but
that's gone
yeah,
away.
I had it. I've had it a couple times actually, and the second time I had it, I saw 2 red eyes in front of me, and I was like, "What is that?"
Yeah.
It freaks you out when you see something that you're just not quite sure if it's there or not. I mean, I've had a lot of times I've seen things.
Oh, it was there.
It was the hag with the gown, the whole 9 yards. It's this old lady, and she was like beckoning with her finger, and I'm like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, exactly.
This was only a couple years ago too. This hasn't been that long ago.
Yeah, I haven't had any visual stuff with it in many years, but most people will have this once in a while, but they grow out of it if they have it when they're young. But if we have it still at this age, it's
how you were talking about lucid dreams earlier in the night, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
I was one of those lucky kids that got night terrors.
Oof. Yeah, those are brutal.
Yeah. He used to wake up spitting glass. He'd break down doors, and he'd be fighting fires and belly crawling through the house. It was very odd.
Now, from a naturalistic perspective, I mean, what does this stuff mean? I mean, it's just insanity or something, or
no? It's your brain wants to have information, and when you have usually when you're deprived of sensory information, or you've been up for long hours and you have your dopamine and serotonin levels get out of whack, your brain kind of just fills in these things with these lucid type situations where you literally feel like you are experiencing a different reality. You have tactile sensation, you have autonomic functions such as if you could feel something like crawling on you, sensations. You could try moving your finger or pinky and you can't move. You try to yell, and occasionally though you'll mumble something, and all my ex-girlfriends will always be like, if you hear me trying to scream, it means I'm having a difficulty with this lucid experience. It's overbearing, and I want out of it, and I would try to scream and just come out going, but they would recognize it and just kind of nudge me a little bit to try to get me out of it.
Well, I had them so bad when I was a kid that I can still remember a few of them, and they were only visual for me. Like there was no other sensation. I don't even think that they were auditory either. Even it was only visual for me.
Wow.
And the way that it felt is that it felt like not being quite asleep and not being quite awake at the same time.
That's probably the lucid. I mean, the sleep paralysis. Could you move?
When I was having the night terrors, I was like running and screaming at the top of my lungs.
Oh, okay. So you were awake.
So yeah, well,
I mean,
not quite awake. I wasn't with it. I wasn't quite awake, but I wasn't asleep either.
Yeah. Yeah. David could never remember. Oh, listen to this. So he used to have these night terrors. And he'd go back to sleep, and then he'd usually wake up and kind of, just talk in his sleep or whatever. And one night he woke up. He made a move, and I went, well, no, I mean, I know he's asleep. So one night he tried that again, and he was just off. Like I could just tell it was like he was off placement. And I thought, all right, let's see what he does in his sleep. So I kind of let him. He wasn't any better.
It wasn't any better. Wasn't any worse. Wasn't any better. But the best was though when you were in such a lucid state where you actually have ever had like a surreal landscape where you like mountains and vivid imagery. And I had one time where I saw this like desert landscape. It was beautiful. And I just kind of imagined my hand going like this, and all of a sudden this whole new image came to me, and it was like mountains, and I did like this again, and there was all this red rock everywhere, and then I did like this, and there was this big cavern with these spider webs with these big spiders on it, and I'm like flipping that one really quick. But I mean, it was like every time I went like this, it changed like an image, like another planet. It was so surreal and so lucid, yet I wasn't afraid. I mean, I was like, I'm just visually seeing this. I'm not actually going to these places, but it was just like in my dream or lucid dream, just flipping through these sceneries, and I have no creative ability. I can't draw. I can't paint. None. And so I can see how people that have the ability to do so in their dreams getting these types of things to actually paint and draw because they're vivid as hell. I'm sure Dolly got many of them that way.
But Michael's got some great dreams.
I'm sure.
I for the longest time, probably about a 10-year period, I would have random dreams. This is going to say a lot about me, and I'm sorry. I would randomly dream about having sex with people at work. I would have one of the sex dreams, where you're really in it and things happen, and I guess they're like the same thing that boys have, but girls have them as well. And I remember the first couple times I walked into work, and I'd look at something I would not even think about, and go, oh, you can't even look them in the eye because, in your dream you've really done it. But it got to be funny after a while. So it stopped too. Even the fake sex stopped. Typical. I can only imagine what I look like from the outside. Netta.
Have either one of you legitimately hallucinated ever in your life?
Mm-mm.
How about you, Steve?
Oh yeah, I mean, even in states where I'm not actually asleep, a couple times I remember in prototype where we had 12-hour shifts when we were learning the actual technical manuals of the reactor plant. I remember one time very clearly, I was reading this technical manual, and literally this fireball came out of the page, and explode came go into my face, just like you would see like in a TV show happen, and I jumped back and I'm like, what the fuck? And of course, people around next to me because it's a quiet type library situation. We're going in like, you're okay? I'm like, holy shit. I mean, it was vivid. I still remember to this day this fucking meteor coming out of the page and going right to my head because I had been so tired because the 12-hour shifts of constant studying will drain you.
I was going to say no, I hadn't, but that would be a lie. And one time in 1987, I was high for 3 days, and I on the way home, I saw little children walking on the freeway. Not a proud moment. long time ago.
Well, I've had 2 legitimate hallucinations in my life, and one was that they were both as a child, and one was, and they were scary as hell, and that's how I can still remember. One, I was running a super high fever that was causing me to hallucinate, and the hallucination was boulders falling down on me. That was, yeah, I know. The other one was even scarier. The other one was probably it fucking makes my ass pucker even today to even think about it. I was once again, I was a kid. I was spending the night at my grandparents' house, and I woke up out of bed, and they had this it was like a paperweight, but it was like Pinocchio's head as a paperweight. And I woke up, and right as I woke up, I looked over at it, and it was in the room, like it was the guest room or whatever that I was staying in. And right as I woke up, I looked at it, and it was speaking some kind of fucking Yiddish at me, like some kind of gibberish that I couldn't understand. And I just about shit my pants, screamed, ran to my grandparents' room.
You just reminded me of something. I had a picture on my wall as a child of the Apollo, the 4 first astronauts, and they were all sitting like this, looking, and they used to talk to me, and I forgot about that. It was part of the sleep paralysis. So it would happen in the morning, and they were talking, and Mom was talking to me. And you know what else happened is the dolls. I hated dolls as a young girl. My mom had this little hutch in my bedroom that had dolls. She put dolls in there one night. I screamed all night, "Get these dolls out of here!" I never looked at. I will literally walk around dolls to this day, because I want nothing to do with them. And they get those realistic dolls.
Right, like I'd guess that you pretty much don't like the creepy clowns either.
Oh no, clowns are right out.
Yeah, so everybody hates clowns. Come on, that's a given.
Clowns are the devil.
After I read it, I was like, no clowns for me ever. Pennywise.
Beep beep, Richie, beep beep. You ever see the movie?
Oh yeah, and you know what? That's one of those rare times where the movie really did match up to the book. I mean, it was a little off a little bit, but I mean, it was pretty well done. I thought it was okay.
Oh yeah. Very accurate to the book, actually.
The only movie I saw by Stephen King where I could say that was almost exactly how I pictured the book was a book called Desperation that I read by Stephen King. And I had literally watched the movie like the next day and went, holy shit, this is exactly how I pictured this in my head. It was really uncanny how well they did it.
How did you feel about Kubrick's incarnation of The Shining?
You know what? I haven't watched The Shining since, oh my God, years and years ago. I mean, here's Johnny. I couldn't even remember how long it's been. I just remember he had his dead mom in his room for like years, right? I mean,
no, that's
Psycho.
That's Psycho.
That's Psycho.
Yeah.
Oh, which one's Shining? He was
the writer that goes mental when he goes to the hotel in Colorado, and it's like there's like all these dead bodies that If you don't remember The Shining, then never.
I know I've seen it. I guarantee it. I'm just trying to.
You got Here's Johnny right.
He's like haunted and possessed by some from what I gathered. I'd never read the book, so I only watched.
I didn't read the book either.
But
I didn't read the book.
From the movie, I gathered he's like haunted and possessed by some. I guess it would have been like a butler.
No, it was the souls that had died. They were tormenting him, and basically it's like a it's the spiritual things that happened in that place. Jack was already unstable to start with, and when he went into that hotel, all the spirits that were in there messed with him hardcore. Anyway, my point is the movie, Kubrick's movie, absolutely incredible, but not like the book at all. Actually, the TV series that they did of it, The Shining, actually was a better representation of what happened in the book. But yeah,
I saw the TV series of The Stand, and I read the book, and I thought it was pretty close. I like The Stand. That was a really good book about Captain Trips and the outbreak of the flu. Remember that one? Never read The Stand? Really
no, I didn't. I remember the series, but I never read the book. Yeah.
Yeah, they did a good job on that one. Let's see, I'm trying to think of some other adaptations I've read that I thought they did a pretty good job on. Well, I mean, I read The Colorado Kid, and then I started watching Haven because they were supposed to be based upon the Colorado Kid. And I'm like, I don't see this having anything to do with the book. I don't know if you ever read The Colorado Kid. It was basically a little short story that he did about these two guys that own a newspaper and their assistant, and they're relating a story about how this guy just was found dead, and they still don't, they couldn't solve it, and the whole book was kind of just centered around them relating the story over a period of time. This guy's still messaging me, and I'm like, dude, you're not coming in. So it's like, fuck, dude, really? This Erica.
Yeah, that's sad.
Red's been in before. Yeah, Red's been in before, right? There we go.
I don't think that guy's been in before, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I think he tried to get in once, but I don't think he was let in. I don't know, Rev. I don't think anybody beats Patton for a male vocalist. Not in our lifetime.
I'm sorry, Saul. I was listening to it. Say again, buddy.
Oh, you linked Chris Cornell. And I would say for me, it'd have to be Patton.
It's a good battle. I don't know though, man. If you've heard Cornell sing live, he can do the same shit.
I've heard him sound really horrible live, really bad live. I've seen Soundgarden a couple of times live. I've heard him, I've heard him on a good night and an off night. Like in the off night, he was really off key.
Well, I guess it's all subjective in the end, right?
I was surprised by that actually. And it's like, you know how his voice has like a depth to it, even though he has like a high range. Like that's his sound, like from Soundgarden on. Like he's got like a depth to it. And it was just one night it was there and the other night it wasn't there. I have hearing loss a little bit because I've been to so many concerts. And I used to play, you know, loud music myself. And I actually think that singing hurts your hearing because you have to be loud to do it.
I have like 30% hearing loss and got tinnitus, the ringing, you know, which actually has almost completely gone away lately. I mean, very rarely.
Well, another singer I'd bring up, you know, I mourn his loss, Pete Steele, you know, Typo. I mean, the range, that's another range, and the majority of the concerts that he did, I saw them live, and it was pretty soon, very soon before he died. The guy was, you know, he was messed up. He was obviously on coke again, and he was in bad shape. But I'll tell you, when he was singing, that amp would throw out his voice and freaking knock you back still. Gone too soon, another one, you know. I think a lot of people that have great talent, they burn out quick, unfortunately. Lane Staley, for example, right? Alice in Chains. Sad.
You know what pisses me off about that? Is that when Eddie Vedder dies, the country will screech to a fucking halt, and he will have a monument built to him like Jim Morrison or some shit. That's how much people love Eddie Vedder. But when Lane Staley died, nobody gave a shit. Like you didn't even hear about it. Nobody. It wasn't national news or any of that.
Yeah, that's true, man. I remember Stained actually did a tribute song to him, but yeah, you're right. In the media, it was like whatever. Yeah, you're right.
In between the two, I mean, no offense, if you know, I understand why people like Eddie Vedder, but I can't stand Eddie Vedder's voice.
Not at all.
He spends more time trying to find the key than actually staying on point.
Well, I do enjoy the song Even Flow. I think it's pretty great, but yeah, I hear you.
There's a couple of songs that I like by Pearl Jam. You know, I don't totally hate them, but I think that Eddie Vedder, though, in particular, is like way overrated.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Did you like the album 10? I mean, I think 10 is a great album.
I liked Oceans was probably my favorite song on 10.
Yeah.
That's probably like the ones. If I had to pick a song that I could only have one song off of 10, it would be Oceans. But I don't know. I just think Lane Staley was a way better vocalist, and
oh yeah, I agree, man. Absolutely.
I couldn't really hang with. I can't. Why can't I? Jerry Cantrell by himself. It's not that he's not a good songwriter and all that, but I don't know. You know, it's not Lane Staley. Like there was something about him that the way that he carried himself and the way that he sounded was, I don't know, I liked it a lot.
Yeah, his range was way more than Eddie, or is, well, whatever. But you know what I mean.
He was just an all-around better singer.
Yeah, I agree, totally.
Than Eddie Vedder, and that's why, like, again, it pisses me off that when he died, he sat and fucking bloated in his apartment for 2 weeks before anybody even noticed that he was dead.
Yeah, man. What was it? Heroin got him, right?
Yeah. I I would assume so, because he liked that shit.
About social distortion. You guys like social deep?
I mildly like them. I think that they're all right.
You can always tell when the lead singer's back on the smack because his eyeliner is really dramatic.
You know, heroin. You know, I don't know. The other day we were talking about the war on drugs and how it's been a bad thing. I am really emotionally torn on harder drugs. I am a hypocrite myself and more emotionally torn. I don't know if I would like to live in a land where heroin is legal. Like that, just I don't know. You know, I know that like on principle that I should be like, okay, go ahead.
Well, if you take a look at what the model is, and you see the people that are able to actually come off of it, and you see the people that are given clean needles, clean places to shoot, and they don't have to overdose, and they're actually able to.
You know how people come off of it, though? They sign up for a lifetime of methadone. Like anybody that I've ever known that has gotten hard enough into heroin, like I've known a couple of people who have actually been junkies in their life, and they will probably never stop taking methadone for the rest of their life.
Well, there are new drugs, Suboxone specifically, which is much better. It is not the methadone, and you can actually titrate down. It really is the answer, but as long as it's not abused, that's the thing. You have to make sure that you're that you're compliant with it. But the thing comes is you need to have some real healing. I mean, there has to be some therapy done. And if you can get these people not to spend all this time in jail and to learn criminal behavior because they're actually addicts, so many of them are chemically imbalanced, right? And they self-medicate to begin with. And
so you're all right with it being legal, though? Like legal heroin? Like you could go down to Walgreens or
yeah, and that's not how it works, though. It's really not how it works. When you are
or like pot, like you go down to a heroin dispensary and
no, it's not like that. It is under a doctor's care. I mean, it would be the same way you get Vicodin or anything else. You would have to be tested. You cannot come up dirty for anything else. Well, I don't know about their model because everything's legal. You're allowed so much per month. And now these people that are the heroin addicts, they get just enough to not be sick.
Where's that?
In Portugal. They've been doing it for 14 years. It's been legal. Their overdose rate's gone down, I think, 75%. Their first-time users is down 8%, which is kids from 15 to 24 years old. Those numbers are still going down. Hepatitis gone down. AIDS, all of these different things, which is saving the country a lot of money. And rebuilding lives. I mean, it's really been a very, very positive. Now, there are some negatives for that country because their economy is not as strong. So bigger countries can do better. The UK is looking at it a lot. And actually, from a money-making
sounds
standpoint,
to be criminalized, though, instead of actually legalized.
well, it is decriminalized. That's exactly what it is. It's decriminalized because you can't deal. And you can't have over the limits, and you can't buy from unauthorized dealers, right? So those still carry charges, but to use them for certain things.
And they're using like actual heroin. They're not like they're not going like the methadone.
No, it's not methadone. They're actually using, and it's pharmaceutical grade as well. So they're not getting a bunch of junk. You know, and that's a lot of overdoses happen. Like they'll throw fentanyl in, which is 10 times more.
There's
right?
still like a handful of drugs though, and I would put heroin on the list, and I would put meth on the list, like methamphetamines, coke. I just and I know on principle that I should go ahead and say they should all be legal, but there's some kind of emotional thing that makes it so.
Well, I
don't want them to be legal, basically.
Yeah, there's no shoulds, but clearly, You know, after the Civil War, when wasn't fentanyl, it was
Well, shit, back in those days, they were using shit like laudanum.
Well, exactly. So laudanum, and then when they used when they first synthesized morphine, right? They sent all those people home. They said I think there was 200,000 soldiers were sent home with drug addictions because they were actually able to use it in the field for surgery. They were able to make cleaner cuts in the field and reduce infection. But they sent home all these soldiers with drug addiction. But as a society, they had a dialogue that they said, well, we'd rather have them be heroin addicts than alcoholics, which is what was happening before. These men that would come home from war, because of course PTSD, which nobody really knew about. I keep forgetting the stands on, I'm so sorry. PTSD, which has been around forever, but they just called it whatever. They felt that it was more beneficial for a society to have the opium addicts than the alcoholics, because the alcoholics were beating people and being completely unruly, and the opium addicts were just like sitting home snapping their nod. And so they felt that it was a better choice for society. But clearly, we can see how our society has we're just PTSD, drug addiction, war, PTSD, drug addiction, war, and we're all sideways. You know, I think there's a big correlation between the degradation of our society and that alone.
Yeah, that might be true.
I think so. I mean, I would like to see no drugs too, but I don't know that that's the answer now. It's like you can't take away religion because it's there. But
I think I mentioned it before. I've actually tried heroin, so I know what it feels like.
Yeah.
I never ran it. I never shot it.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is hilarious to say, but like one time I snorted it, and the other time I actually did like bong hits of it, and I loved the bong hits of it. Like that was like I can't remember what the movie's from, but I'll quote from some movie that I can't remember. It was like
shit, bong hits of heroin, dude.
Yeah. It was like floating on a cloud of titties.
Yeah. Supposed to be like
did not want to do anything, and you were so comfortable. It was unbelievable. I had like at the time I had like a really expensive saltwater aquarium in my apartment at the time. So I just sat there for probably like 6 or 8 hours and stared at it and didn't move. That was the bong hits. But when I snorted it, I got like violently ill, and it was the same. It was the same stuff. It wasn't like two different kinds or anything like that. But
I love waking heroin addicts.
You know what it feels like? Do you know what it feels like? Right, like if you knew what it felt like, then you might understand like my emotional drive to not want it, because I can tell you what.
I never got into drugs.
Opiates, opiates in particular, like hydrocodone, like that Stevie over here mentioned for his back pains. Yeah, back pain's my ass. Recreational use. My brother.
It hurts. It hurts, doctor. It hurts.
You know, there's a reason they call it feeling no pain.
Yeah, I have
a
paradoxical effect.
A month when it gets really bad. I have to I don't obviously want to get hooked on it, but yeah, it's an opiate, so it does. Since I have paracentesis and sciatica, it literally numbs those nerves, and so it works exceptionally well. That's why, I utilize them when I really need to.
My body reacts opposite. So stimulants put me to sleep, and opiates jack me up. So it's like useless.
I hate stimulants, to be honest. Like I'm so wired naturally that if I'm gonna party, so to speak, I want to be taken a little bit more out of the game, not like intensified.
Yeah, they gave me Adderall for the ADHD, and I took it for like 3 months, and it just like makes me tired. when everybody else, I mean, college students are like snorting it to make themselves stay up and be smarter.
Yeah, I know a guy that is permanently fucked up because he's taken too much Adderall in his life. He can't. He's like a narcoleptic now. He can't stay awake.
Yeah.
And that's where it's left him.
It doesn't
Yeah,
work.
that shit messes with your heart hardcore too, right?
I don't know. I think it messes with your brain if you take it, a lot of it, for a long
If you
time.
abuse it, yeah.
Yeah, he did.
And that's how they know that you have ADHD, is that when you take stimulants, you calm down. You know, coffee.
Well, Rustin's a big fan of that. I mean, he takes Adderall, right? Ritalin, he was saying. I mean, it's one of his things that he like really.
Right, like it's like for recreational purposes. Like he'll take it to play video games.
Yeah, that's not the same. Yeah, I don't drink either, Jungle.
I guess when increase your axis per minute, I mean,
that's
when you got a sniper on your ass, every little bit helps, right?
No, I remember him being in here with Nadia. I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 days ago, and it was just him and Nadia speaking together, and he's like, "Yeah, your blood pressure will go up to like 190 over something, but it levels. Don't worry about it. Do your best to get some Adderall." It's like, holy shit! Do you realize that Nadia has cardiomyopathy?
Right, it's like promoting it.
Yeah. I mean, if she did that, that would probably kill her.
Yeah, that's so good.
Crazy.
Well, anyway, I know what it feels like. I know what some of the hard stuff. Like, there's some stuff that I would never do. Like, I would never try MDA or MDMA because.
I would.
Why don't you? I guess if you want to roll the dice with Parkinson's disease type symptoms for the rest of your life.
No. I'd try it for, I mean, the real stuff, because it was originally made for psychiatric stuff, and for people like me with PTSD, it's supposed to be fabulous. They're actually doing big trials right now, and they're showing huge results. People with PTSD, it's like ayahuasca, the same thing. It like resets your brain.
Yeah, but one of the side effects of it is possibly something close to Parkinson's disease.
No, that's for a bad chemist. If a bad chemist is off a molecule, that's not the pharmaceutical stuff. Real MDMA, the pure MDMA, will not give you that problem at all. That's a street problem.
Either way, I wasn't willing to try it because of that.
I can't do it now unless I'm under a doctor's care and I have an IV and everything, because I'm too close to dehydration, so I could not try it. But I would for the PTSD, but only this stuff that's strictly pharmaceutical. Because you're right, you get some bad shit, you're in big trouble.
I would never try glass either. Like that was just way too hard.
Australia has a big problem with that right now. Hawaii had a big problem with ice. The Soviet Union, or that area, has this stuff called crocodile.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it eats you.
Oh my God, that shit is wicked.
Right, it's like a flesh-eating drug.
Yeah.
And
side
effects of it. You know what? It must feel damn good. It must feel something special to be willing to wake up to that and then go back for more.
Well, how about bath salts? I mean, you have people using that shit, and they're fucking eating people's face off.
I don't even know what that shit is. I don't even know what the actual chemical in bath salts is.
It actually changes. There is a chemical that's like some type of like an MDMA type of a drug, right? And when they make them illegal, because they'll make it to a chemical that's not illegal. And then once the FDA gets a hold of it and says, or the DEA gets a hold of it and says, okay, now this is illegal now, then they'll change one molecule, right? And now over the years they've done that. It's just totally out of control, but they keep doing it. They keep changing it, and they know it. They just have to wait till the next product comes out, and then they can, do that. There's another one in Puerto Rico, in that area. It's like, it makes you like the guy from Weekend at Bernie's. You know, that walk that he does with the hands back and head back. And it's like part heroin and part something. Anyways, there's a horse tranquilizer in there. and it's ridiculous. And they see them walking.
Speaking of like later they'll cue you in on how crazy I used to be. Like I've tried that as well. Like I've tried PCP.
Oh, I remember the early days when I was a young EMT and the PCP was still flowing pretty hard. That was rough, man. Because they're strong.
Oh, I could imagine.
And they're always on fire. They're hot all the time. And then it was really nice when MDMA came out, because then everybody's loving, and they just, yeah, let me get in the back of your ambulance. But then they'd be like feeling your leg up on the way to the ambulance. I mean, on the way to the hospital. And then your heroin addicts are always the best. Their overdoses are just, they're like, there is nothing that makes you feel closer to being a god than to wake somebody up who is pulseless and non-breathing just by giving them a shot. And it's just, when Bringing Out the Dead came out, it was mayhem. There were big egos in little ambulances all over the place. In the old days, we used to, give them a whole lot. They call it slamming it. Just give them too much. Would wake them up. I mean, literally, they'd be up and awake, and throws them right into withdrawal. And then as time went on, and we got better at it, we would just give them enough to bring their respiratory rate above 8. If it's below 8, then you have to ventilate. And that's how you remember it. Below 8, ventilate. So you want it up just above 8 to get them breathing again on their own, or at least assist them a little bit. And then you keep it going, and you get to the hospital, and you'll just bring them out of it slowly. That's you could just freak the kids out around them, and they don't know what you're doing. They don't know that you have that, and I remember the stories, and I've seen a couple of them where they would do the whole performance for them. We're gonna hold hands, and we're gonna bring this person back to life, and you better believe. And yeah, unethical to be sure, but it did happen a few times.
Well, I mean to tell you though, if you only knew what it felt like, you would understand how easily, like you could with some people, like I've got a lot of, like, when it comes to some certain things that are like unimportant, I'll like demonstrate no willpower, but when it comes to some important things, I have a lot of willpower, and that something like if that were legal, that would test my willpower, because it feels so good. You wouldn't even believe how good it feels.
For surgery, I'm that way too, though. If you give me enough opiates, like if you get after surgery, I know that feeling, like Dilaudid and all those are very cush. But that's the only time I've ever done them. I've heard a lot about it from the patients. Yeah. No. Drugs.
It would be rough though. If we were to make it legal tomorrow, there would be some weirdness that would follow in this country.
And what you're saying right there is so essential for people when they're raising children, because if you tell children that drugs are bad, someone's going to try a drug and they're going to go, my parents are clueless, man. This is great. But I told my kids, drugs are really comfy, and they can really take away a lot of pain and a lot of worry, but here's your downside, and we talked about those types of things. Neither of my kids do drugs, but I don't know whether it would go that way or either way. My son's like Dudley Do-Right. He's a cop, completely, straight lace, and Sarah's.
It's all about moderation if you can handle it,
Yeah, but you know what? And people like you, Rev, people like you are not celebrated enough. My third husband never had tried not one drug, and we give people that go in and out of rehab all this, pomp and circumstance. Oh, you're such a survivor, so great. We never say crap about people who resisted their whole life, and I think that's a shame.
Well, no, I've said on the Hangouts before that I tried pot once, and it was laced with angel dust. So I never did it ever again. It was bad. So,
It's kind of a good thing, though, huh?
Yeah, I don't need it. The only thing that I'm still hanging on to is booze, and I need to kick that. But yeah.
And we all have
I have kicked that. Like I haven't drank in a decade, probably.
Good for you, man.
I had half a glass of wine yesterday, and that was the first time.
I don't mind people drinking, but when people are really, really, really drunk, they make me nervous. I'm not even gonna lie. Like when people are like out of control, like you know, I love Mike, but I wouldn't want to have been hanging out physically with Mike tonight, for example. Like that my nerves would have been raw over that because when somebody gets to drinking too much or a lot, you know, like where they're just belligerent drunk, they can go from like nice guy to total psycho in 1 second, right?
Yeah.
And I have been guilty of that in these hangouts, and it's I get 5 sheets in, and that's usually when I start screaming at the top of my lungs, you know, you idiot, you know, and I'm so sorry about that, guys.
We don't mind. I just get real mellow and then can't talk with a shit, but you know, I like to have a few beers every so often when I'm talking to you guys. But yeah, I don't change like from one track to another like I've seen certain people do when they drink, and it's just like they're just not the same person.
Yeah, I just want to say, Steve, you're like one of the greatest additions to this room, and I would put Saul in there too, and there's been some people that have come around recently, and actually, ironically enough, it's after TJ, the Amazing Atheist, said check out Nadia's channel. There's been some really cool people that have come in here after that.
Thank you. So. Yeah, I was listening to Nadia for a long time. I just never popped in because I wasn't used to the more verbal.
I'm glad you jumped on,
oral
man.
thing. I obviously had posted a lot on YouTube videos for a long time, but month, 2 months, whatever it's been, a couple months ago, I was listening to you guys in here, and I thought they were fascinating discussions, and then I said, screw it, I'll pop on in, and then he on Amazing Atheist, mentioned, her, and I was like, oh shit, I know her.
There you go. Yes. No, I just wanted to say I think you're an amazing addition, Steve, and Joe too. Cliff, man, rules. The conversations that we have when you guys are in here are they're epic. They're incredible. So
I think we just all provide balance. I think everybody does. I think everybody has their own little thing they provide a balance to. They give their own little insight to things. I get very not upset, but it's just turned off when people come in and they just have one priority and sit there for 6 hours, like with a precept or with a Calvinist, and just literally that's all they do for 6 hours, test out their arguments, and it's just, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's
I hear
a little
that.
monotonous.
Variety is spice of life. You all need variety.
Oh,
Rev, I gotta say one second. Can I just say real quick, Rev? I want you to know you are one of the main reasons why I still come into the room. So I mean, that is a truth factor, because I really like listening to how you present religion. I like the fact how you present your testimony. You're not overbearing. You're not an asshole about it. You can be an asshole in other things, but on that you're not. And I love that about you, man. I really do. It's amazing. I wish more people took your method of talking about it into heart, because I think they become so incredibly arrogant and so people turn off to them when they talk about the theology, and yet you just express it like it's just general speech, and I love that.
I appreciate that, Steve. And you know what I would say to that? It's glory to God. It's not me. But yeah, I
give him a hallelujah.
Hallelujah. But I see a lot of my fellow brothers that come in here, and I just scratch my head and I go, what are they even talking about? It's totally not. I have nothing to do with what they're saying, and that just makes me almost want to say that I'm not a Christian, because these people that are representing Christianity to me, it's a foreign. What comes out of their mouth is foreign to me. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I feel that same way about atheists. I don't understand most of them. Doesn't.
Well, Sugar, you have a heart of gold. And when you first came here, I remember your first day here, and you've been in the lion's den, And these people, that some of them have chosen to really jump on you, and it's like, what? Why? Why? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Because I got God's love pouring out of me.
Well, you know, she got bloodied and beaten up, yet she's like risen above, and it's like she's like a reborn again atheist or something. She's like just
Nobody believes
you know.
that.
Sugar 2.0.
I think she's a lot stronger. I mean, she's had to come out of the fire stronger than when she went in. I mean,
that's right.
I know when she first came to the hangouts, you know, she got her ass handed to her a few times a little bit. I mean, there was a lot of shit that went down. We all know, but she's an amazing woman. She used it to her advantage, and that's rare. You didn't crumble, Sugar.
Thank you. I love you guys
More
so
like
much.
powder sugar.
You've got a heart of gold, no doubt.
Some Pillbox told me the other day. He goes, he wrote to me in the external chat when I was in here talking about something. He goes, why is it that you're more Christian than anybody else, or you act more Christian than anybody else? I just typed back. I don't even know what
You're a
to say.
Christian atheist.
Wow. Pillbox said that to you, Sugar, huh?
Oh yeah, he's
Wow.
Awesome.
He even doesn't yell at me.
No, you know what? I caught Pillbox. He's got a heart, and I saw it. And the first time I felt it, and I went, interesting. And then I saw his bad behavior, and then I saw him. I caught him being sympathetic and compassionate and empathetic, and I went, you. I see that. And he goes, oh, I could hear it, in his voice.
You got me.
Yeah.
That's great.
I said, I've watched you. I said, whatever you do, don't lose that. I said, it's such a beautiful thing to have in your heart. I just think it's, regardless of what he believes, regardless of everybody's, opinions and conspiracy theories are like assholes. Everybody's got one.
Right. Well, you know what it is? Sometimes passion can be mistaken as hate.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And you get, you get frustrated when you feel a real belief in something and there aren't many people around you that feel that way, or you're overly criticized. This is clearly amplified, right? People are not afraid to come at you with all daggers and claws, and that's not normal. So it's his reaction, pretty good. I mean, you got to fight back, or you fall apart, I think.
Yeah, I hear you. Jungle, you want to say something, buddy?
I was just saying that I was in a hangout the other day with a Calvinist discussion, and it went on and on and on. Finally, they just made another hangout, and they dropped that one and made another hangout, and I couldn't finally get back into the discussion. So, but I didn't miss nothing. I mean, I went and did something else.
Yeah, there's a big war going on right now within the community, Christian community, that is, between the Calvinists and Arminian, whatever. I look at the whole conversation, I scratch my head and go, why are you guys fighting like this? It's just
A Christian anarchist posted something the other day, and I posted the words to "Love is the Answer." Remember that old song? And it's just all about when you feel afraid, love is
Here it
the answer.
is.
Yeah, well, because I saw them going back and forth and like fighting amongst themselves, and of course they threw us under the bus, the atheists, and so I poured out some love to them, and the thread slowed down because it was, how are you going to dispute love, right? You just, sometimes you got to just stop and say, just gotta love, if that's what God is, that's what God is, or I'm
That's
sure.
what Sugar. It's amazing because you're a non-believer, but you are actually living the life that Christ lived. That is what it's about. It's about love.
It's that baby. It's that baby. I saw God in that baby's eyes, and every time I see that baby, every time she looks at me, I feel a divine, beautiful something that is just, it makes it all go away. The night my mother died, and I was literally howling in pain over this, and this day came home, and I had to stop, and I walked out, and the baby was there, and she smiled at me, and that was it.
It's awesome.
Okay. That's that cycle of life, that the new is going to refresh the old, and and it gave me a focus. And between you guys at night and the baby in the day, being able to get through, there's purpose. So
We're here to stroke your ego. We don't mind.
you guys have been doing a good job. One of the young gentlemen have been doing an incredible job at stroking my ego.
She likes those young ones.
No. It's not that I like them. They've been bold, coming up to me in hangouts and confessing I'd like to spend some time with you, and I'd like to, get to know you. And well, if you're going to be a big enough boy,
You're popular.
In front of these men, well then I guess.
Yeah, they want to step up. Hey. Well, I try to get this guy Eric to step up, but again, he's just going back and forth with me, and I'm like, dude, I'm not going to have any kind of debate with you because it's silly because I don't debate evolution. I'll talk about it, but I'm like, why would you want to come in here? We have all walks here. We have 2 creationists, for God's sake. I'm like, come on in, cut your teeth. He says he's been doing a radio show for 15 years, and I'm like, okay, then come on in and give me something I've never heard before.
What the hell does that have to do with anything? At 15 years on a radio show, who cares?
You know what?
I don't know if it's like a Bible show or something, but it's certainly not about evolution because, like I said, I've read his page, and it's
right.
It's pretty bad even for somebody who's against atheism because one of his things even says in there, atheism believes universe created from nothing, and I'm like, we've all had that argument. We know that's stupid. Nobody says that.
Except Lawrence Krauss, maybe.
Nothing is something.
Yeah, right. That nothing is something, so it's not nothing.
Correct.
What were you gonna say, Saul?
Oh, I was gonna say if he has run a radio show for so long, then he ought to be really comfortable coming in and running the room.
Yeah.
He'd be able to come in and run the room. Basically, he'd have had all that time.
Yeah, this would be preschool for him.
Right.
Well, he says no one has fared well against me. Just giving fair warning. No one, because all the real science, the hard tangible science, is on my side. And I'm like, okay, well, if the science was on your side, your science would be taught. I'm like, what do you mean by the science is on your side that evolution is wrong? Such as?
Can't keep getting sick.
I'm asking him, but he won't give me anything.
It's funny. The contradictions are the things that get me about the Bible, and I've never quite understood why it's such a bad thing that God created the earth and evolution to give us something to do, right? And science to give us something to figure. I mean, to me, that's a loving God that gives us something to do. But to say that He didn't.
Well, that's why I can't refute theistic evolution. It's not. There's nothing I can refute about it. It's perfectly fine. Logically it follows. I mean that it's completely plausible. I can't deny that.
Yeah, personally, I have no problem with the idea of evolution. Personally, I just, and this is a faith thing, right? I believe that humankind is a special creation. I don't believe we evolved from primates, but that's just a faith position on my part. That's personal belief,
And if he did make us that way, either way, I mean, that solves the problem of omniscience and omnipotence and all that stuff for me. It solves that issue for me, right? Because I think, okay, that is a bigger picture. I don't see a bigger picture when you made a specific human and you made them this way and you gave them a specific job and then you just let them go. That doesn't work for me. But if you give us create this life and this universe and the whole thing for us to live and learn off of, that makes more sense to me.
When it comes to people who are like young Earth creationists, and it's so important that it be that way for them in their views in their world. If they were to listen to Jesus for just one moment, they would understand that the body is not what makes the man, that it's the mind that makes the man, that the man part comes from the mind and not from the body. Body is just a shell.
Well,
that's not really important. That's not I think they have a much greater argument to go from the consciousness
of the human being from that perspective than the actual biology, like you said. I mean, anatomically, biology, we are apes, we are monkeys, we are animals. But if they have an argument why we're more sentient, why we're more conscious, granted, I'm not going to really fall that much into that theological argument, but I can at least see it. It's a far more valid type of argument than is saying, the Earth is 6,000 years old, because obviously science disproves that to no end. It's unquestionable.
Well,
but if they want to go from having a soul and the mind, that's a much better way to go.
But what makes us doesn't come from our body.
Yeah, just let me.
That's not what differentiates us from anything else on the planet.
Let me throw this out there: that those that are trying to make young Earth creationism a salvation issue is really strange to me.
Oh, that is way out there. You're
bizarre,
right.
Man. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Jungle thinks it's a salvational issue. I mean, I think he said before that you have to accept young Earth creationism, right, Jungle? If I'm not mistaken, or is that if you don't, you're still okay?
Well, yeah, it's not doesn't seem that important, but if you're not telling the truth, then there's a problem with that. That's the only thing.
Yeah, but Jungle, what does that have to do with believing in the gospel of Christ?
Well, it has to be true.
Well,
minds work that way, though.
To me, that kind of argumentation is just a problem, because you say it has to be true, and then and people know, most people know it's not true, and you're taking away truth from Christianity. That's my point of view. And if you argue with this, I'll tell you this, but then I tell you the truth, and then you come with something that is not true.
Well, you would have to know a lot about what I would know about it, what I've studied, what I've learned, to be able to even begin to try to say it's not true.
Right, but Jungle,
your spiritual truth, but it is not true for everyone, anyone else, and science. Sorry.
Well,
right, exactly.
Like I said, I would have to explain a lot. I would have to explain a lot, like what I just explained before in this hangout.
Yeah,
there's a lot to explain.
Right, but Jungle, holy shit, I can't talk. Go ahead, Balthazar.
No, let's say you tell the children this, the truth, your truth, and you say, yeah, it's true, it's 6,000 years old. They come to school, and they have a teacher, very honest, telling you something else. So, first of all, of course, you will disrespect your teacher, doing a good job, and then you later college and so on, and this just so what you have told the child will just make him go the other direction. I think it's, if you want to, it's the best way to let someone lose their faith. In my position, if you're arguing with
people
these
do.
Yeah, that's main. And of course, I mean, I'm happy that my children, now my parents, they were a Christian, but I mean, if I had grown up with this view, and then I would never have come to Christianity, I think.
I don't think anything.
I'm not interested in having anybody lose their faith. I just want to have correct science. And like you said, Balthazar, when these kids get into higher academics and they learn there's no possible way that the Earth is 6,000 years, I mean, the evidence is overwhelmingly refuting against it, and when there's zero evidence to support it, it does have an effect on the religion. And I'll tell you right now, many young Earth creationists have become atheists when they get educated. Yeah. Much more so than any Christian who just goes to school, learns biology and stuff like that. They learn to accept evolution, but it doesn't affect their faith. They still remain Christians, and that's fine.
And I think when you come to Christ, it's Christ's job, of course, but you have to open up in a way, And what closes you down, this puts you in a situation where you're closed,
There's no evidence it shouldn't be taught in any school.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously in biology departments, there's many classes and there's many things they teach in biology in regards to evolutionary theory, right? And of course
you
that's
can-
based upon evidence because they don't just
But-
randomly pull this shit out of their ass and go, okay, we're going to explain epigenetics
But
now. We're going to explain
you can teach
how
biology.
genes.
You can teach biology without teaching the belief in evolution.
No, modern biology is predicated
I
on
know they say
evolutionary
that.
biology.
They say that, but that's not even true. Because biology is pre-existing directives that can't
Jungle,
order
you
themselves.
can't say that because you didn't take those college courses, so you don't know how
I
it's
don't care.
presented.
Just give me any biologist to talk to and see if he convinces me. Because
Well, you've talked to
there
Fiona.
is,
She's got a PhD in biology.
yeah, she didn't convince me at all. It's still sequenced.
You know, I love physics. I can't guarantee that what they're teaching me is actually true, right? I do know that math is an exact science, but really, if you look at things the way that what's fair, if we could prove it, we could prove it. But the fact is, neither side can prove anything, so I think it's kind of unfair anytime either side says that we're not telling the truth, that either side is not telling the truth. I think that's really the truth, is that none of us know the truth.
I agree.
And that's
Well, I mean, but there are some things that can be demonstrated, Sugar. I mean, it goes back to the whole flat Earth thing. We can demonstrate that the Earth is not flat. I mean, unequivocally. Yet there are people that still hang on to it.
Right.
I mean,
If there's evidence, you can teach it, but if there's not evidence, you can't teach it.
and in evolution, there's still an overwhelming amount of evidence that's spread over so many different areas of science. That's something that is obviously taught.
Evolution
because there is evidence for it.
It's imagined. There's no evidence for that. It's all imagined.
Well, see, that's because you and other people will misrepresent it and haven't really looked at the evidence and seen why the evidence is the way it is.
I haven't seen any evidence whatsoever of any kind of evolution happening.
Because you can't define it, Jungle. We already established you can't define evolution, and if you can't define it, you can't be against it because you don't know.
You don't have a fixed definition of evolution.
I would say
Because
I've had the same definition I've always used.
You're saying change of an existing genome is evolution. It's not evolution.
Not a genome. A gene pool. There's a difference. It's an allelic change of the population of species gene pool. It's in a species.
Gene pool
not
came from a genome. Gene pool came from a genome. It's variation, recombination of the same thing.
If it changes, it's evolution in biology. If there's an allelic frequency change in the population,
but that's two different. That's two different.
But that's what's called. That's what the adults call evolution. Jungle.
There's two different. No, it's two different evolution. I mean, definitions.
Nope. That's it. That's that. That right there is the main definition in population genetics.
Because the one definition is from goo to you by way of the zoo. The other definition is change to an existing genome. The two have no correlation with each other. There's no connection.
No, it's not goo to you because abiogenesis is not included in evolution because that doesn't have alleles and that doesn't have
organized goo to you.
I mean, I know P.Z. Myers wants to incorporate the two, but so far they can't because abiogenesis is a hypothesis right now, obviously.
Right, but isn't evolution somewhat dependent on one of the theories of abiogenesis?
No, it could be panspermia, could be aliens, could be God.
Evolution
who knows?
is entirely dependent on abiogenesis.
No, it's not.
Information that's not even there.
Okay, but it's not because evolution only deals with how life changes after genes came to be. That's the model. The model only explains how after how genes came to be. Prior to that, evolution doesn't address it. It's like saying cosmology has to do with plate tectonics. It has nothing to do with it.
You have to explain information that's not there. The information
it's
that's
a natural
not there.
extension. Well, that's a theological argument, though.
Something can only be what it has information to be. It can't be anything else.
Yeah, but that doesn't go against evolution. And evolution is like Steve says, it's change over time, nothing more than that. And what we don't know is the mechanism of evolution.
Correct.
So,
but you gotta follow what I'm saying though. If you're changing in an existing set of whatever DNA genome or whatever, you're changing what's already there. It doesn't account for how it got there, and it doesn't account for any thing that's not there that needs to be there to be something else.
It doesn't have anything to do with evolution and abiogenesis. It's
Yeah, I
just
mean,
it's just a field of research where people try
How
to
can you
use.
not understand that? Try to
well,
explain.
Jungle, Balthazar can make arguments from a theological perspective with abiogenesis. So he's done so. I mean, we can talk about that. But even he recognizes that it's an argument about abiogenesis. He actually still understands, though, that evolution is not abiogenesis. Evolution is after a period of time where genes already occurred.
I know
His
that's your
argument is counter to
definition.
that, and he has a legit argument just like anybody else. But it's not an argument about evolution. It's an argument about function and purpose and information, as you said. But I don't think even you use the word information like the way Balthazar would. I really don't think you do. I understand the way Balthazar does. I mean, I agree with it, but I understand it. But the way you use information, I never have understood it, man. I just don't know where you're coming from when you mean information as in what?
Significant sequencing that makes directed working mechanisms.
Which
cannot appear out of thin air. They have to be
We don't, we don't know if they can appear or not out of thin air.
Well, but you do know by observing objects whether or not they can cause it to appear out of thin air.
But I don't think, I think it's illogical that they appear out of thin air, but we don't know it, and this is a scientific question. And you shouldn't stop science. You shouldn't stop science in this.
That's an appeal to magic. That's an appeal to magic. That's not appeal to science.
No, it's not. I mean, Balthazar is exactly right. I mean, it is a posteriori assumption that whatever we observe, what has happened in the past, will happen again. I mean, that is an assumption we make, but we cannot, in a scientific confidence, say something came from nothing or information came from nothing. We don't know. Maybe it was a god. I have no freaking idea, and it's perfectly fine to debate that. But you cannot use that to debate evolution.
Right,
because evolution exists
regardless. The problem is I don't see any evolution.
But we've explained to you what evolution is, and you keep changing what you want the definition to be because you don't accept the fact that we've seen what the definition means.
You didn't
if you want to make an argument about abiogenesis, that's a whole different ballgame. Balthazar does it all the time.
You didn't account for additional information that's not there in place.
Well, again, if you have 26 letters of the alphabet and you only rearrange them so many ways, I got 2 different books. Is it not those 2 different books? Do they not contain different information? And I can write another book and have new information. I can write another book and have new information.
But you would have to write it though. It doesn't sequence itself by itself on its own, or by accident, or by selection or anything. Unrelated changes.
Natural selection can too.
It's not going to reprogram the genome. It's not going to make directed working mechanisms.
But you do accept natural selection occurs, right? You've already said you have.
Of existing information that's
natural
already
selection
there.
has nothing to do with information. It's not information.
It has everything to do with information. I know you don't like the word information, but it has everything to do with the pre-existing directives that are already there in place that make directed working mechanism. That's how the directed working mechanism get there. That's how all the chemical cycles get there.
I've read a lot of books on natural selection. I've never heard anything. I've never seen anything on natural selection talk about directed working mechanisms because natural selection is not directed. It's just not random.
Well, if it wasn't directed, you wouldn't be a human that you are, and other animals wouldn't be what they are.
That's an assertion, though, but you cannot make that assertion without scientific evidence. Is the problem? You talk about evidence.
You have to go with
to provide it.
You have to go with the evidence that we have, and the evidence that we have
is overwhelming in support of evolution.
That are fixed genomes that are in a state called homeostasis.
I know what homeostasis is, and our genomes are not fixed. They can change over time due to chemicals and environmental factors. Our own genomes can.
They resist change because you're not getting anything new from changing the genome. Making changes. Unrelated changes
but do you know what the
are not going to program anything new.
But do you know what the difference between a genome and a gene pool is?
Yeah, the gene pool is everything, but what I said before is that the gene pool came from the genome. The original genome.
No. What do you mean by original genome? You have to, I mean...
The original organism.
Every organism reproduces its own organism. Every species reproduces its own species.
And it makes a gene pool. And it makes a gene pool.
And the population is the gene pool, right.
Oh, but that all came from recombination of the same thing.
That still has nothing to do with evolution, though. Things still
because
evolve.
evolution doesn't exist. Evolution is not there. It has no part of it. What's going on?
Well, this is the issue we've always run into is what you think is evolution and what Balthazar, myself, Rev, Saul, and everybody else on the planet thinks is evolution are two different things.
Well,
Like I
you
said,
think
Balthazar
that
can argue his theological thing for abiogenesis, and I'm fine with that. We like discussing those things, but
you think
how are you
that
making the translation to?
You think that unrelated changes? You think that unrelated changes are going to reprogram the entire genome to make it an entire different animal? That
Reprogram.
has
It's not
no
an entirely
information.
different animal. It's still in the same taxon. I mean, it still retains its old phylogeny. You understand that, right? I mean, you'd have enough morphological changes, you have enough mutations, things will change.
And they will warp, but they have to remain viable.
All right,
Well, the species has to remain viable, unless the species goes, extinct. But there might be a divergence where you have a speciation event where one species continues and the other one branches off.
There's all kinds of divergences. There's all kinds of divergences, but they're never. It's always recombination of the same thing. It'll always
be. That doesn't matter with evolution, whether it's recombinant or whatever you want to call it. It's still evolution. If you have speciation, evolution has taken place.
No, it's variation.
No, variation is a different eye color. No, adaptation is the ability of a species to become adapted to their environment
and responding to the environment too.
That's called evolution. Yeah.
No, it's not evolution. Responding to the environment is basically adapting or being able to adapt to the environment.
One of the mechanisms of evolution.
What's a mechanism that's already there? You can't use an existing mechanism.
Evolution.
You can't use directed things as evidence of no direction.
Well, evolution is. You do realize that evolution is non-random. I mean, I wouldn't call it a directed process, but it is a non-random process. It's based upon natural events, right?
Really?
Well, variation has a lot of direction in it but it's already from the genome itself.
Give me an example of a demonstration of like a variation between like me and Rev. What would be considered variation?
Well, if you were monkeys, you might have different color monkey facial hair or whatever.
Well, if it's a monkey, we're different species, anyways. I mean,
it would be the same.
As a parabolic clade, we are monkeys, but I mean,
it would be the same original species. It would be the same original species, but because of isolation, adaptation, and variation, that the features of the monkeys turn, different colors and shapes and stuff like that.
So hair color, eye color, those are variants. But if I had me and a female and we had different variation, we still would be genetically similar enough to reproduce as a species, right?
And eventually everybody would be basically the same recombinated gene pool, like you say.
That's actually called loss of heterozygosity, but...
No, Steve, let me clarify. Did you say that evolution is directed?
No, I said I wouldn't consider evolution to be directed, but it's a non-random process.
Non-random process.
Completely not. Yeah, it's completely non-random.
I do believe I heard you say it's directed.
No, what I said was, again, I would not call it a directed process.
You might rewind the video, buddy.
No, that's what even Jungle would say, is that not what I said, Jungle? Balthazar? Like 3 times? I would not call it a directed process, but it is a non-random process.
Not directed,
I heard you say directed.
I did say directed 4 times, but in context to what I was saying, I would not call it a directed process.
What's the difference between non-random and directed? What's the difference?
Well, directed means that something is actually doing something involved in it. Artificial selection would be a directed thing. God would be directed. Natural selection just means that there are natural elements on the organ or on the species causing it to adapt or change, whether it be temperatures, predators, things affecting it.
Okay.
I've given my example many times of using white bugs and black bugs. And the environment gets cold, snow comes in, birds come in, they eat the black bugs, they don't populate as much or reproduce as much, differential reproduction kicks in, and the white bugs with the mutation reproduce more, therefore after a period of time the population becomes white. I mean, these are how species change and adapt to their environment. That's a very simple explanation, but that's one of many. I mean, you do with temperatures or climate things and food and scarcity of food.
So it just happens, depending on the environment, no mechanism guiding it.
Correct. That's why they literally call it natural selection.
I don't buy that.
Oh, well, I mean, I've never even, Jungles, I think, would be the only person I've ever met as a creationist that would even just argue that much. Every creationist I've ever talked to, even some of the bigger name ones, they all accept natural selection because that does happen, just like my argument.
There's natural selection, yeah.
You know, yeah, I mean, natural selection is not even debated in the...
It doesn't reprogram the genome. Natural selection won't reprogram the genome.
It's not a matter of pre-programming the genome. It's what if the organism will continue, if the white bugs continue, their genes will promulgate more. They'll go more throughout the species. That's all it means. It means that those particular genes will be carried on from generation to generation. That's why the definition of evolution is the change of allelic frequency of a given population of species, gene pool, from one generation to the next generation over time. Because each generation, those genes are passed on, but they change a little bit, and they change a little bit more. And every generation from every organism in that species population changes a little bit. So the population itself, over time, will change to adapt to their surroundings.
All right, let me ask you this, Steve. Do you believe that it's empirically proven that we have evolved from primates?
Well, I mean, this is where this is the argument that Cliff and I differ on. I don't use the word proven in science. I avoid it like the plague.
Fair enough. Okay.
But is it overwhelmingly demonstrated? Yeah. I mean, a human chromosome number 2, the evidence is overwhelming on it. I have not read a refutation of human chromosome number 2 that was worth a shit. I've read Tompkins' paper. It was blatantly misleading. The evidence is there. It shows for all why we have 46 chromosomes and other members of Hominidae have 48. It's right there from the fusion site on human chromosome number 2. That's chimpanzee chromosome 12 and 13, also known as 2A and 2B. You can see them. You can see them fused together in like this, and then you look at human chromosome number 2, and they are pretty much identical. I mean, it's
much
identical.
Pretty
well,
much.
I mean, you have mutations come in. I mean, nothing's completely identical, but where the genes line up, they are exactly the same. I mean,
yeah.
There's a lot of assuming going on, a lot of assumption.
No, I mean, you can look at the telomeric sequence, and you can see that it was an end-to-end fusion. That's the only way that's possible this chromosome could have come about is by a telomeric fusion between 2 other ancestral chromosomes. There's no other way. Each chromosome only has one centromere, and that's the telomeres on the end. The human chromosome actually has 2 centromeres, and then it has a telomere and the 2 centromeres in the middle. It shouldn't.
But that has nothing to do with what it's producing, what it's making. The number of chromosomes is entirely irrelevant to what the organism is.
Well, I agree with you. When the ancestral primate had the first fusion event, it didn't really affect us much. Just because the genes were located on a different chromosome, it really doesn't mean too much to the human itself or to the person. It really doesn't have as big as effects as you would think. But we can definitely see that the genes we have and the genes that chimpanzees have on 2 separate chromosomes are on one of ours. And you can see that you have the repeat, the TTA GGG repeats, which is called the telomeric repeats, are lined up in the middle of the chromosome. It should never be that way. On every other chromosome, the telomeric repeats are only on the ends. And then as the organism gets, or the cell actually starts dividing, those telomeric sequences get shorter based upon
they're finding more and more differences between chimps and humans.
No, that's not true. Matter of fact, we have 98 to 99%. The same as DNA as the chimpanzee.
It's not even close to that.
The person paper I think it was Humphreys, who actually said otherwise. I can't remember his name for sure, but anyways, the paper that made 2 mistakes. One, the first time he did his paper, he used a program called BLAST, and there was a bug in that program when he tried to run it with indels. Okay, that was pointed out to him. He admitted there's a bug. So instead of changing his data to fix it, what he did was he included what's called indels. And what an indel is if you have, let's say I have like this much information, or this many nucleobases, okay, here on camera, and if I just do a comparison where this nucleobase is different than like a human nucleobase, that'll count as a difference, right? But an indel is a whole bunch of mutations that are put into the genome at once, okay? So if you just count the individual mutations as an individual mutation, there's a much bigger difference. But every biologist in the world who does genomic sequencing will take those indels to mean one event because they know it happened at one time. You can see that is an insertion that is one thing. And then what he did was he counted those ones, each one's individually, and said, "Oh, look, we're only 70% related." Nobody does it that way. It was totally dishonest.
Well, there's still information there that the chimps have that humans don't have, and vice versa.
Well, that's why they're chimps and we are humans, but we only differ from each other. I mean,
So, but that's a difference that you can't account for with.
Yes, we can account for. Of course we can.
With
the
unrelated changes aren't going to make new information or.
But they weren't unrelated. You got to remember, chimps, bonobos, orangutans, gorillas are all members of Hominidae. They're in the same clade as the apes family, the great apes.
That's your assumption.
No, that's biology. That's not an assumption.
No, it's not biology.
It's phylogeny.
It's not. No, just because something looks similar doesn't mean this. I mean,
But
you got
we can show it in many different ways.
Marsupials look like mammals. It doesn't mean they're mammals.
It's a certain interpretation of the evidence.
But if you have different lines of evidence, okay, you have the human chromosome number 2. You know we talk about GULAP a lot, right? The gene that makes vitamin C. We can see how that has changed as well, and we look at it and say, okay, it is not functional in all other members of Hominidae, but it is functional in lesser organisms. I think a guinea pig is only missing like a few exons, while we're missing quite a few exons in the promoter region. So we know that it was a long time ago that this problem happened, and we are no longer able to make vitamin C, and anything past that point is no longer able to make vitamin C. And we can look through the phylogeny and go, oh, look at everything that matches up as we expect them to on the tree of life, because the tree of life is there, right? And we can say, oh, well, okay, this animal, we expect this to have, non-functional GULAP and basically maybe these nucleotide sequences. And I go, oh, look, exactly as we expected.
How do you know that's not needed for structure for the DNA for other mechanisms? Because there's all kinds of cross mechanisms.
Because we have 4 metabolic pathways for make vitamin C, and the 4th one is the one that's not working in us. Yet in other organisms, all 4 pathways are working.
Well, but what I'm saying, it could be like a scaffold just for other functions and stuff, other things, because there's all kinds of information, all kinds of copying and stuff's going on there.
Well, sure, and there probably is other pathways that are used for. I mean, but with Lenski's 20-year E. coli experiment demonstrated that even with old metabolic pathways, new ones can become new metabolic pathways, and that is what evolution predicts. When they were giving, what was it? It was glucose and citrate as a food source in an anaerobic environment. They have the metabolism to do it in a oxygen environment, but they were deprived of oxygen, or the other way around.
Okay, let's say we lost
metabolic pathways to incorporate to their old ones to use the new citrate, the food source. That is, by definition, evolution.
Let's say humans lost the ability to process or make vitamin C. And let's say we gained back that ability to make vitamin C.
You couldn't gain it back.
I couldn't get it, but you can't lose it, right?
Right. We couldn't gain it back because we wouldn't be able to fill in the missing exons, for one.
Either way, how is that evolution, though? Is what I want to know. How is that evolution?
But Jungle, what Steve is saying, I don't know, perhaps you misunderstand it, but at the same time, we are not evolved from any of the primates. So I can show you. If you see here, you see just the line. So we are not evolved from chimpanzees. Can you see my screen?
No.
So we just have a line going there to other animal groups. So we are not.
We are not involved from chimpanzees or gorillas or.
Yes, the common ancestor.
We are related to them. Correct.
The common ancestor is always missing. Yeah, I know that.
No.
The whole entire tree is always missing. The only thing that's there is the end result.
But you're not looking what Balthazar's showing you. He's showing what's called a cladiogram. And if you look at the cladiogram, it fits into what we expect on the phylogeny of the tree of life. If you look at the little dot, this is how you read a cladiogram. Okay, see where it says primates? Everything past that point to the leave it up, Balthazar, if you can.
Do you see how the entire tree is missing?
Yeah,
no, that's how how a cladiogram looks. That's how you read a cladiogram.
Well, I'm trying to explain to you what the problem is.
Well, I don't know what is missing. It looked pretty
The
clear to me.
entire tree is missing. The only thing that's there is
That's not a tree.
the outer leaves or whatever you call it.
That's not a phylogenetic tree. You're confusing phylogenics with cladiogenics.
Everything, every part of the tree is completely
That is
missing.
not a phylogenetic tree. Jungle is what we're trying to explain to you. That is called a cladiogram. There's a huge difference between phylogenecy and cladistics.
Either
when
way,
organizing things.
The whole entire tree is missing, no matter how you represent it.
It's not a tree. I don't know how else to say it. Balthazar, explain to him. A cladiogram is not a tree.
It's supposed to be a tree of life.
No, that's not the tree of life.
It says family portrait. It says family portrait right on there. It's supposed to be a tree of life.
It is not a phylogenetic tree of life. It's a cladiogram. I don't know any other way to say it. I was going to explain to you why it is set up the way it is.
Every common ancestor is missing.
Where are the common ancestors missing?
Yeah, every single common ancestor is missing. It's not there.
Yeah, I totally reject that image, personally.
I don't know what's missing off it. It looks like a perfectly fine cladiogram to me.
But okay, so let's look at it in a theistic way then. So yeah, so where is God creating here? So he doesn't create a gorilla and then a human. No, he don't create chimpanzee and then a human. So he creates at this line. So at the moment in time, he decides, okay, primates, this lemurs and so on. So he creates at this. There is not, you know.
I'm pretty sure the lemurs are lemurs, the monkeys are monkeys, the orangutans are orangutans, gorillas are gorillas, and chimps are chimps.
Yeah, can't you read this table? That's just what it says. It says that's exactly what it says. They are exactly what you said, and humans are not evolved from apes.
Right, I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. But what I was saying is that what we evolved from is always missing. It doesn't exist.
It is. And I think, not I think, I mean, it's nothing I have come up with, but what reads more and more is obvious is it's the evolution is it's a top, I start with it again, it's a top-down mechanism.
It's supposed to be bottom-up mechanism.
Yeah, but that is just not the case. So
well, I know that's not the case because it has to be top-down.
It doesn't have to be top-down. There are many. There are some processes in nature that are top-down, but not many of them. But some are top-down, like a perfect gas law. But evolution is a clear top-down thing. But I had a discussion with Steve about this, and perhaps I articulated me wrong, but the thing was there that I gave an argument for the DNA, and my argument for the DNA is there is no lower level that controls the DNA. So the DNA, what controls the DNA is a higher level. That can, for evolutionists, can be, you know, adaptation to environment and so on, and or you can go a theistic way. What we are trying to do, what will be the, how to say, the emphasis on evolution in the future, also today, is to trace the top-down mechanism to, you know. You will never, I mean, when something starts to go top down, you can never get to the, it's a teleonomic process. So you can never get to the sufficient cause of it. With science, that is impossible, but you can trace the change of causation, and that is what people, biologists are doing now. So like with the epigenome and so on, how so it's or from an evolutionist perspective, it's the higher levels get selected, not the lower levels. But this is already today very difficult for materialists and many evolutionists, especially neo-Darwinists, to deal with. But you have already some pretty prominent biologists that have spoken out from it, because it just it's not progressive for the scientific research to have this view, because that is what are you have some kind of random changes in the DNA, and the DNA is controlling the mechanism up from bottom to up, and it's just not reality,
Right. I would.
Hang on, Jungle. See, Balther makes an argument from more of what Rev's saying, how to interpret some data. Okay, that people can discuss that as will. But he's not arguing that evolution doesn't take place. You see the difference? He's arguing what is the cause of it, whether it's gene-centric or not. There's a difference on that.
But do you see what he's saying, Steve? That there's a more complete genome that everything came from.
Well, I don't know what you mean by more complete genome. Each species has
in other words, you have to.
Oh, excuse me. Each individual has their own genome.
In other words, all the information of everything down below has to come from the original information. It has to select what information is there, and make use of it.
But Jungle, that position that you have in Rev and Balthazar would be more of a much more what's called teleological argument, a purpose, a function, a reason for being, a logos. Assuming, I don't know about Rev. It sounds like Rev probably doesn't fully accept evolution. I don't know, but it doesn't go to the fact that species will change over a period of time. That is undeniable fact, man.
But it's more.
Yeah, could I clarify my position again, really quick? I have no problem with the idea of evolution, but I just believe that humankind is a special creation. That I don't believe we came from primates. It doesn't jive with me personally.
So the rest of the animal kingdom does, and all the plants and the rest of the tree does, but we're a special creation unto ourselves, or that perhaps maybe we evolved from primates, because the evidence is overwhelming we did, but at a certain time God gave us a conscience, because I think that's more of a valid argument.
I don't see enough evidence that we evolved from primates. I don't see it personally.
Well, like I gave you the human chromosome 2 thing, and it's pretty overwhelming.
Pretty overwhelming. It's not 100%.
Rev, nothing is 100% of science. The evidence has to go where the evidence goes.
Yeah.
But the problem with the argument against human chromosome 2, the person who wrote that paper for AIG, he made huge assumptions of a functional gene located in that region that he cannot demonstrate was functional prior to the event. He also said encroached upon the telomeric region, which was not true. It was subtelomeric, because all of them are subtelomeric, the genes that he was referring to.
Right.
So it's kind of disingenuous, though, for AIG to put out this information that is completely.
You won't hear me defending AIG at all. Okay. But what I'm saying, after you admit the fact that science can't be 100%, it's game over at that point.
Why? That's God of the gaps, then.
No, I'm not saying it's an argument for God. I'm saying that you should be skeptical about everything at that point.
No, because if something's pretty well 90, I give it I call it maximum certainty. It's so to the point where they quote unquote they say it would be perverse not to accept it. It goes to anything. The Big Bang or plate tectonics or whatever theory you want to come up with. It models what we observe, and evolution models what we observe. Even if you don't accept it, the model still is a model that shows what we expect to see. In evolutionary processes, and we can make predictions because of it as well.
Given a certain interpretation of the evidence, that's the way I see it. But go ahead, Jungle. I think you want to go.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the top-down thing again. There's a lot of scientists that are looking or considering the top-down scenario as opposed to the bottom-up, because there's no way of building from the bottom up, because it's essentially a bottleneck. Your biogenesis is a bottleneck.
You can build from bottom up, but the whole emphasis of top down is that the higher level controls the lower level, and this Newtonian materialistic thought is that everything things are governed from top down, from microchemistry, microphysics, and then upwards, and that is just not the case. And but many scientists have big problems with this. I mean, it's not the most common held position, and I think it's interesting because people are so totally blind to it. It has nothing to do with intelligence. This, because it's it's some kind of blindness where
maybe familiarity.
No, it's a kind of ideology, because I mean it's clearly the case, the DNA. So if there were something on the chemical level or the microphysical level that would control the DNA, that is just not the case, because the DNA strain, the information there, I would call it more functional information, is a sequence, and this sequence is totally independent. It is another context that, what how to say, uphold the sequence. So you have chemical bonds between the backbone on the DNA, the sugar and the phosphate. That is a chemical necessity, and then you have the base pairs have also, A will, I don't know the sequence there, but A will always bind, come together with T and so on. This is a loose chemical bond, but the whole information that makes
not
it
always,
work.
most of the time, but not always.
Yeah, but what makes it work? The information in it is going downwards. So it's the sequence of the chemistry. So it is a code, and it's not a code because science uses a metaphor there. It is a code.
That still doesn't. That still wouldn't have anything to do with evolution, though. That's the problem with Junker's understanding. That's
But the funny thing about it is, if you are evolutionists and naturalists at the same time, you cannot make evolution work, because if this was governed bottom up, you wouldn't have any changes in the DNA. It would be impossible. You would just have some
mutations, obviously, right? You still have frame shifts. Frame shifts will give you a different codon to be read, and the codon would produce a different protein, right? I mean, that's a natural thing. It doesn't take anything special about that. It's just you insert two different nucleobases instead, and the whole frame shifts over. That'll give you a different codon, a completely different codon to be read. Correct?
But it is a sequence. So
it's functional.
Well,
I have developed.
Sure.
I can give you an example that I came up with myself, perhaps a not so good one, but it's like if you want to make sushi, I give you the recipe. I give you you don't know what sushi is, and you see the ingredients: rice, what is called seagrass, and shrimps. Okay, so that is what sushi contains. This is just chemistry. Okay. Biochemistry. So and you take that, put it into a container and cook it together. That is not sushi. So what makes sushi is the sequence there. So you first take shrimps, or you first lay down the leaves, then the rice, and then the shrimps, and then you roll it in a sequence. That's how proteins are made. It's not just chemistry. It's like a language. So this first, then this, and then you have also. Of course,
I would argue it's not a language, and I would say that it is just chemistry, obviously. But I mean, by the way, you do agree that if you have a mutation, and I'm specifically going to say 2 mutations to cause an actual frame shift, that it will produce a different protein at some point during translation, right?
It has to
Yeah,
work.
but how can you say just get something away before? How can you say it's just chemistry? You know, sushi is not the same as when you take rice, sea leaves, and shrimps and mix it together and boil it. That is not sushi, or is that sushi for you?
Well, I mean, I call it just chemistry. I don't know. I don't understand the sushi argument. I'm sorry. I'm trying to, but I'm not. But you know.
Okay, so the genome, it's a sequence of. So you have I think it's they have 3. There are 3. 3 bases in a codon.
The codon, right? It's 3 nucleobases.
Yes, so that's why I take the sushi example. So, but it is it's if it was just chemistry, you know.
Well,
it's not.
If
not
you're
like
reading here's the thing. If you're reading that codon in the ribosome, okay, we're going to go with eukaryotes, and we'll discuss like in the ribosome. So if you're reading that codon, what does it actually do to that codon? I mean, do you know how the amino acid actually comes in and attaches to that particular codon? Do you know what brings it?
Yes, it is translated, and that is also the translation process of the messenger RNA. That is also clearly not just chemistry, because things are getting, I wouldn't say translated, I would say transcripted, like you transcript.
Well, it is just chemistry, because in the translation process, the codon wants to match to its anticodon, correct?
Yeah.
And that is the chemical bonds. And sometimes it messes up. But if it just wants to go to its anticodon, how does the anticodon get charged to the right amino acid? It happens to what's called in aminoacyl tRNA synthase, right? Which is an enzyme. So this enzyme, aminoacyl tRNA synthase, has a little mechanism that uses ADP, and it comes in, and so it attaches these amino acids to the correct anticodon. There's a bunch of these things floating around, and in the ribosome itself, it says, okay, I got these 3 nucleobases here, which is your codon, and if you look at a nuclear synthesis chart, it'll show you the correct amino acids supposed to be attached to it, and they just plop into it because that's what chemically it wants to do. And then it just happens to have that amino acid attached to it. It goes out the P side of the ribosome in a chain, little peptide bond that the RNA catalyst for, and then you just have this peptide chain coming out. That's all it really is. I don't see anything magical about it myself. I mean, it's amazing, but I don't call information, Saul, like you asked. I don't think I can't see anything more there than just chemistry.
Okay. Okay. So
it just happens to have the right peptide.
I would agree with you. Sorry, I would agree with you that when DNA is translated from the RNA, that is a pure chemical process, because you have a physical chemistry that will determine how the RNA translated. But the information there is it's a sequence. That is the whole thing, you know. So it's like a locker, okay? So if you have a bicycle lock, it's a sequence of the, you know, of the number.
20 amino acids. It's a mega protein.
I mean, a codon is sometimes written wrong, and something goes wrong, and what you get there is very, it's detrimental. It shall not be there. So the sequence matters, and that is the same with the language.
Sequence matters, sure. When a protein does get encoded differently, you have problems, or it can lead to something else.
Where is the law of the chemistry that decides this sequence? That is what I'm pointing to. Where is the chemistry?
Well, no, I mean, I understand your argument goes to even before the translation or transcription process. I mean,
yes.
Obviously, you have the central dogma of translation. mRNA to transcription protein. But your argument starts way before even there, Balthazar. And I do understand your argument, but
the information
I'm trying to,
is the sequence. It go, you go downwards, and it's a sequence of the bases that is important, not the bases themselves. I mean, that is what nature works with here. So
right.
of course that is chemistry, but not the sequence. You cannot put up a law for a sequence. It's like, okay, you put up a law for a language. Why? Actually, there are some laws, but you cannot explain the information with physical necessity.
Well, they can, only for the fact that, like I've said before, I mean, if you have trillions of mRNAs going on originally, I mean, some of them are going to be more viable than others. And then, like you said, when they get the lipid layer and they start getting a little more complicated. But I'm not addressing the ID aspect of it. I'm not addressing the theological aspect of it. I'm trying to address it from Jungle's understanding that is a whole separate argument from evolution occurring, and that's the problem. It is a whole
it has nothing to do with
argument.
I mean, from
you understand the difference, Balthazar. He does.
Yeah, but I just want you to understand this top-down causation. So, from an evolutionary perspective,
I have no problem with top-down. I have no problem with a top-down change, and that's not evolution. To me, that's not evolution.
Right. See what you said, Jungle. To you, but to the rest of the world that understands evolution, when you have a species that speciates, that is a product.
Because you're using information. You're using information that's already there.
Argument.
I have no problem with the
theological arguments, and that's not the same thing. You still have to understand that evolution occurs. Balthazar recognizes evolution.
No,
occurs.
It's not. It's using evolution. It's using information that's already in place.
But it doesn't matter the fact it still changes, and that's what evolution means. It's using change.
Proteins and everything that are already in place.
Well, not necessarily. We've already discussed Niles.
I have no problem with losing information. You can lose as much information as you want. You can lose all the information that you want and remain viable. I have no problem with that. That's not evolution. That's
but if a species, no, there's no such thing as de-evolution. It's like saying deceleration. There's no such thing as you only have negative acceleration. But when a species speciates, man, it is two different species.
You're not getting new information.
It is not an argument about information, which is Balthazar has been explained to you. His informational argument deals with way before evolution. Okay, and that can be discussed. People have been talking about that for a long time. But what you're going through, you're taking Balthazar's argument and
you would still have
evolution where there's no point there.
Even with the top-down argument, you would still have to prove that actually did happen, though. We still have a problem.
Well, we do know it happens.
All right,
Steve. Connect everything.
Steve, question: Would you say that human beings losing the ability to make vitamin C is evolution or something else?
It's evolution. Evolution is only one way. There's no such thing as de-evolution.
But we lost that ability, though. That seems.
We still exist. We still are a species.
But that's not how. That's not counting how the information got there.
We gained the ability to think, and we gained the ability to reason, and we gained the different abilities. So I mean, it's not a net zero sum game. So it doesn't matter that we lost somewhere in the history of time the ability to create vitamin C. Most species have, as far as mammals, as far as they know, except for like I think with the guinea pig or the hamster was like the last one that was able to do it. I don't remember, but it doesn't matter. We have other things that have helped us to adapt to our environment, including, like I said, the biggest thing was for humans was the ability to cognitive and reasoning. You got to remember back in the day when these hunters are out there and they're like looking at a deer and going, I want to kill that deer. They had a reason in their mind how to throw the javelin or how to hit it with a bow or whatever the hell they use at the time. Not bow, but I mean they used a weapon or to chase it. Predators were the same way. The feral felines that were able to come over here and have a better predatory instinct and better adaptability to kill things, was a cognitive function. They would do a tangential path instead of like chasing after it. They would use other members of the herd to kill the thing. They had learned these things. These were more adaptive things to their surroundings. That is how evolution works. Just because we lost vitamin C doesn't mean we didn't make it up by some other thing. Like I said, it's not a zero net sum game.
Okay, so in other words, evolution doesn't necessarily give us just positive things. It gives us negative as well, and depending
All
on
of the above.
I have no problem with negative things. I have no problem with negative things appearing.
Well, there are beneficial mutations, Jungle. That's again something that's demonstrable. Even Creation.com, pointed out to you, has. They even say there are beneficial mutations. Even they will not say there is none. Some ideas have come out there and say there's no such thing.
With beneficial mutations, it's very rare. A single mutation and
it is
multiple complementary mutations are just totally out of the question.
Most of them are neutral. I mean, most mutations, even in a pseudogene.
No, but I'm talking about multiple complementary mutations that actually are beneficial.
But you got to remember these are millions and millions of trials over millions and millions of years, man. I mean, this is a long-term process.
Even so, the more changes, the more unrelated changes. You need millions of unrelated changes that are complementary. The more unrelated changes that you have that have to be complementary, the more absurdly difficult and impossible
because we see it with MRSA all the time. MRSA in 30 days can be completely resistant to anything we throw at it for antibiotics. We can see it go through various strains and even speciate as if literally in a matter of less than a month. I think 30 days.
That's a virus.
Speciated.
It's a virus. It's just losing whatever information it has to lose.
It adapts very rapidly because it has a large degree of genetic diversity and it speciates at an awful quickly rate.
But Steve, do you know how they get resistant to the antibiotics? Yes,
of course. I mean, what's your question on?
How do they do this?
Because normally because the bacteria, or let's say you have a colony, the antibiotics will kill some of them. The other ones will have a smaller resistance to it. Over a period of time, the ones that have a higher resistance to it will breed. This is the differential reproduction, and then all of a sudden you have these variations of speciations, or they call them strains actually, that are much more resistant to the antibiotic, and then they just build up from each other, and they're like, okay, you know what? This antibiotic doesn't affect this particular strain anymore. It doesn't attach to the.
Can I reply to this? This was what people, biologists, thought up until the 1890s. And they used this. They did it in the laboratory to prove evolution, and it was always upheld. In reality, last decades, one had found out it's not that process. It's not like changing over time. Those who dies, the bacterials, they are copying the information. Their DNA from the environment, and then sharing it in the group, and they get resistance. So you don't have you have a.
No, that's called horizontal gene. That's called horizontal gene transfer. What happens is
I know what it's called. Of course, I know what it's called.
Okay, so you got a plasmid, right?
And this is a totally different mechanism than evolution have worked with.
They're intricately related. They're intricately related. When
no,
you have
they
a
are
bacteria,
not.
When you have a plasmoid, right? It can take that plasmoid and it can send it to another bacteria, right? And that plasmoid can either sit in that bacteria or it can become actually part of the secondary bacteria's DNA itself, right? But the ones that have that in their DNA are less likely to be killed by it, and those are the ones that go on to populate more. It requires both of those things.
This is not against natural selection. Of course, if they have copied the right, the right DNA, the right information, the colony will survive. But it's not vertical gene transfer.
Right. And I didn't mean to. Right. Well, I didn't mean to imply it was fully vertical gene transfer.
Yeah, but it sounds like that. You have some who dies out, and the ones who don't die out, they will
It's
they will
it's
then
both. I
inherit.
mean, it is a combination of both. Obviously, I was just trying to keep it real simple because I didn't
And
know if anybody wanted to get into
the
horizontal
funny
gene
thing
transfer
also,
plasmids, but
yeah, the funny thing also about bacteria is that they are communicating with each other with a language. So they will when they grow, they will count how many are we now, and they will wait to attack until they have counted a number that makes them how to say capable of having a successful attack. So they are also communicating with each other.
well, I don't know what their sentience level is, but I mean, I haven't quite heard that one before, but it's possible.
The signal.
Honestly, about this, I've never
Can I
looked into
just
that.
finish? Can I just finish? And the amazing thing about this is we know this now, and they are working with it, and they have had some success with mice. So instead of developing antibiotics, which is a problem to come up with, they get resistance, they just shut down the communication system of the bacteria. And then we have solved a large problem.
Yeah.
But what's the form of communication though?
Chemical
I
signaling.
mean, possibly maybe through I mean, there are little things that are similar to flagellum on Cecilia. What do they call them? Little finger things. Fucking, I can't remember the name. Cecilia.
Cecilia.
They are using they are using molecules to as a language to communicate with each other.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
So now we have found a way to make molecules that looks like the one they are using, that fits into the key, but they are different, and it shut down their communication. And
yeah, I can see that. I just don't know how that affects evolution, though.
Confuses them.
It's still evolution. Whether it's horizontal, vertical, whatever, that's still evolution.
No, well, it's variation. I mean, adaptation.
It's not variation. Again, we've discussed variation. Different eye color doesn't make something reproductively isolated from each other. Speciation will, and that is by definition a result of evolution.
But their DNA, their genome, is a lot larger than ours too.
Well, yeah. A lot of bacteria are, and even amoebas. I mean, are huge, and that provides a lot of biodiversity. But Junko, if you had a way to give a one-sentence explanation of what evolution means, what would you say?
I can't describe something that doesn't exist.
Well,
it doesn't exist.
Sure you can. What do you think scientists mean by when they say evolution?
Well, they think that unrelated changes account for all these different living organisms
but
that
I'm asking you more detail than that.
Have information that's not there and there's no way of getting the information that's not there to become something else.
You know what I'll call it? I'll take a stab at it. I would call it change in animals over time. The end.
But that's not the end.
Or change in living things. Plant, people.
You have to have
you go so far as to say common descent with modification.
Change is not enough. You got to have a transformation. You have to have information that's not there.
Well, we change. I mean, I'm different from my parents.
No, you have to have. That's change. You're talking about change.
Right.
Change is not.
Now, do that in a population over a million years, you're going to have something called a new species.
It doesn't matter. You're changing existing information that's already there. You don't have. You're not getting information that's not there.
Do you think?
If the species diverges, it's evolution. I'm sorry, Saul. What?
This is an out there question. This is like a Mike question. But do you think that, like, if for some reason we found a way to travel forward in time, and that humans did survive, like, say, I don't know, millions of years ahead in the future, do you think that we would be incompatible with the humans?
Yeah, we wouldn't be humans anymore.
That are millions of years in the future.
Most mammals don't live very as far as a species. Most mammals just don't do it. The oldest one we know is I think 75 million years old, but most of them only have a life expectancy of a species of a few million years. So if we went like millions and millions of years in the future, there'll be descendants that are human, but they will not be Homo sapiens anymore. and they will be completely reproductively isolated. And you know what's funny is it's not even that hard to go into the future. We could probably do that in a couple of 100 years.
But there's only
I would say in about 200 years we might have the technology to go as far in the future as you want. Not a
there's
problem.
only
It's not even that hard
6,000
science.
years.
Just
There's
can't go
only
back.
6,000 years of history, though.
No, he's saying forward, dude.
I know, but I mean, you're talking about something that, I mean,
I'm talking about future man versus man today.
I think
It would
okay,
have to
okay,
change.
500
It would have to
years.
change
Science
a
has been
lot.
so slow lately.
It would have to
I
change
think
a
in
lot.
500 years we might be able to go dial a date, and you'll say I want to go 1,000 years in the future, and poof, you 1,000 years in the future. There's not a problem with that scientifically. It's not that difficult. But the problem is you can't come back.
Except for the fact that they're saying that the human genome will no longer be viable because of the mutations in 6,000 years.
Well, that's what I. Well, no, it'll be longer than 6,000 years, but we will, as a species, eventually diverge, and the original species will probably become extinct at some time, and then a new species will become extant.
Do you think that we might diverge into more than one? Human, more than one like humanoid species of
if it's a
people, I guess you would say.
It would have to be more than one branching event, probably. It could be relatively in a few 100,000 year period, sure. But Jung, let me ask you a quick question real quick. If you have a species and it's going to evolve, what happens to the original species?
It would be a recombination. It has to be a recombination of the same thing.
No. I'm asking you. Does the species still hang around? Does it disappear?
But I don't believe there is any evolution. I believe in recombination.
Asking you, according to evolutionary theory, if you have species A and it evolves, what does that mean? What happens to species A?
Right. You believe, according to your belief, that it would no longer exist. The original kind would no longer exist.
It absolutely will still exist. Species A evolves. It'll diverge. You'll have species B, but you still have species A. A goes along just like it's fine. That's why.
That's why you.
Apes and things like that. Species A does not turn into species B and it becomes extinct. It doesn't work that way. That's a linear change in morphology. That's called anagenesis, and that we don't subscribe to that.
But that's the same thing as saying. That's the same thing as saying we came from monkeys, because monkeys are supposed to still exist.
No, we came from whatever monkeys came from.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. He said no. He said they keep on living.
A species does, but I never said we came from monkeys. I said we have a common ancestry to monkeys. We are monkeys, but that means we evolved.
Common ancestor didn't keep on living then, did it?
It doesn't. But it doesn't have to. It
may have for a long time. We don't know that.
Why do you think we have coelacanth? Your perception is such that species A goes through this linear change to become species B, and that's not how it works in evolutionary theory.
Your perception is that evolution exists when it's not even something that exists.
Well, we've already described to you by definition how evolution exists. If there's a change in frequency of alleles, that's evolution.
How you think it is. That doesn't account for changing.
Okay, even if you think it's pure fantasy, you can't indulge Steve's fantasy for just a moment.
Oh my God! If I'm gonna have fantasies, it's not gonna involve jungle jargon.
I understand that, but you get the gist of what I'm saying. Like you can't humor him. You can't even humor him.
So he says an understanding of actual evolutionary theory because he has a straw man, just like G-Man has this weird straw man interpretation of evolutionary theory, and it's not the way.
No, it's science. It's science, scientific. You have to go by what's proven, what's observed. And there's
we observe evolution. We observe it in species all the time. There's thousands and thousands of studies on evolutionary mechanism being observed. I mean,
a change to an existing mechanism isn't evidence of how it got there, and it doesn't explain how other mechanisms.
But it's not required to an evolution. The definition is not an issue.
Evolution
that's an information dealing with abiogenesis.
You're messing with the definition of evolution then, because evolution is supposed to account for everything there is, having come from a single-celled organism, which is totally absurd.
Biodiversity, but again, let me explain this to you.
No, it's not diversity. It's
Since
information.
I've
It's not
given
even
you the
there.
definition of evolution, okay, and we're going to repeat it one more time. The change of allelic frequency of a given population species gene pool from one generation to the next generation over time. That means if your parents got together and they have you and your genes are different than theirs, that means there's different in the population of Homo sapiens. That, by definition, is what we call evolution.
No, it's
If you call
recombination.
that
It's
something, well, then
recombination
you
of
have
the
a different
same.
terminology. Is what
It's
we're trying to explain to you.
recombination of the same genome.
Okay, well, it is a recombination of genomes. It's recombinating into us. We call that evolution. That is what evolution is
It's
deemed,
recombination of the same thing.
which is evolution.
No, it goes back and forth. It varies back and forth.
I'm just saying that I've demonstrated to you that by that definition, evolution exists. If you say otherwise, then you're changing the definition of evolution.
It's evolution, baby! You ever hear that
No.
one? Pearl Jam? Sorry.
No, it doesn't. There's no mechanism for any new information, and it doesn't explain how the information got there.
I agree.
The funny thing is that this you don't hear much about it, but you have no methods to measure, like you have you have how to say ways to quantify thermodynamical information, like Shannon information. One have no put up same formula for functional information. That is what you mean, Jungle, by I don't know. You have a different name for it.
Right.
So
I make up my own names for it.
yeah, no, yeah, but I think ID uses this a lot. I don't know, specified complex information or something like that. But so you have a formula. It's one of them is Hazen formula, and I think it's also one of the leading abiogenesis researchers, Sostek, have also worked on that to get ahead with the research. And there you have a possibility to measure and see the probability of changes, you know. And it is a fact that you have these are being used to go against, you know, macroevolution, you know, how much changes does it requires in the genome, and it is going against this slow it's going against macroevolution. I mean, the possibilities are just too low to make this change happen over such a small time, you know. And small time, we're talking about like millions of years.
Yeah.
So there is a way to scientifically go against it, and I mean. Yeah, and this have been it is a problem for evolution to explain how this happens so fast. I mean, all these changes, because you really have to, you know, get from a dog to a whale. There's a lot of things that has to change there, you know.
Right.
So
I have a question for both. Sorry, I have a question for you. Do you understand how the immune system works?
Yes, and that's a perfect example. I think also for.
Can you explain that? Can you explain a little bit about that to us, for us? The immune system, how it mutates to or encourages mutation to adapt to counter infections and stuff.
Yeah, these are it works on microorganisms that yeah, it's how to explain it. Um, I'm trying to think about James Shapiro has a very good description. I mean, in principle, how it works.
I heard that it encourages mutations in order to be able to counteract different viruses and infections.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, I mean, uh, 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 mm, I mean, we have there are different parts of the immune system, but it is it direct. I mean, in sexual reproduction, what one have found out there is that female would, if that was the case, naturally they will be attracted to males that has a immune by smell, that has an immune system that is complementary to their own system. So this is a directed evolution. And but then again, we have so many. We are actually we have 10 times more bacterial cells than human cells, and these are also. I mean, without this symbiosis, there we would not be able to live. You know. So our whole system. It's not only how to say, our system. It's we are in symbiosis with other organisms, with bacteria and so on. We wouldn't be able to digest the immune system. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and any changes that are made has to be in agreement with the immune system. Has to be compatible with the immune system. For any proteins, any change of proteins, every change has to be compatible with the immune system. There's a lot of stuff that has to go hand in hand. So it's not.
And, exactly. So it is top down and or a flow. I mean, there's a lot of communication in our structure that we don't know about, you know, and we are trying to find out these pathways, how that actually work. But you cannot go with randomness. That is.
God bless all.
Okay.
I will look it up. I will look up James Shapiro, because he has some very interesting thing that is related to the discussion. Take some minutes.
Okay.
Saw left. Oh, well. Oh, that one guy is just bugging me crap out of me, Jungle. He wants me to come to his, like, to have some kind of debate with him. I'm like, dude, I'm not interested in fucking debating somebody. I'll discuss things. I like this room because we discuss things. But he wants it on his terms. I'm like, no. He's like, well, I'll bring peer review work. I'm like, okay, bring whatever you want. I mean, show me a peer review paper that demonstrated evolution to be wrong. I'm down to read it. But
you mean he's been all this time just going back and forth?
It's an ego trip, man.
I'm a sucker for. Well, I mean, I really wanted to see what he had to offer, even though I realize that he has nothing.
Yeah, well, Steve, I think you should take him up on his offer, because you would most likely destroy him. So.
Well, I would do it in my personal hangout. I would bring Isaiah, Fiona, probably Cliff, and then him, and then whatever he wants to bring, and let's have a kind of discussion on it. But I don't think he knows what evolution means, because I'm asking like the same question, and I don't think he knows what the hell even evolution means. And I can't really have a discussion on evolution if somebody doesn't know what population genetics is.
Yeah, the guy's clearly a coward. He had so many opportunities to come in here and tell, his story. 60 seconds, I'll refute everything. So, where are you, buddy? It's...
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to waste some of my time on somebody who doesn't know what the word evolution means on a more formal debate like I would have with Isaiah debated a couple other people the other day, or Joe with Nephilim or something like that. But that was about geology, and God, I'd be lost. I'm just not a fan of geology that much.
I'm about ready to go to bed. It's my nap time.
All right, Jungle. Well, thanks for being in here, buddy. Great discussion tonight.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Before you go, Jungle, I can post.
Okay.
It's Popular Science. It's from Huffington Post, but I think it's James Shapiro. I will. I haven't read it through, but
okay.
It tells about. So he's calling it. James Shapiro he has won the Darwin Prize. He's a very he's old. His research is 40 years, and he calls it purposeful targeted genetic engineering in immune system. And what you said is right. So that cells in combating, how to say, and combating, sickness or something, so that they engineer a DNA molecules for that purpose.
Right. Yeah, I read something about it.
Yeah, and that shows just the top-down causation here, So in how to say, in reaction, or in how to say, communication with the environment, the cell will then engineer the DNA in certain ways. So it's it's intelligent process.
So the DNA is a lot more flexible than what we thought. That we originally thought.
I read Chariots of the Gods. Oh, come on, no one? In Search of Acers and Astronauts?
Oh, is that
Eric von Däniken?
Oh, Däniken, that's right.
Däniken, no. Zachariah Sitchin. I read it's a book called Worlds in Collision by Immanuel Velikovsky a long time ago that was based on Stitchin's work. And then kind of find out Stitchin was a complete fraud because he didn't even read Sumerian.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah. Dude, it was a really fucking weird book, dude. I was only in high school when I read it, and I love science, but I'm like, okay, this is interesting. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, he claims like Venus was a comet that came out of Jupiter. And I'm like, no, it obviously was written decades and decades ago before, I guess, people knew what the hell a comet was. I guess I have no idea, but I'm like, what?
Come on, Steve. You don't believe in Nibiru? Come on, get on the train.
Nibiru, yeah.
Right?
One of these days there will be like a brown dwarf coming into our solar system or something. People are like, look, we were right, Nibiru.
Well, but they did just recently discover a new planet, didn't they? And I saw on the YouTube conspiracy shit, they're saying there's Nibiru. They just discovered a new planet. There it is.
Yeah, it's like 4,000 light years away and shit. But
it's out there. It's out there.
Well, no, they discovered that. I guess a few. I don't know if it was a million years ago or something like that. I guess they determined somehow that there was some kind of perturbation in the solar system where a dark star did pass near our solar system. I don't know how they determined that from so long ago, but it wasn't Nibiru. It was long before that, and nobody went around to see it during those times. But there are rogue stars out there, but we're a little fucking speck of dust, man. I mean, they were like, even the closest one would be like so astronomical away, it would never hit us, it never come near us.
Yeah, there's that speculation about the possibility, and I don't know where anybody gets this, but we're not just we're not a binary star system. We're a trinary star system. Like I mean, you got something out there in the Kuiper Belt that that's a star, and then there's Nibiru, or the brown dwarf comes around every once in a while, so it's a trinary star. So I don't know.
Vulcan.
Yeah, man.
There's books a long time ago called The Slave Traders of Gorn, where Gorn was another planet in our solar system.
When science fiction becomes, I don't know, science fact, or they try and make it that, I don't know. It's just that there's so much stuff out there, it makes my head spin, man. It's crazy.
I'd be more worried about a gamma ray burst, but hey, Van's back. He came back, and I still hadn't got that other guy in here. Too bad, too.
Folks.
All talk, no walk. Sad.
Dude, I don't know what else I could have done. I'm like, you've got two creationists in here and a third semi. You've got 3 theists, and I'm like, bring your A game. I'm down, but he just, I mean, like I said, you can argue about like the information. You can argue about how life began, but if somebody's going to tell me that he has peer-reviewed studies that demonstrate evolution is wrong, I want to see that shit because they'd be winning the Nobel Prize.
Yeah, especially given the fact he makes a claim. 60 seconds, you're done. Well, dude, come on in.
Yeah, well, I would argue some more about the existence of evolution, but I gotta hit the sack or hit the hay.
Well, once again, brother, believer to another believer. Great having you here, and come back more often.
All right. That sounds good. And thanks, Baltzar, for the article. I'll check on that when I wake up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Sleep well.
All right. Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
God bless you.
So, Van, how was your lunch, man?
It was tasty.
Oh, was it? I got some yesterday pizza in there that I'm like thinking about going to.
I made some chili this weekend and chowed down on it.
Oh man, homemade chili is so fucking good, ain't it? I make really homemade, get things chopped up and make the sauce and put a little little bit of habanero in it.
I didn't have any hot peppers, so I was just going with spices. And I think I went a little bit light on the spices. I like it a little bit spicier than I ended up with, but it was still pretty dang tasty.
Yeah, I don't like it as hot as I used to. My stomach can't take it, but I like the taste of it. But my stomach just kind of says no. But
yeah, and it hurts coming out, man.
Oh God, dude, you want to go through living hell? A long time ago when I was living in Utah, I ate, and I'm not lying, not 1, but 2 whole habanero peppers. And
wow,
I wanted to go. I was like, take me to the hospital. Just take me to the hospital. There's no fucking way I'm gonna survive this. But my girlfriend at the time was like, no, just write it out. And dude, I left fingerprint impressions on the porcelain bowl. Okay, it was the most excruciating thing you could possibly ever imagine. I'm like, okay, this must be what your kidney stones is like.
Yeah.
Oh. Fuck, that shit is. And well, I had pre-ulcers too, and so I mean, this was like raw, habanero, and it has the capstan in it. That once it's even a seed of it nowadays. If I get one in it, it goes like pre-ulcer area. I notice it, and this was 2 habanero peppers, and do not recommend it to anybody. Not even a bite of habanero pepper. It will like fuck your stomach up.
I hear that. Steve, did you ever hook up Josiah and Mac?
No, but Josiah, I guess, went on Redline, Red Rhetoric's channel, and I guess he had his little precept thing with him. I haven't watched it yet.
18 minutes.
Yeah, I heard he pretty got like bloodied.
Yeah.
Yeah, bless JoJo. I've seen him on your channel, Steve. Yeah, it's rough, man.
I had some ethical issues there because of his age, but as St. Tommy told me, hey, if he wants to play in the sandbox, then he's going to take his bumps and bruises.
Yeah, exactly.
But what's funny was Res Rhetoric had already kind of dismantled his precept, and so did Dragnot, and he's like, take your time, learn the script properly, and then come to my channel, and I'll formally do it. And this was like, I guess 2 days later, he's already thinks he's ready, and I have not watched it yet. I think obviously Van must have, but I want to see it. Do you think JoJo learned anything though? Sorry.
I think he did. I do. But I would say really quick, presup is not an argument.
No.
It's an assertion.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say you're right. Precept doesn't really prove any. I mean, it doesn't. If you have a deductive argument where you have valid premises, just because the conclusion falls from the premises, it doesn't necessarily mean that the argument is sound, or that the premises are legit. I mean, it just means that you have a internally consistent argument, which is fine. But obviously, you take like the morality argument for God. Basically something simple, and it goes like this. It goes, if there is no God, there is no objective morality. There is objective morality, therefore there is God. It's a ridiculous argument, because you can put Thor in there and say, if Thor doesn't exist, there is no lightning and thunder. There is lightning and thunder, therefore Thor exists.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
And so they just don't really, these arguments for like an ontological argument for God, or the transcendental argument for God, or the cosmological first cause, they mean nothing to me. They're just mind fucks, and I don't get anything out of it. Because if God wants himself to be revealed, he's not going to do it by some philosophical mumbo-jumbo word game. I mean, it's just nonsensical for me for deity to do that. He's going to reveal it either in the heart of somebody, or he's going to do it all at once, say, hey, look, you dumb fucks, I exist. You know?
Right. Yeah, I personally, I think the best argument, when done well, is the Kalam. I think that is pretty effective, for me anyway. But I'm biased, so.
Yeah, no, I mean the Kalam. I mean, it is consistent to a certain point, and it does get around obviously the infinite regression. The main thing I have on that is it still goes back to a cause and a causation, and I still think it's wordplay on that whole method of what is the first cause. Do you have to have a first prime mover? I don't know if scientifically you really have to have that.
Right, and then you have somebody like Craig that tries to take it to the next step to say, oh, it's a personal God. It's a personal entity, right? Because it has to have a will to make the first cause happen. And no, you can't go that far.
Well, he also goes into like what's called the maximum beneficial, right? Remember him talking about that?
Right.
He says, maximum beneficial goodness, maximum beneficial that. And it's like, okay, well, you know what? My God is beneficial too, and my God can kick your God's ass. Therefore, my God is more maximally beneficial than yours. I mean, you can make all kinds of silly arguments that way.
Yeah, exactly, totally. I think at its core, though, if it's just used in the way it was meant to be used in the first place, which Muslims came up, a Muslim came up with it in the first place. It does. I think it makes a very good argument for at some sort of spark prime mover for me. But once again, I'm biased. So.
Well, I would say, if there was a time to invoke God, that would be the time to do it. And I think other people have made the same argument that if that's the point where you want to interject God, that's fine. The problem I have is the young Earth creationists who want to inject God contrary to any known thing of science. We don't know what happens before the Big Bang, or even near Z0 before Planck's time. We have no fucking idea.
Right.
So yeah, if God's going to exist, it's going to be somewhere in that ballpark. But I mean, it's an okay argument. It doesn't prove to me anything, but it's better than the moral argument for God. That's for damn sure, because that thing was fucking stupid.
Right. Well, the first premise, everything that what is it? Everything that
begins to exist
has a cause.
Right.
Right. Is there any refutation?
I gotta find this Red Rhetoric page.
In the temporal world, can we say that can be refuted? Everything that we observe scientifically.
Well, we can say that everything we have observed. However, we cannot exclude the possibility because we have not seen something.
Right. And we
That's
can
fair.
add the fact, and Cliff and I have addressed it before, that there are certain possible. He thinks it's possible. I think it is. A violation of causality with weak nuclear interactions, and I've used it many times before, and I'll use it again. When atomic nuclei decays, that is a spontaneous event that has no information prior. It is causality violation because we have no way of possibly knowing what is the cause. It just happens, and only after it happens does the information even present itself. So it's basically, for all practical purposes, a cause without an effect.
Right, exactly. And when I hear you say
Or
that,
effect without a cause. Sorry.
Right, no, totally. And when I hear that, what you just said, it makes me have more belief that it has to be a god. But that's just me, totally subjective.
Dude, you're not the only one like that. There's a lot of people that say similar things. I mean, that if God is at the quantum level, I mean, he understands determinism and stuff like that. But if you follow down that path, I mean, it's hard not to lead into the Calvinistic type path. And that's where I have to go, whoa, wait a minute here. No, I don't believe in a deity that has ultimate determinism, that has no free will for the individual.
I agree with that 100%. And Rocco gets brought up a lot here, and when I see somebody like him with his views on it, I can say this, that there was a great conversation that happened between Cliff and Shamos a couple days ago, I think, where Cliff asked Shamos if Christianity was proven to be immoral, like it was bad for culture in general, that more people were being hurt by it than benefit from it. That there was this great exchange between Cliff and Shamos about that, and if somebody like Rocco's, if his belief system became reality, where we're implementing Levitical law back into society, at that point I would probably stop calling myself a Christian. So that Calvinism, to me, certain brands of it, very dangerous in my view. When I hear somebody like Rocco, I respect him as a brother in Christ, but when I hear something like that, I have to go, what, Calvinism? Nope, no thanks. It's very weird for me. The theonomy, you know what I'm talking about, right, Steve?
Yeah, that's. Oh, hang on, my mic on. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've always said against the Calvinistic. Who was it? Jimmy?
Yeah, Jimmy's a Calvinist. Yeah.
I don't engage with Shamos hardly at all. So I don't know. I think they have a different form of Calvinism. Do they not?
No, Shamos was a Calvinist.
No, Shamos, I don't think he ever was a Calvinist.
Really?
He's always been an Arminian.
Yeah. Oh, he's an Arminian. Okay. So that goes more into like the difference between grace and salvation and like how grace and works and stuff like that, right? Because I've tried to understand the difference between Calvinism and Arminianism.
No,
I don't understand the difference, man.
It really is. It kind of boils down to
free will.
Well, not just free will, because Calvinists will claim compatibilism, which is incomprehensible to me. But okay, anyway, is the person having a choice to be saved or not?
What do you mean by a choice?
Well, that boils down to free will.
Saved? That sounds like a lot like free will to me too.
Yeah.
Well, Calvinists will claim that they have free will, that Calvinism is compatible with free will.
Well, what brand of Calvinism are you talking about?
Everyone I've heard, they've claimed at least that it's compatible.
I don't know who you're listening to.
Matt Slick. I mean, he's one of them I've heard say that.
Well, Matt is he's a compatibilist, but the majority of the Calvinists that you'll see coming here are definitely hard determinists.
But the major difference between Calvinism and Arminianism is Calvinism, you don't have a choice whether you're saved or not. It's chosen for you. In Arminianism, you get to choose.
That's really like the main difference?
It's free will, yeah. I could maybe bring myself to be a 4-point Calvinist, but the 5 points...
Not the full tulip.
Yeah. The limited atonement, nope. That's horseshit. And that it's all throughout Scripture that's horseshit. So...
I just think the hardcore Calvinistic, the ones that believe in determinism, I think they just want to feel special. I really do. Oh, I prayed about it, and I'm the elect, and I know I'm going to heaven, and most of you rest of you fucks are going to hell, including a lot of the Christians. They believe. So yeah, I think it's really just a self-aggrandizing ego thing that they have, Rev, and I hate to say it, but they don't seem very spiritual to me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The hyper Calvinist, that is.
Yeah, okay, well, he is a hyper Calvinist, isn't he? Jimmy, yeah.
I don't know if he's hyper. I'm not sure.
I think he.
Well, he does follow the precept, which you pretty so have to be to truly follow the precept.
Yeah, he's Van Tillian in his precept. Right. Not Side 10. He's not a cyclone.
Which the Side 10 follows the Bonson, which follows the Clark.
Right. Correct.
No. Bonson follows Van Til.
One of these days, I'm gonna fucking learn all about that shit. I've never had an interest in, to be honest with you.
When I first heard the precept, it knocked me for a loop because I was not classically trained in philosophy and rhetoric, and I have since gone through a significant period of self-training on it, and I understand where what the BS they're going with on that is. But Side 10 follows the Bonson, who was a disciple of Van Til, so it's a Bonson that definitely goes in a much more Side 10 direction than Van Til. Van Til tried to ground his epistemology much more so than
in other words, how do you know everything you know, or is there a chance that you know everything is wrong, kind of thing?
There's a bit of that to it.
So there's like three main types of precept then.
Well, there's Clarkian, there's Van Til. I think that's the only two. There's Clarkian and Van Tillian, and then they've got their little subs underneath that. And the Side 10 version is it's kind of a descendant of Van Til.
So if you had
no, that's not right. No, Van Til is totally not what Side 10 Brudenkate does.
Well, you're right.
You could talk to Jimmy about that. He knows more about this shit than I do. You know.
You're right, because the Van Til, one of his disciples was Bonson. Students. And Bonson ended up changing it up a little bit, and Side 10 ends up following Bonson quite a bit, but he changed up quite a bit too.
So if you had Bonson, Clark, and Van Til precepts all together,
yeah, the changes between those three steps is significant, and each step of that process has a less sound epistemology.
But would it cause like a rip in the universe if all three of them tried to outdo each other? Would it like something just like in the universe just break and go, oh shit, divide by zero?
Well, Bonson would slap Side 10 across the face and say, no, you moron, and Van Til would slap Bonson across his face and say, no, you moron.
Right. That sounds about right.
I think everybody would slap Side 10 across his face and call him a moron. He has like this. Every time he does like the precept to me, it just I wasn't well versed. I'm not well versed in philosophy. I just have a basic understanding of it. But every time Side 10 opens his mouth, it's just like everything seems to be like flowing bullshit.
Well, he's an asshole.
But it doesn't even make sense. I mean, Jimmy is much more coherent. Half the time I don't understand it, but I mean, he at least sounds like
Side 10 completely and totally is not interested in having a conversation. Jimmy appears to be interested in having a conversation.
Yeah, and you know how Side 10 always says, well, I don't do Bible study with atheists. I'm like, well, who the fuck you trying to convert then?
Well, besides which, he doesn't believe in atheists.
That's true. He doesn't believe. That's right. He says atheists don't exist because of, what is it, Romans 21?
Everyone knows.
Yeah, Romans 1:20, which is a
120.
ridiculous argument.
Go ahead. No,
Well, they're speaking to a specific audience. He's speaking to a specific audience about a specific group who used to be members of the church.
Yeah, and I'll say it again. It doesn't matter what brand of precept you're talking about. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
it's
right. It's just a
exactly.
precept, then you're following from there, and yet that doesn't prove the precept. Just like when I say in science we have to assume that the universe is real, doesn't prove that presupposition. It's just a structured framework from which we have to derive things from. It never goes back and proves anything. It doesn't prove that the universe is real. We just precept that it is. Everything flows from that.
The argument, I mean, everyone has presuppositions. It's a basic epistemology. You have to assume several things in order for the universe to make sense. You have to assume that other minds exist. You have to assume that the uniformity of nature. You have to assume that you can learn about nature. But once you've got your presuppositions in place, and you want as few possible presuppositions, as few the principle of parsimony, as few as is possible. Anything additional, you really need to toss out, and they need to be basic. They need to be something that you can't, that nothing else beforehand can account for, which is kind of where the presupposition about the precept argument for God kind of falls on its face, because first off, you have to have the belief that other minds exist before you can believe that there is a God.
So again, you have to precept that other minds exist.
Right. So that's
obviously that would be a precept.
Yeah, it's a more basic presupposition than that God did.
Okay, so when you say that the existence of the universe is unprovable precept, right?
That the external world exists. Yes.
Okay. Well, the guy the JoJo guy that Reverend knows about, that was in my hangout with Isaiah for quite some time, the one that against Reds, he actually said in my hangout that he knows the universe exists. I'm like, well, how do you know the universe exists? Because everybody else, that's a precept.
He's going to say that because of Scripture. That Scripture tells him so.
But even preceptors don't.
Right.
Many of the really poor ones do.
That's
Arcane, Arcane pulls it out a whole lot. Well, I know. Well, how do you know?
Who, Arcane Logos?
Through revelation through God.
Yeah, I don't buy that one. Sorry.
It's not an argument.
No,
it's not an argument.
Just an assertion. That's all. Yeah.
I mean, I was utterly and truly flummoxed when I first heard the precept. This 3 years ago now, and now I know that it's basically just a whole bunch of verbal tricks. And playing on the naivety, the philosophical and epistemological naivety of people, which most people aren't trained in philosophy.
But when you well, I was just saying, when I watched the Sci-10 and Matt Dillahunty debate, the first time I watched it, I was like, I really don't understand this argument. I think Sci-10's an idiot, but I'm not really following it per se. And then at least I got to learn a little bit more about epistemology, ontological aspects, a state of beings, or a belief of being, and then getting into the more way of thinking from a scientific point of view what actually precept is, because I didn't really know the difference between precept and assumption. I kind of assumed they were basically the same thing, but there is a subtle difference. Well, there's a subtle difference.
I mean, presuppositions are assumptions.
Right. Presuppositions are assumptions. But I didn't understand where, when Sci-10 was talking about, well, could you be wrong about everything? I didn't understand that he was using an equivocation fallacy of the word knowledge. I mean, these little word things that you're saying. And then after I've watched it, I would say probably a good 8 times, literally. And, every time I watch, I'm like, I can see, okay, right there, wrong. And Dillahunty's pointing it out, and I'm like, fuck, I understand exactly Dillahunty's argument against it. And by the time I finished, I'm like, he fucking bitch slapped him to no end.
Well, and Sci-10 didn't know it. That's one of the weirdest things. Sci-10 is remarkably untrained in philosophy for being as successful as he has been with the precept.
People tell me he's more the gutter street level, pick a guy off the street that doesn't know what the fuck is asked from a hole in the ground, and then throw the argument on him about knowledge.
Honestly, Jimmy's a way better precept than Sci-10.
But you also run into a problem with the definition of knowledge. First off, the precept depends upon justified true belief being the definition for knowledge, which having done a little bit of reading on it and listened to actual philosophers about the thing, that's no longer an accepted definition of knowledge because there are Gettier problems that falsify that.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. This goes back to my reading. A guy named Sextus Augustus tried to come up. He has something called the criteria standard of criteria, which is what they call the what you said, the justified true belief, was based upon the standard of criteria. What do you base your beliefs to be true upon? And I mean, he actually even argued it could be anything. He'd even argue it had to be God, and they're just taking it as an assumption. It is God.
There's a guy named Edmund Gettier in the '63. He's a philosopher, American philosopher. Came up with a couple of problems for the justified true belief definition of knowledge, and the basic idea of the justified true belief. In order for something to qualify to be knowledge, you have to have a justification for it. It has to be true, and you have to believe it. And now at this point, most philosophers go with justified belief. And if it's true, you have knowledge, but you'll never know if it's true.
Yeah, because you're going to go into Meno's paradox here, right?
A little bit of that.
Okay. Or like the key story, where if you know somebody has the keys in their pocket and you believe it to be true and you know it to be true, you have knowledge it is, but you find out later it's a mistake, but he actually did have the keys in their pocket. You ever seen anything like that? It's like you have a knowledge of something that you think is true, but you have it for the different reasons why it's actually true, but it's still true. So were you justified for your belief, even though the reasons for why you believed was wrong, but you still were right that it is true, and you still have knowledge and you still have belief, but your reasons for those things were wrong, but the outcome was the same.
That's where the justified true belief comes into problems.
Okay. See, I've actually looked into this stuff after but it's not my area that I really am real versed on. But I can see how those things become problems. But I think this is a word game still. I still think it's semantical bullshit.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a word game.
I really want to watch this video with JoJo though. Poor kid. Well, I'm gonna call a night. I'm gonna watch this video real quick, and I'm gonna finish my Twin Peaks binge watching, and call it a night. So, hate to leave you guys. I know it's early in the morning, but I'll bid you adieu for now. Okay.
Good deal, Steve.
Yeah, always a pleasure, Van. Awesome.
Love you, man.
Yep. Peace out.
Take care, man.
Let's see. So I've never played any of the Assassin's Creed games, and I'm playing them for the first time now.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I never got into them either, Van. Good stuff?
Well, I'm still trying to get into it. I mean, I've started with 2 because it's the Games with Gold version on 360. Twice a month, you'll get a freebie, a free game, and so I've gotten both 2 and 4 as free games. Never have played them, and I'm in between games right now, so it seemed like a good time.
Awesome, yeah. I saw Palm Jam playing the latest one. It looked pretty interesting, so yeah, enjoy, man.
And I'm probably gonna go sleep here for too long. I'm waiting for my wife to call me. She had jury duty this morning. I want to make sure she got down to the courthouse.
Jury duty. Ugh. Gotta hate that. Did you happen to play the beta for Battlefront? Star Wars Battlefront?
No.
Ugh. Terrible, man. So bad. I pre-ordered it for like $70. I played the beta. I'm like, nope, no thanks, refund. Terrible, dude. which is disappointing because the trailers made it look so good. Single player campaign might be good, but multiplayer, it's basically Battlefield with Star Wars skins. Just sad, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm heading out too, so see you later, guys.
All right, have a good one.
God bless Balthazar. Take care. All right, Van, let me ask you. Best video game within the last 5 years. What's your opinion?
Mass Effect 3.
Say again?
Mass Effect 3.
Oh, the Mass Effects. That's another series I never got into. Good stuff, huh?
Really good, and it got better. Each series was each individual game was very, very good, and each one got better.
Has to go on my buy list. Thank you.
And they've got it now where you can buy the full package, which brings you all 3 games and most of the DLC, not all of them.
Awesome.
I've spent an awful lot of time playing that game, and next to that is probably Borderlands 2 for me. I spent more time playing that game. It's got a lot of replay value. Both of them have a lot of replay value.
Yeah, Borderlands is pretty good. I did play that. I don't know. For me,
I never played Borderlands 1.
Oh, the first one? I did play it, but I don't remember most of it. But Left 4 Dead. That series for me, like multiplayer, pretty good.
I did play 2 on that one. I never really got into it. I mean, I played it. I got to like the 4th world or 4th level, and just never really gelled with me because I didn't have a whole lot of people that I was playing with either.
Yeah, exactly. It's best with friends. If you got friends to play it with, it's awesome. Otherwise, it's kind of like whatever. But yeah, Left 4 Dead and Alan Wake. Did you play through Alan Wake, the first one?
Never even heard of it actually.
Oh, Van, dude, the storyline in it.
Let's take a look.
You'll cry, you'll laugh. Yeah, you could probably get it on Steam for like $10 at this point. One of the best games ever, dude.
Survival horror, psychological survival horror game.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, the storyline is what'll kill you. You'll laugh, you'll cry. It's really good, man.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's on Steam. I'm assuming it's probably pretty cheap at this point.
I don't know if I could play it on my laptop. My laptop's starting to show its age.
When did you buy it?
Oh, quite a few years ago. It's been, 4 years now.
Oh, you'll be good, man. It's not too hard on your video card. I think you'll be good.
Mostly I do most of my gaming on the 360 nowadays.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, the 360 you can it's on. You could probably get a copy of it on Amazon for like $5.
Well, we've got a GameStop nearby that's got a really good library of used games.
Cool.
What I'm probably going to do next. I just finished the Tomb Raider reboot, which was another Games with Gold game, a freebie, and they've got a sequel to that one out, Rise of the Tomb Raider. That looks really good. I really enjoyed the Tomb Raider reboot.
Yeah, I heard mixed reviews on that one. So, some said it was like, and others said, yeah, pretty cool. So.
I enjoyed it, but that's actually the first Tomb Raider game I've ever played, strangely enough.
Yeah, man, the old ones on the PS1, holy shit, they were tough. Really hard. I hope, that reminds me of Palm again. I hope he's alright. I haven't seen him in a long time, and I PM'd him, and no response. I hope he's doing alright.
I heard somebody checked in on him and said he was just taking a break.
Alright. Good to hear that, Nadia.
I can't remember who checked in on him.
Oh, good morning. How you feeling?
Oh. Well, a little bit groggy. I didn't get to sleep very long. So, anyway.
The Mass Effect series, going back to that series, it has a really strong overarching storyline. And then the character classes are really interesting to play, and they play differently, extremely differently. So it really ups the replay value.
Yeah, I had some buddies that played it and said that the storyline was absolutely incredible. And I'm a big sci-fi fan, so yeah, if it's on sale, I'm going to pick it up. Definitely.
Yeah, I had bought each one of the games individually and then ended up trading them in. And finally decided that no, I needed it back, so I went and got the all-in-one.
Nice.
So even bought it new.
Going to the dentist in 45 minutes.
It was a pretty great hangout while you were sleeping, Nadia. A lot of good back and forth between Jungle Jargon and Steve and Van, and it was pretty awesome tonight. Really good hangout.
Yeah. I got in on that a little bit toward the beginning, but unfortunately I had to turn in.
No problem. You need your rest.
Yeah. I am not doing well getting a grip on my diet, but anyway. I'll have to keep trying somehow.
All right, so you said you're going to be going to the dentist in about 45 minutes or something? You'll be shutting this down?
Yeah, the appointment's in 45 minutes. I'm actually going to leave in 15, so I'm there ahead of time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, basically the only reason I was sticking around to be here was to broadcast people and stuff. So if you're gonna shut it down, I'll take off too.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea for me. So
I do
we'll
appreciate
catch you later.
Yeah, take care, Van. Yeah, bye, Nadia. Great hangout tonight. It was really great. Good stuff. Good material for your channel.
Yeah. Well, thanks for helping to arrange it.
No problem, hon. See you again soon, all right?
Absolutely.
Take care. Love you.
All right, have a good night.
You too. Bye.
And, well,
That's, I guess, relatively encouraging. Hopefully, you'll ended up watching. Well, now I'm about to shoot a question, and I'd probably look a lot earlier if I lost the bringing weight. And trying Rebecca's technique to get more control over the voice. Maybe I didn't do it enough times. I wish I could. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I should probably watch out that it's not all the dentist. Should probably check my face real quick to make sure I don't have any stray hairs that are unsightly, that is. Huh. Oh, there's one big one right there. So. Okay, well, there's feeling my blood glucose is off, so let's check that. Yeah, collapse syndrome seems to have kicked in at about 8 a.m. Mhm. So, anyway, do my voice better? Or I tried to do my voice better. Oh, well, that's actually a pretty good number right there. I think we hit more of the reason part than the justice part tonight. I think prime movers and the Kalam and whatever kind of creationism and such. The Kalam and whatever kind of creationism and such are different from the usual flavor. So, okay, bear with me. Okay, so anyway. Not fully surprised either. Okay, so now what else have we here? I just keep getting fatter and more disgusting. Not very encouraging. I'm pretty curious. Hmm. You ever had that feeling when there's like a bug crawling on you and it's like, yeah, wait a minute. Bugs crawling on people are supposed to be like really bad things. But this is just like, whatever. I'll just flick it off or whatever. That's why it's like, saying it feels like, this bug's crawling over me when stupid hairs and such. Doesn't really cut the mustard. That was a weird bug though. Just had it a few minutes ago. I think they're gonna look at it. Oh, it was a millipede. Or just from the look of it, I thought it was millipede. Mm. Hmm. Okay, bear with me. I'll be. Hmm. Oh, was that a somebody already? Okay, never mind. We are running 2 minutes behind, but still. So 1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 7. That's interesting. Anyway. Okay, yes. Well, I said it's not 15 minutes late for the actual appointment. 15 minutes late behind when I originally thought it was best to arrive. Um, I'm trying. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, close to half an hour and 15 minutes, but actually, I'm not even ready to go now. To back up everything and even more steps. But anyway, good idea. And there's somebody in there. Okay, that's not very encouraging, but I won't find out the damage till somebody tries to actually talk to me and it doesn't work.